Borkware marked just resubscribed for 48 months. Huh. 4 years. Time is really accelerating. Seems like I'm posting one of these like every month.
Test. Okay, fine, it works. Oh, this new update. Okay, so now we need to get a mic test underway. Test the microphone, 1, 2, 3. Test. Okay, fine, it works. Oh, this new update. The joys of updating your broadcasting software before streaming. I don't recommend it. Test. Okay, fine, it works. Things can always go wrong, but hey, at least it makes it interesting. Right. Okay. And we need to chooch on in here to get the stream started. Welcome, good morning, everybody. We got Borkware, we got Prince Gaming, we got Jade Cynic. Hello. It's almost that time of the year. I gotta get the hat out. Doesn't really fit over the headphones though. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna wear this damn thing. Probably not. We try our best. How about that? That's all I can promise everybody. We try our best. There, unfortunately it clips out of frame. Well, there you go. I can just kind of push it over. And thanks for that resub, Borkware. Mark D, thank you so much. And there's Jonelle. Jonelle is in the stream chat. So nice to see you. It's almost Christmas, baby. All right. So, yeah, new patch is out for Star Citizen. You need to file down the head. I know, right? I'll just stretch it over the headphones. It'll be fine. All right, Jonelle, enjoy your food. Hopefully we'll see you in a few minutes. So, okay. CIG released a new patch yesterday. 4.5 is live to everybody. And absolutely no fucking surprise, the patch breaks Star Citizen. Just, how could they keep doing this? It's just so, it's like clockwork. They have a patch out for the holiday. They actually beat my expectation. I thought they were going to release it December 22nd. I know, right? That's not possible for it to go. So they literally released the patch yesterday, and just everything just stopped working. I mean, you could have just given us the patch we had until like the first New Year's or something. It would have been fine. But we do have patch notes to read, and we have some propaganda we could watch as well. Engineer your journey. So this is Alpha 4.5. Engineer your journey. Prepare, manage, react Maintain. These are the core tenets of successful engineer. The efficiency, health, and lifespan of your vehicle are now in your capable hands. Whether you're solo trundling across Daymar, exploring Nyx with the multi-crew behemoth, observe and care for your vehicle with quick instinct, brilliant strategy, and nerves of steel. Star Citizen Alpha 4.5. There's actually a trailer to on engineering. We'll watch that in a little bit. Are the patch notes in here? I don't think they are. Gameplay guide. Oh god, this fucking thing. There's gonna be a lot of reading today. I was thinking about doing a video yesterday on this engineering guide, but I lost power. No, I didn't lose power. I lost internet. We had a big windstorm come through Wednesday morning. And yeah, managed to keep power, but I lost internet, so I didn't really have anything. So I just read a book in bed. I started, what was it? The Rise and Fall? No, it was the, wasn't the Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire? It was like something of the Roman Empire. I have to go get the book. It's over next to my bedstand. I'm gonna get the book. I want to be correct. Oh, and I forgot to plug the tree in. You gotta plug the lights in. It's not Christmas, but the lights are on. I don't know if I can see it. Good for you. But it's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Gibbons. What's his name? Bloody. Edward Gibbon. There's Baconlicious. So yeah, I mean it's gonna be a little green, but Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon. And I've owned this series. It's a 6-book series. This is volume 1 of 6. It's quite the project I've decided to start. All of a sudden. Oops, 6, I know, I won't blame you. Not everybody owns a copy of the entire series. Like I said, it was like yesterday, I lost the internet. It's like, you know, I should probably just start on the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. And it's already pretty interesting because Gibbon started writing it around the mid-1700s. And it was basically like started at the perfect time. I have to turn the music down a little bit. He basically got it out at the perfect time, according to like I'm making my way through the introduction. And Gibbon, his take on it wasn't that his story is like manifest by the our Savior, Lord God, Yahweh. Everything that happens in human history is a direct result because God, a mandate from heaven. And Gibbon was like, well, what if it wasn't God that caused the Roman Empire? What if there were human elements? And that's basically heresy. But because the Catholic and Protestant Church were so weak that they couldn't abduct people off the street in broad daylight and then sequester you away to be executed in a private prison, Gibbon was able to publish his work to the chagrin of a lot of the priests and preachers and the Pope. And he was able to get away with it. So that basically, I didn't realize that was a thing around the 1700s still. It's like you could still be abducted by someone loyal to the church who was trying to score points with the Pope. So like 1600s, 1500s, if you did anything, if you said or did anything or wrote anything that any church would disagree with, there's a very good chance of you just straight up being kidnapped. And sequestered away in a prison somewhere, or just stabbed by someone trying to like earn favor with the church, one of the various Church of England, Church of Catholic Church. But around the 1750s, like the church had been weakened enough that they couldn't openly like do that kind of stuff in public anymore, or even privacy. Like there was a very good chance that if they abducted somebody, there'd be like a huge stink about it. And Gibbon wasn't an atheist. He was a deist, which basically, what's the difference between a deist and a normal Christian vertigo? Well, deists just kind of irritate Christians. From my understanding, Benjamin Franklin was also a deist as well, which kind of irritated the Christianity of the time. The idea of, from what I gather from deism, is that God is in all things, as opposed to like one unified being or something that's in the sky somewhere that's watching over us. God is basically the rules of the universe, right? Gravity, the speed of light, that's aspects of God, right? And that irritates the Catholic Church, that idea. That's heresy. But you believe in God, and you believe in the Christian God, but you just kind of disagree on, like, the form God takes. That's what deism is. From my understanding. I may be wrong, because I'm not an expert on religion, or that deep into religion. And there's Kazarm. Hey, Kazarm. But I am reading a new book, new series. I've sidelined Art of War because, well, I've already read Art of War, Sun Tzu's Art of War already, and I figured, like, I should probably finish a book. So this series I've owned for almost 10 years now, and I have just recently broke the seal on the box. It was still wrapped in plastic, and I was figuring, like, man, I've had this series for such a goddamn long time. I should probably open it up and start reading it. How was my weekend? It was all right. I made a, instead of like doing a video, because, well, instead of doing a video on engineering gameplay guide, which I should have done, I made a meme for, Battlefield, the Battlefield subreddit. And I thought it was pretty good, but I basically like spliced two clips together with some, that's all I did. But what took most of my time was more on the technical end of this, because the two clips were on, what is it, the Battlefield subreddit? I have a lot of cat subreddits I'm in. Let's see if I can find it. So there is this clip, which is from this user, Wooden Smile. Just some dude getting run over by a golf cart. And there was another one. Yeah, this one. So it was like two different point of views of the exact same incident. And I'm just like, I'm watching this one up here. And I'm just like, I'm thinking of that line from that Electric Callboy and what is it? What was the name of that song? Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. It's basically the name of the song. It's a good song, but it's not a, but I remember the line from it, my body is a weapon, getting run over, you're getting run over by a golf cart. I'm like, my body is, I keep hearing that in the back of my mind. I'm like, that song would be perfect for this clip. I have to do it. So I was compelled to do it. And then the technical side of this was, how the fuck do I download videos from Reddit? And there, you Google it, right? And there's like downloaders for Reddit. And I'm clicking around. There's got to be a way to do it. I could do it with VLC, right? If I take the, if I inspect the elements and I get the URL, I can play it in VLC, but it's a really crappy quality. And sometimes it's not a bad quality. Sometimes it's a good quality. But if I try to copy it off VLC, it's not a good copy. And I'm just like, there's got to be a way to do this. And so I did more searching. Hey, Esmer. So I did more searching, a little bit more reading. And it turns out I already had the software installed. I use it for making WebMs. What basically I can convert MP4 files, WAV, MOV, whatever, to a Google open source container called WebM. I don't think anyone really uses it. There's websites don't really support it very well, but it's kind of cool how much compression you can get out of it. And FFmpeg does it. Like, you just have to know the command line prompt. You just have to know the command line prompt. And FFmpeg will actually go onto the internet and splice out, because Reddit does a weird thing where it splits up the audio and the video into two separate streams and then combines them for streaming. And you just have to know how to combine the streams when you download it. I'm just like, I can't believe I was actually trying to like find a website or something that does this shit for me. I already have the components on my computer. And And so that's basically what most of my day was, or at least a good portion of my day yesterday was basically like laying in bed, reading a book, and then making dinner, making lunch. I went to the store to buy stuff for tacos. Pico de gallo. That's the stuff I wanted to get from the store. Cheese, pico de gallo, which is basically just onions, peppers, and tomatoes, and lime, and salt, and cilantro if you want to get too crazy. Also, let's not forget cleaning the bathroom out for the landlord because he appreciates when I do that. Scrubbing the shower down with suds and whatnot. And then figuring out how to do this. I mean, it doesn't look like much when you present it in a text file, but reading documentation and figuring out how to get this shit to work and then combining it all. And I also discovered that not everybody really enjoyed my thing. As Prince pointed out yesterday, me and a BF meme, and Prince is like, it's too loud. So it turns out, Vertigo, if you're going to make projects, you need to make the projects at maximum volume. Whatever the loudest volume is in like DaVinci Resolve is what I use as my. I'm mostly telling this for like my own education, like kind of stuff that I have to like deal with. DaVinci Resolve's like, hey, would you like to update to the newest version? Believe it or not, DaVinci Resolve's great. If we go look at the Battlefield Roadkill. And so this was kind of like the downfall I had the other day. If we go look at the editing software. So you'll notice there's a little bar over here. This is the output audio. This is the audio you listen to it in. I had it at 50%, not 100%. And so when I outputted this project, the volume was fine for me. Because when I go to Reddit to like watch clips, right, it's usually like muted or it's usually like this. Like you notice my audio, where my audio setting is like half up. So for me, when I uploaded this to Reddit or Discord or something, I listened to it back, it was at a perfectly reasonable volume. And I'm just like, I don't know what people are talking about. Why? Everything sounds fine on my end. Well, it's because I had everything cut to half. This was the volume that I heard on my side. This is what everybody just apparently has their volume set to maximum. It's something that I hate Instagram about. Like if you go to Instagram, it's something I don't like about Instagram because it's just so fucking loud. Instagram doesn't have a volume slider anywhere that I've been able to find. Like you have to like use like a special extension to change volume on Instagram. And I think this is something that not all content creators realize is that you need to, it's a fucking Buster story with Galeron. Glory to you in your blouse. We'll give her a reaction. I think that's glory to you in your blouse. I love it. So I don't think it's something that all content creators realize, and it was a good lesson for me to learn yesterday, was you need to listen to whatever you're creating at max volume, and then you need to mix it down to a reasonable level in the sound mixer, which is this tab. And if you notice, over here on the volume settings, everything is like, instead of being up here at 0, everything's like at negative 15 decibels or negative 20 decibels. These sliders were much higher when I first published this. So, yeah. So Vertigo learned something about audio mixing the other day. And I think it was the project wasn't super successful. It wasn't successful as in it garnered interest. I think it was successful as a learning experience for me. And Prince helped me out with that. So I appreciate it, Prince. Appreciate the feedback. Prince says, I can't have spice things, my body itches, but I love is salsa. Yeah. I mean, there's many different types of salsa. You don't have to have a spicy salsa. You can just have a salsa that has a lot of fresh vegetables in it. You know, tomatoes are fruit, depending on who you ask. But pico de gallo fresh is always best, right? I like it. Like the onions in it. You could use like bell peppers if you want in pico de gallo. It's mostly just about like the lime and the salt and the various flavors of the vegetables. And Antonio Commander, sorry I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to get through my my thought. Got ADHD. If I get distracted, I won't finish my thought. Any news from CSG? What? I still can't use my ship. My ships, even my Idris is an unknown state. I don't know. I know the status is degraded. 0600 UTC. The team has identified potential cause for the issue. At this time, we recommend only delivering a small quantity of ships until hotfix can be applied. The team is investigating an issue resulting in ship listing and their status is unknown in the ASOP terminal. So no, they don't have any updates for you today. They're working on it. That's the only update they have. I just don't understand how this stuff happens, right? I guess merging branches, right? We're still in alpha after 13 years, but hey, they're making a shit ton of money. What else? So that was an interesting day yesterday. We're still here. We didn't get blown away or washed out from the big windstorm that blew through. So there's that. All my friends and family are safe. We did have flooding. We did have flooding down by the Green River. A couple of roads got washed out. In Washington State, we had a lot of rainfall. I should start a course on YouTube to get people like their engineering degree they could print out. I could do that, Exodus. Play with me, buddy. I'll get you your degree. Get you an associate of applied science. But yeah, like we definitely had some troubles yesterday. I don't know if anyone died from the storm. Probably a few people did, I'd imagine. Have a Peppo Exodus. All right, so I would have played some Battlefield with you. I saw you in Discord, but I was too busy working on actually getting some stuff out. Figured I needed to actually produce something. Engineer these nuts. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the engineering guide. Honestly, the engineering guide is like so much better than these little blurbs here. Central essential resource network underlying technology of which your vehicles, components, and items communicate. Your best friend is engineering terminal. Take the whole picture as you maintain healthier ship and manage power distribution. Vent and prevent fire hazards, damage to dangerous oxygen depletion. Oxygen depriving fire could put a swift end to your adventure. Careful monitoring, maintaining the temperature of your ship to keep a wary out for components and malfunctions. Could catch a light, combat blaze, extinguisher, or emergency vent into space. I'm probably just gonna vent my ship ahead of time to prevent fires. That's probably the smartest thing to do, and just tell everybody to wear a fucking suit if you're in a spaceship. CIG in charge of convincing people it's a good idea to wear clothing, right? Instead of spacesuits with helmets. In a space game. Care and repair. Repairs. Component break and engineering goes down, and engines go down even if you best pilots and engineers can't stop it all. But you repair, remove, and replace every component destroyed part while on the go. Remember to visit repair station and restore your vessel back to full functionality. I think, didn't Elite Dangerous have this? Where you had to visit space stations to completely repair your ship. There was, I vaguely remember Elite Dangerous having like a wear and degradation system, like behind the scenes. And there was like another menu you had to go through to like fully repair your ship. I vaguely remember that. I didn't play a lot of Elite Dangerous. Protect and effects. Armor. Ship components are vital to every fight of your spacecraft. To help protect these essential elements, ship armor now affects damage and penetration scaling differently depending on weapons type. Open up an array of strategies for universe's most daring pilots and raiders. Hey, Mercedes, welcome. So the problem is, we'll go into the problems of armor, but armor basically just another health bar. There's health bars upon health bars. Yo, dog, I heard you like health bars. We put a health bar on top of your health bar. Your ship can have a health bar while it has a health bar. Even your components have health bars. I'm not kidding. When we finally get to the description of how this shit works. Beyond engineering, along the milestones released in engineering gameplay, Alpha 4.5 ushers in a host of upgrades across the galaxy, from smarter enemies to sharper visuals to a loot refresh and additional Wicklow rewards. There's more for every explorer to discover. I hear there's more bugs too. God, I wish Star Citizen lived up to the hype. Rendering graphics. With other years of updates behind us, we delivered increased stability and speed to the vocal renderer with diagnostic improvements, crash fixes, and multi-thread renderer submissions, plus additional support for HDR, NVIDIA's DLSS transformer model, not to mention a graphics option to overhaul, enriches color, deepens shadow, and makes your environment even more immersive. FPS improvements. We're taking FPS combat up a level with smarter NP decision making. That means refined perception, reaction, improved grenade targeting, group awareness, friend or foe checks, animation syncs for increasing tactical and responsive encounter experience. They're just gonna walk across the level T-posed, you know, or they're gonna be sitting on top. They're gonna be standing on top of chairs or some shit. Loot refresh. Loot refreshes are happening all over the verse at various sandbox locations, including Align and Mine, Stormbreaker, Dark Territory, and Welcome to Nyx. A mega 28 new weapon attachments are being added to Loot Pool alongside previous Wicklow exclusive rewards. Okay. That's cool. You don't have to, like, bother Wicklow. Will paint add hit points? I don't know. Probably one of these days they will. New Wicklow ship. A host of new ships arriving at Wicklow Emporium, along with a rejig of how you can earn them. Hold on to your helmets because the Aegis Interest is finally available in-game alongside Anvil Asgard, Miss Prospector, Ogre Raft, and Kruger L21 Wolf. With upgraded components, unique base livery. Gosh, I hope he's got room. Why does Wicklow have a Polaris? Why does he have an Idris? Which Idris is it? Is it Idris M or Idris P? What else we got? Dawn of Engineering playing out. Disrupt Camo Patch Bundle. I know people were asking about this, but this is like that scattered naval camouflage. For those who don't remember it, Dazzle Camo. World War I Dazzle Camo camouflage. It was designed for warships mid World War II, like very early World War II, World War I-ish. And it was designed to confuse, because this is back when we had just optical targeting, optical observation. You basically had some guys with binoculars sitting on top of a ship, and they'd be looking out at the horizon for enemy ships, you know, dozens and dozens of miles away. And this camouflage was designed to confuse observers, right? Eventually people got good enough that the camouflage really wasn't that good. There was ways around it to figure out which way the ship was going, but it was designed to confuse, like, size and direction, which was necessary for identifying how big a ship was, for figuring out how far away it was and where it was going, so you can target it with guns and hit it accurately at range. But, you know, obviously it fell out of favor in World War II. For reasons, yeah, well before radar guided guns were even a thing. But that's what it's based off of. I know some people were like looking at this skin combination. I was like, the fuck is this? It's based on the Dazzle camouflage. I mean, it looks. It's one of those black skins. I mean, I got nothing against black. I got nothing against blacks. Star Citizen loves its dark color schemes. This one's a little bit more interesting to look at, though, so I'll give it that. But still, it's like in a dark room, you're not going to see you're not going to notice anything on that armor set. With like Pyro or Nick, CIG loves its like mood lighting. Yeah, at least just an actual skin, not just a recolor of the original Gladius. I wouldn't mind seeing this on, like, the Idris. Something bigger, like, just more skins in general. And, of course, we got our very expensive grab deals. We have to have down at the bottom of the page remind people that Star Citizen is selling things. What do you think of the backpack we got today? Well, it's free, so it's not that bad, right? Like, we got a gun. I mean, everything here is free. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a ugly sweater. We get a free guns. We get a skin. Actually, I think the Icebreaker skin for any ship is like one of the best skins in the game. One of the best ships, one of the best skins. So free stuff is good for everybody. See, did we actually get a backpack? Oh, Adrian Seal backpack, Chairman's Club edition. All right. Why did I get the header of this clothing set? I don't know. So this is designed to go with the what is it, the Arden executive thing that they've. Yeah, I got the Epoch armor set. Where is it? Where is the executive set? This, yeah, the Artemix Armor Chairman's Club edition. So it's, I mean, it's fine. Like if you're a Chairman's Club member, you get the backpack that would look nice with this thing. And that's basically what it is. Hey, Dovakin. It's fine. Even though it's not, I don't think the Artemix armor has a backpack that goes with it specifically. So that's what the backpack is supposed to go with, because that one didn't have a backpack that came with it. And then CIG is like, oh shit, they probably want a backpack to go with that Artemix set. But this is the Arden set, which is a completely different set of armor that everybody has, believe it or not. But it does look good with the Artemix set. Yeah, no whale problems. Otherwise, you have to get a backpack to go with that Artemix suit, and there's nothing that actually goes with it. Right, so I'm pretty sure some people complained on the concierge. So it's like, hey, how come this suit didn't come with a backpack that actually matches? I should have... Unfortunately, you can't just sort through. Because I know I got like 2 copies of the Arden set for free. Like everybody has a copy of the Arden set from like a referral for Christmas a couple years ago, just for making like the 200 million stretch goal or some shit. CIG was giving away that armor set. Whipper SMG. I have like 2 copies of it somewhere in my inventory. Medivac rescue lights. Mark 1 killing blue paint. I could probably melt this thing. That blue paint. I don't have, well, I do have a Mark 1 Hornet, but not a lot of them. Let's see, I'm scrolling. The stupid bear helmets. There's Lodestone Fast. Yeah, so this is the Artemix set. Again, no backpack. And Foundation Festival reward. Blah, 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 blah. Scrolling. Been at this for quite a while, so I have a lot of crap. I just, man, I don't know how you could be a subscriber for a really long time. You just gonna have so much shit in your inventory that you're not gonna use. Citizen Con stuff. Dragonfly paint school green. There's another Lodestone armor set. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. I have 2 of those. Hey, there's that the handle for the hover quad that CIG gave us. There was a luminal wallpaper for the Anvil Valkyrie. It was fine. I mean, yeah, here's the CitizenCon digital goodies pack, which had the trophy and also the Arden SL Cold Barrel Fire. So you got it for CitizenCon. Oh, I can actually gift that? I didn't realize. Scarecrow, another one of those Vandal helmets. Oh wait, that CIG Invictus community giveaway. Oh, that was like something else entirely. I won from something else. Carrick helmet. I swear to God, I had another one of those Arden armors. I have tons of these goddamn helmets for Halloween. You can also kind of tell when I stopped like pledging into Star. When I stopped buying into Star Citizen. Old referral reward, Gladius. So yeah, I only have one of the Arden suits, but I have a bunch of the Artemis suits. I know, they should just have a thing for like, you know, I have game package standalone ships. These are actually 2 useful tabs, but upgrades, kind of useful. Hangar decorations, not very used. Components, not, because there's almost no components in the web store. Same with weapons. I think, does weapons actually give you FPS weapons? No. Subscriber flare. I have a bit of subscriber flare. Most of this stuff I don't think I can melt anymore. I can just gift it. Yeah. I would love to convert this stuff to store credit, but it was given to me like for actually subscribing various times. So it'd be nice to have like, you know, non-ship things show up here instead of having to like sort through it. Whatever. Whatever happened to Star Citizen said I'd be able to paint my own ships in game rather than buying skins? Well, you see, CIG wanted to sell you skins. Exodus. That's what happened. All right, so we have some propaganda to watch, known as the Dawn of Engineering. Little trailer. Dawn of Engineering. Here we go. That is peaking my my microphone really badly.
Il danse avec moi, je me laisse bercer.
Warning, fire detected.
That's a little better.
Warning, fire detected.
An interesting choice of songs. All right. So, I have to point out something. A long time ago, when Star Citizen Alpha, let's see here, Alpha 2.0, which was at, I can't remember. When Alpha 2.0 was shown off, gameplay trailer, I think. The live demo. So a few things were shown off in the 2.0 live demo. Like multi-crew, multiplayer, using manned turrets, flying around. This was the first time we actually got out of our...
So having said that, we're now going to show you a demo of...
going through the airlocks. This was a GDC, CitizenCon 2015 presentation. You also had like the really obnoxious head wobble that took CIG a while to figure out how to stop because the camera's actually in your character's head. Basically, they just made the camera rotate opposite directions of your body to like help reduce that. Kind of like how chickens work. But if we kind of scooch forward a little bit, you know, look at it. Oh my God, Olisar, Crusader, everybody clapping. Getting in the Constellation. Constellation hasn't changed much since then. Got rid of the dumb user problem. But we had multi-crew, we had combat, we had quantum, we had going to a mission, we were fighting dudes against other players. Turrets sucked ass back then. I mean, really sucked. Ships were way too fast, so you didn't have any sort of aim assist. You were honestly better just bringing like a separate ship. They went in and turned on Comm Array, which doesn't work to this very day. But the one thing that I wanted to bring up was towards the end of the broadcast, they go to Security Post Korea to get to a combat SPK, which you can't do anymore because Security Post Korea is just like too heavily like NPC'd. Ah, those were the days, right? But the thing that I want to point out towards the end, if I remember correctly, did they have the Retaliator?
Yeah.
It was the dogfight around Yella asteroid field. Was it this demo?
Weapons and stuff that you wouldn't know.
I swear it was this demo.
So we don't actually rehearse this. Sometimes the Marines win, sometimes the Outlaw guys win. I think this was pretty much a whitewash. Sort of playing.
But there was a... Here's the press demo. It was the one where they repaired the Retaliator bomber. I want to say it was around 2.0. And the point I was going to make. There's the old cutlass. Yeah, there's the tally. I swear to God, it was like Alpha 2.0 or something. It was like... It was the one where we repaired the tally. Okay, so it wasn't that one, so it must have been 2015. Gary Oldman, the Morrow Life Tour. Oh, so it was the Morrow. Jesus Christ. So I swear to God, they managed to capture a tally in this damn thing.
All the stations built out with.
Yeah, it was this demo where they get ambushed by a group of players in Yella's asteroid belt. And they have to capture a tally or something.
This is one of the many players.
Because I remember they had a Hornet flying them around, Hornet and Gladius.
Shoot.
Man, is it 2014? Versus the Universe demo. Yeah, there's this one.
Louder! Oh my gosh.
Cutlass commercial.
Star Citizen is a big deal. We try to stay informed about what you think about what we do, and this is
Hey, it's what's his name from Turbulent, right?
For the last year, and we would never go back to a project that doesn't have this level of involvement.
That's probably the guy
People
from
that use our products,
Ilphonic.
it's really awesome.
That's like the actual demo. So which one? Because the point I was going to bring up is we finally have the ability to repair derelict ships, and I can't find the fucking video. I swear to God, it was like 2015. Because it ended, the demo ended with like, it could have been like Gamescom 2015, GDC Gamescom presentation. Okay, so this is probably it here. But yeah, they board a derelict retaliator. They find a derelict ship out in the Yellow's asteroid belt. This is the video I was remembering. Can't remember if they find the derelict ship or if they disable it. I think they find a derelict. And there's some voiceover, cringy voiceover by Chris Roberts, but I'm sure this is like a re-uploaded version. And they board the Retaliator and they repair it and they get it operational again. And this update, 10 years later, we finally have the option to restore derelict ships and use them. It took CIG a long time, but they managed to get it working. Finally. Oh, we still don't have like turrets that can be blown off and like used as entry points. Forgot about that. Very bespoke animation, zero-G animations that we're still waiting for, by the way. So not all of the technology they showed off in this thing is ready to go. And they just like, yeah, Fuse gameplay was coming for a long time. There we go. Be able to disconnect the gravity and whatnot. So we still have a few more systems to bring online, like being able to like disable it. Well, you can disable the gravity, I think. You have to soft death the ship, but yeah, engineering gameplay. Finally, it was visualized in 2015. Contact. The old voiceover. Aegis combat assist activated. I kind of missed that. Also, the flippy turret seats. It's like everybody getting into the turrets and whatnot. So you have a constellation warping in, gonna fight. Enemy constellation spotted. Because that's not good gameplay, Exodus, don't you know? I don't know why we're looking at this engineering guy, like he ain't doing shit. Oh my god, the turret gameplay for these ships was so bad. Fired a torpedo. There's a torpedo. There you go. It was a cool demo all those years ago. There you go. We finally can check off one of the things in Star Citizen where you can repair derelict ships. I just wanted to point that out. That's an actual... Hey, Chomper. That's like a step forward in Star Citizen. Right? It's like derelict ships. You can now repair them. The Millennium Falcon. Well, you know, Chris Roberts does like his Star Wars. All right, so we talked about this, that, and this other thing. So gameplay guide. Worth talking about. This gives us an idea of like what engineering, like what's the bread and butter of engineering? What's the purpose? You know, on my stream, man, after I updated my fucking software, streaming software, my Stream Deck just does not want to. Do I literally have to? So in order for the mute-unmute action to work, this fucking Streamlabs shit is kind of irritating. Are there any ships that have Yes, in theory there are. It's called opening the entire ship to space. That's how you vent fire. That's how you suppress fire in Star Citizen. It's just you just have vacuum in your ship. You have no oxygen. But there's no ships that have automatic fire suppression in Star Citizen, to my knowledge. Oh, I agree. There should be ships that have fire suppression systems built into them by default. Like in the engineering room or the cargo bay or something. But, you know, 900 years in the future, and we're still using technology from World War I, 1920s. Even in the 1920s, they had internal fire suppression systems. Before they had, like, you know, was it helium or halogen systems? What's those systems they have in like hangars and whatnot, where they spray the foam from the ceilings? Back in the age of steam engines, talking 1920s. A lot of ships would have steam systems running through the entire ship, and you can open valves to pump steam into certain compartments. Because I know that was a thing in the Texas City disaster when they had ammonia. What was it? Ammonium nitrate? Ammonium nitrate. Was like it was one of the worst industrial disasters in American history. You had a cargo ship full of ammonium nitrate blow up in Texas City Harbor. Texas City Harbor, Texas, if you didn't know. It's the state of Texas. Blew up and basically flattened the city. And one of the measures they tried to use, Halion systems. Thank you, Snow. One of the systems they tried to use to suppress that fire and prevent the ammonium nitrate from blowing up was they pumped steam into the cargo hold to attempt to suppress the fire. But unfortunately, ammonium nitrate doesn't really burn. It explosively decomposes. I know, right? Too many questions about 900 years in the future. It's just how Chris Roberts wants things to be. But yeah, like they opened up steam valves to put steam into the cargo hold to suppress the fire. But the problem with ammonium nitrate is that it gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter until eventually it just decomposes violently. So like steam is kind of warm You probably don't want to. You actually want to cool down the cargo hold, but the idea is like water would help like suppress the fire, because it does catch ammonium nitrate does catch fire at some point, and then it blows up. But the fire isn't what causes ammonium nitrate to blow up. It's just heat. You have to like suppress. You have to like cool it down. One way to cool ammonium nitrate down is just not to have a big fucking pile of it. Have some actual airflow around and through like your storage of ammonium nitrate. That way it actually stays kind of cool. And when it does start getting too hot and you can't control its temperature, you can take out pieces of it and just kind of throw it out into a field and let it blow up somewhere. But yeah, ammonium nitrate been responsible for some of the largest industrial disasters known to man. It's a really good fertilizer. It's amazing. Amazing at growing corn and rice and beans and whatever the hell else, cabbage, whatever the hell else you want to grow. Problem is it actually kills a lot of people every year. From blowing up. Intentionally and unintentionally. They actually use it as, terrorists will use it as an explosive to commit terrorist attacks. So if you're not a farmer and you order a lot of ammonium nitrate, like the government will come knocking at your door. They'll want to ask you a few questions and see like your like, why the fuck did you order all this ammonium nitrate? Well, you know, I'm starting a vegetable garden in my backyard. Bullshit, you're going to jail. Let's see here. Instead of just punching, I'm pretty sure you can start fires by punching random things. I'm pretty sure you can start a fire by ship just by punching the dashboard. It's fucking Star Citizen. Like, punching is like its own damage type. Which it really should be. There was that, I want to say Somalia? Or Turklanabad or something. There was like Oklahoma City. That was the Unabomber. I think Beirut. There was like a. Was it Beirut? The big ammonium nitrate explosion where they had seized a ship a long time ago. They had seized a ship because it didn't have the right transport papers or something, and they had impounded its cargo. And they just left its cargo sitting in a warehouse for a couple of years, and then the warehouse blew up because most of the cargo of the ship was ammonium nitrate. Lebanon. That was it. For some reason, they didn't have the right permits or something, and the ship got impounded, and they just left its cargo sitting for a really long time. But Oklahoma City, that was the Unabomber. He just had a U-Haul truck full of ammonium nitrate parked next to the FBI headquarters. I think it was ammonium nitrate. Could have been like TNT or something. Beirut is in Lebanon. Well, I don't know where Beirut is because I'm an ignorant American. But I remember Lebanon from the news a couple years ago. Ted Kaczynski. Okay. God, I'm getting my American terrorists mixed up. There's Bernie Sanders. Where is Beirut? Like, located. Let's be more intelligent. So it's Lebanon, Damascus, Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Israel. Okay, so it's close to Israel. Across from Cyprus. Okay, so it's on the, what is that, the Black Sea? No, it's the Mediterranean Sea. Black Sea's over here. Next to Istanbul. So I now know where Lebanon is. It's next to Syria. Pretty close to Israel. Jordan, Cairo, Egypt, kind of Baghdad, Iraq. Azerbaijan is kind of over that way. Iran. Close to Turkey. Greece. All right. I thought Ted Kaczynski was Unabomber. You know, we can Google this. Who was Unabomber was Theodore Ted Kaczynski. We're learning today, according to Google. The Federal Bureau of Investigation History, brief history. Unabomber, did you catch a twisted genius who aspires to be a perfect anonymous killer who builds untraceable bombs who delivers to random targets, who leaves false clues to throw off authorities, who lives like a recluse in the mountains of Montana and tells no one to skip crimes? It was the challenge that they faced the FBI and his investigation partners who spent nearly 2 decades hunting down the ultimate lone wolf bomber, the man that the world would eventually know as Theodore Kaczynski. Came to our attention in 1978 with the explosion of his first primitive homemade bomb at Chicago University. Over the next 17 years, he mailed hand-delivered series of increasingly sophisticated bombs that killed 3 Americans and injured nearly 2 dozen more. Along the way, he sowed fear, panic, even threatening to blow up airliners in flight. Did he actually take out... no, okay, so the Oklahoma City bombing was someone else. It wasn't the Unabomber. Yeah, you're right, artificial idiot. I thought it was the Unabomber that bombed the FBI offices, but it's someone else. Okay, this guy was just mailing bombs to people, and I think his bombs were like gasoline and something. He had like a very clever system where he opened up a package and had some matches in it, and it lit like an explosive device that kind of just blew up in your face. Timothy McVeigh, yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, I recognize that name. There you go. Like, now I'm on a watch list. Because we're looking up, like, terrorists. I fully expect the FBI to come knocking on my door. I'm only half joking. I really do expect a visit. I'm looking up, like, the Unabomber and ammonium nitrate and, like, Lebanon. Probably not the time to actually, like, look this shit up. But anyways, yeah, we need that kind of stuff in Star Citizen. Like, well, we already have terrorists. We already have the players doing that, and we need, like, cargo that's dangerous to haul. Stuff like ammonium nitrate. We have Quantanium, but, like, Quantanium really isn't dangerous. We used to have stuff that was kind of dangerous to haul around, but didn't really work very well. Engineering gameplay guide. A key pillar to Star Citizen's vehicle gameplay loop is engineering. It turns the moment-to-moment management of ships and vehicles into a focused effort to keep them operating at peak performance. It becomes especially important on larger vehicles with interiors, where full efficiency depends on multiple crew members working together to manage all essential systems. Engineering sits at the very heart of managing ship systems and resources in real time, while responding to critical failures across items and components, all with the goal of keeping the vehicles alive as long as possible. Unless you're in a single-seater ship, like the Hornet, the Gladius, in which case you could just repair your ship from the MFD. Get 1 free repair sitting in your seat, because fighters apparently need something to keep them going. I mean, like, I think shields should be more important in Star Citizen than anything. Like, when your shields go down, that's when shit hits the fan. Below is a starter guide developing engineering gameplay, covering the fundamentals and introducing key elements you'll be used along the way, helping you get ready to tackle any issues you may arise while navigating. If you're looking for support as you begin your journey, visit the guide system to connect with an experienced player ready to help. What is engineering gameplay? Engineering gameplay revolves around managing resources across your ship and vehicles through the resource network. This system forms the foundation of engineering. Allow every item and systems within the ship to communicate and rely on one another. The engineering loop is how that management takes place, directing the flow of resources and keeping everything running as smooth as possible. Engineering affects all ships and vehicles, although experience changes depending on the size and crew. On a single-seat fighter, most engineering tasks are handled directly through the MFD, with pilots relying on preset flight profiles, which are STM and NAV. On larger multi-crew ships, the loop focuses heavily on extending the ship's lifespan, with far more systems handled through dedicated engineering console and active coordination with the crew. They really do make engineering seem more complicated than it actually is, but engineering only comes into play when you're, like, taking damage in combat. It's like, oh, you're managing resources. Like, you kind of set your power pips and then you forget them. Until something, like, starts to malfunction, and then you kind of have to start massaging because you really don't have a lot of reserve power. Like batteries aren't in the game yet, so you don't really have like reserve power to throw around, like auxiliary power. Unless you intentionally like underpower your ships. I think a lot of people are going to run that knife edge where they have absolutely no reserve power and they just run everything at full blast. But wear and tear is going to be a thing eventually. So it's your Dedatrine, Demoxitrin. I think that's like an acne medication. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. There was there's like 3 different types of for Xenothreat. You go back to like Xenothreat. Like I think what was it? Supply or Die event in Pyro. That was like earlier this year. Or was it last year? When Pyro came out. Was it that? I vaguely remember they had big boxes of this shit that you could throw around. And supposedly, if you like handle it too roughly, it would like blow up. But I remember slamming those boxes into the wall and other players, and nothing would happen. But I have to look it up. Cargo cheat sheet, this stuff. Yeah, I remember this one. Zetaprolinid, Diluthermex, and Acryloplex. This blue shit. Zetaprolinade. I'm trying to remember what Zetaprolinade's problem was. It was time sensitive, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So as soon as you pulled that stuff out of its cargo box, like it started ticking down. And then Diluthermex with quantum sense, you couldn't quantum with that shit. And then you had Acryloplex, which was impact heat sensitive. And this stuff was hilarious because people were like, "Oh, it's like a bomb." If you like, you had to shoot the stuff to actually get it to blow up. It was good when it worked. The Xenothreat, but yeah. We need more of this stuff. What are we doing? Back to engineering. Engineering affects all ships and vehicles, although the experience changes depending on size and crew on single-seat fighters, blah, 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 blah. We read that. On engineering, an engineering's job is to monitor the ship's managed power distribution and system performance and use every available tool to keep the vehicle flying. Excuse me. It's all about getting the most out of resource network and the ship systems to operate full capacity. This work takes shape in 4 key areas. Preparation. Before departure, review your ship systems, extra parts, power level, fuses, anything that needs to stay ready in flight. Always bring a multi-tool with a Cambrio light, SRT attachment, and a few canisters for fuel repairs on components at hull. So I'm pretty sure, considering how much flying I do, with all the flying I do, I'm probably going to carry a salvage tool with me by default, as well as a tractor beam. Management. Distribution resources throughout the ship to achieve operational profile you need. This can be adjusted in flight or swapping using presets. Reaction. Address unexpected issues as they occur, including repairing, replacing, rebooting, or putting out fires with a fire extinguisher. Maintenance. Plan ahead with event failure, restore critical spares, counter long-term wear, coming in later patch so the ship can fly for as long as possible. So they really do expect you to carry a few spare parts in your hold. In order to keep flying, and just change them out as you fly. Yeah, I don't know about that. Certain ships are gonna be really awful, like change parts out in. Like if a part goes down to 0, like you're just gonna carry like a spare quantum drive, like a civilian C-rated quantum drive in your ship just in case. And there's a few ships you can get away with that in. They have plenty of cargo space. Plenty of excess cargo space, but there's a few ships you can't do hot swaps in. I found out the Prowler, yeah, the Prowler you can't easily do that. Tools. All engineers need to consider following necessary tools to perform the task. I love how just, like, big this fucking picture is. What the fuck? And we, like, let's go back to a normal view on this page. There we go. I zoom everything in a little bit to, like... Yeah, it goes to 130%. Normally I have it at 130% so I can read the text a little bit easier. But yeah, like... If you zoom in to 103%, this picture becomes fucking huge because it's not one picture. It's like 4 different pictures. 4 or 5 different pictures that you can mouse over. So we have the Cambro SRT, the two-handed one. Repair damaged components and damaged hull with efficient two-handed Cambro SRT. Cambro Light, repair damaged components and damaged hull with quick one-handed SRT. Containers, get fuses. Containers for both the repair tools. Fuses, handful of fuses in your backpack will make your job easier when replacing worn parts. Extinguisher, putting out fires caused by malfunctions, overheated components, or environmental failures. Replenish these by placing them back in their slots. So yeah, extinguishers will recharge when you put them back in their receptacles. Just like your phone, apparently. You plug your phone in and it will recharge. Engineering items, components, core elements that derive the main functionality of every major system. Relays. Link systems together, allow resources to travel through the ship. Relays come in various sizes. MFD and power diagnostics provides high-level overview of your power distribution and resource management. Excuse me. Engineering console. The beating heart of the engineering in most ships and interior, giving crews the tools to review power flow, allocate resources, control systems, and understand the ship's overall state. What are components? Power plants, radars, coolers, weapons, utility items, shield generators, quantum drives, jump modules, life support. Those are your components. This chart is fucking stupid, and we'll get to this thing in a little bit. Components provide the main functionality for all major vehicle systems. They are the core organs that keep the ship flying. Engineers and crew must ensure that all components remain operational to keep the features of your ship active, so you can keep flying, performing your maximum potential in your selective activity. They are physical elements of your engineering gameplay and come with a range of variables to manage, including health, temperature values that must be monitored closely. These parts form the backbone of the ship, and you'll need to operate, maintain, and repair them to keep everything functioning properly. Each one also has its own power demands that you'll need to balance throughout different situations to stay active. Your vehicle components comes in sizes, ranging from size 0 to size 4. And I think size 0 is dumb. They should have vehicle size, starship size, capital size, right? Really, like, you only really need like 3 sizes, right? We actually probably need more. Size 2 shields suck. Size 3 shields are like too tough. With size 0 being the smallest and size 4 the largest, every vehicle has limitations on what size it can support, where they can fit. All sizes can be earned or purchased from shops, but as you can only replace size 0 through size 2 while in flight, anything above size 2 requires docking, although all sizes can be repaired with the right tools. Weapon sizes extend up to size 12. I don't think there's any size 0 weapons. I guess handheld weapons can be size 0. Each component has an item grade that reflects overall performance. Grades range from A, which represents the strongest performance, down to D, which is the least efficient, but often the most affordable. You will eventually decide how and when to upgrade these grades to extend your ship's life and maintain a competitive edge. There are also a set of classes for components, each offering different strengths and drawbacks depending on your approach. For example, military class components have higher durability and power output, but demand more resources. Stealth parts focus on heat control and signature reduction to keep you hidden, but they will wear down faster. This leaves you with meaningful choices based on your intended role. Will you head into combat where you need tougher parts, race where output matters more than heat and wear, cargo haul where reliability is the key, or stay quiet with a stealth build? Decision is yours. And this chart is fucking terrible. First of all, they use nothing but colors. So if you're colorblind, you know, how the fuck are you supposed to read this? Right? You have the key down here, which is great if you have normal vision. But I've worked with a few colorblind people in my life, and life can be kind of frustrating for these people. Let's see here. Trying to like see if I could. There we go. Here's grayscale. So, what the fuck am I looking at? Right? Let's just suck all the color out of this fucking chart. So there's your first problem, CIG. Right? You just if you just kind of do that, the fix for that is like, well, how about we just, instead of having the labels down here in color, because this fucking thing does nothing. Fuck off. Then we can just like copy this. You just kind of moved your labels around a little bit like that. There's civilian. Right? Honestly, I'm so bad at like remembering what everything was. Okay, so competition was up here. Right? Oh my fucking god. Vertigo. What is the quick key for this one? Breaking the region. Control C. Control V. Then move that over here to competition. I think this next one's industrial. Yeah, industrial. We'll see. We'll V over there. Move that. And then military. And the last one's stealth, right? I mean, like, you know, we could have done it this way. So that, you know, people that had like vision impairment of some kind. Again, this chart over here, if you're a bit colorblind, doesn't help you at all. This is a lot better. This is just a fucking mess. The other problem I have with this chart is, how are you supposed to read this? Okay, so competition has high output, medium wear, high heat, kind of middling, kind of like above average heat, and then has really high mass, and then has really high power consumption. Industrial has kind of highest output, highest health, highest wear, highest heat, highest max health, but low signature consumption and heat control. And then stealth has really high signature, really high consumption, really high heat control, and then kind of low output, low health, low wear, low heat, low max health, and low kind of middling mass. Is that what I'm led to do? I mean, like, I think the appropriate interpretation of this chart, if we go look at the stealth, is that I keep moving this damn picture around. Need to lock it. There we go. Or swear to God, I'll get this done right one of these days. There we go. Good. Actually locked in fucking place. All right. So I think the way you're supposed to read this chart, but there was an argument yesterday about how you're supposed to read this chart. The way I think you're supposed to read this chart is that the further from the center, the better it is for you. Right? The better the stats, not the higher the number. So, for example, stealth has good signature, good consumption, good heat control, but kind of bad output, bad health, and abysmal wear, and kind of bad heat, bad max heat, and kind of middling mass. Meanwhile, like competition has really good mass, but kind of bad signature, really terrible signature. It has good consumption. I think it's like bad to good, and really like a, you know, some kind of key in here, you know. Let's see here. I need to do a new layer. Edits. There we go. Let's see here. Chart. Okay, legend or something. I don't know. Chart legend. If that's how you spell legend, Vertigo. Legend. Yeah, there we go. Chart legend. Closer to the center. So points closer to center means worse stats. There we go. And that's really what this chart kind of needs, right? I've fixed everything that I have wrong with this chart, and with just 2 additions. You add a legend, and then you add all the, and you get rid of this fucking thing. You could just actually, you know what? You can just delete that right there. Image, crop to selection. There we go. I fixed your engineering chart. Now it's like accessible, right? It's got it's low vision impaired accessible. It has a legend that explains exactly how you're supposed to read the chart. Points close to the center means worse stats. Further from the center means best stats. You're gonna want, yeah. There you go. And you got rid of the really kind of silly whatever the fuck combined thing over there is. Because I mean, if you're vision impaired, you're not gonna be able to use that combined little constellation. But there you go. I was meaning to like rip a new CIG new asshole over this, because like accessibility starts in the design phase, and if you don't or if you aren't considerate at all, well, here when you're going to design things, like, where's Star Citizen? You're just, because this is a problem we have with like the UI in general. It's like it's transparent. It's hard to read the text. And people are like, "Hey, can we just get a goddamn drop shadow so we can actually read stuff?" Or is it video game related? It's not even a meme, really. I don't know. Just export that over there. Wasn't that hard to fix. I love this fucking cat. So cute. Where is it? Star Citizen, where is my fucking chart? Ah. If I sort by dates. Oh, it's already sorted by date. Some ills first. Should be at the very end. Where the fuck did I save this thing? Vertigo, you're a moron. Oh, because you haven't exported it. Or did I? I didn't. There we go. There. So I was meaning to do that yesterday, but I got distracted. Let's see here. Oh, Robert. I'm just gonna put this on Bluesky because why the fuck not? Goes from that. Actually, I think it's just in pictures. Downloads, downloads. Fucking cat kills me every time. Every time I see that cat, I love it. Let's see here. Ship components. I deal with that. There, injury stat chart for ship starship components and stars in Alpha 4.5, now with support for colorblind and added legend for additional clarity. And for additional clarity. I don't need added legend for additional clarity, like to 2, you don't need added. Add legend for additional clarity. And where we have this. Copy, and we'll just throw that in there as well. Apparently, does swearing make you stronger? Science says yes. A calorie-neutral, drug-free, low-cost, readily available tool for heat boost performance. This sounds like an Onion article, quite honestly. So engineering. Let's see, what are components? So yeah, I did not like that chart. Like, for one, there was like an argument yesterday on like how you're supposed to read this damn chart. Farther from center just equals bigger number, or does farthest from center mean best stats? I think there was like a consensus eventually that further from center means best stats, but a chart like this should make everything like perfectly clear on the first glance. So just having a legend and then having like, instead of having all these colors and whatnot, you should have just like put, oh, this is a civilian component, this is competition. You can get rid of the color idea altogether. Knowledge Lambo. So engineering is trash. It definitely changes the game. I don't know. I'm not. I want to give it a chance, Lambo. I want to give it a chance to cook. No pun intended, because fire is now a thing. I don't want to immediately say this is like it's awful. Like get rid of it. You know, just like I gave Master Mode a couple months to kind of like see how much I liked it, and it's just like Master Mode is kind of eh. I don't know. I kind of think with previous versions, I'm almost like that boomer. It's like flight model is better in 263. We're not going back. Like engineering's here and it's here to stay. So either you like it or you get the fuck out. Engineering resources. Engineering gameplay is physical expression of resource network and the management that surrounds it. As a result, there are several core resources that crew must balance to maintain peak efficiency. These are controlled through MFD or through dedicated... There's no resources, there's resource. Really? Just making sure your components have enough power to function, that's it. It would be nice if you could actually control coolant, right? But you can't. Or fuel, you can't. It's just like health, that's all you can really do. Health and power. And like only small ships have the ability to really control health of their components from the seat. Large ships, you have to get out of your fucking seat, go back and repair. You don't have like size 2 and up components don't have room for auto repair, but size 1 components, not only they can produce power, but they can also repair themselves because fuck you. Yeah, it's basically there for busy work. Knowledge Lambo. I don't know. Like it's designed to like make the ocean deeper, I guess, right? Actually owning and flying a starship is much deeper now. Like there's more stuff to maintain and take into account. But does it really improve gameplay? That's the big question I think a lot of people are going to be asking. Exactly. Like you're basically, as soon as you take off, you're treading water, right? Your ship is treading water, and as you fly, you start sinking. Because wear and tear, even if you don't get into combat, wear and tear is designed to like take money from you, take functionality away from the ship. Slowly, but it does. You're basically penalized for engaging in gameplay activity over a period of time. It's an anti-reward system, a punishment system, a malice, a curse, a hex, something that's like clamped onto your ship. If you don't even have a ship, you don't have to worry about it, but you can't travel between the stars without a spaceship. Kind of like paying your fucking taxes or having to fill out government paperwork just to fucking exist. Like you have to pay the fucking government. Death and taxes, the only constants in this world. These resources lifeblood your vehicles and define performance. If any one of these mismanaged, the impact will ripple across the ship. They are produced through systems through the vehicle that exist to bring resource network to life in a hands-on way. The power is the most critical resource to manage directly affected system performance. It is generated by the power plant and distributed through resource network and fuses, allowing you to direct power to systems that need it most. Honestly, like, I don't really like the idea of fuses now that it's actually in the game. It's just more fiddliness to dick around with in your ship. I think I think the components themselves were fine. Like, we didn't need to have extra components to fuck with. To bring someone's API in the ship. I mean, it was something Chris Roberts promised us years ago. Like, I don't know. Like, they'll probably add some sort of auto repair functionality down the line to all components because people will complain about how annoying this is. So I'm willing to bet multi-crew ships will get the ability to like do a small number of auto repairs. I can imagine like CIG will give you like a number of auto repair charges. Like you can't repair all the components in your ship once, but you'll be able to repair any component in your ship up to 3 times. You'll have like 3 repair charges, and you can use that from the pilot seat before you have to get the fuck out. It's here to discourage people from soloing the Polaris. Well, we'll pull our Polaris out today, see if we can still solo it. Right, we'll find out for fucking sure. Because I could just vent the entire ship and suddenly fire's not a problem. Right? I don't have to put out any goddamn fires if there's no atmosphere in my ship. Fire can't spread to anything. So and if I wear a flight suit with oxygen supply. This is the Mass Effect soundtrack. Mass Effect 1. This is the part where you visit the Citadel. This track. It's literally called The Citadel. The one before that is Saren. This is the game over. Well, the first part of this track is the game over track that plays when your character dies in the first Mass Effect. But this is also the track that plays when you meet Saren, the main baddie from Mass Effect 1. Have you played Mass Effect? It's probably one of the most well-known sci-fi RPGs. I could highly recommend it, even though the ending of like the series is kind of trash, and Mass Effect Andromeda was a huge letdown. Supposedly they're working on a fourth one, BioWare, but I'm pretty sure BioWare doesn't exist anymore. They probably fired everybody. Has a nice synthy vibe to it, synthy spacey vibe to it. This is the kind of like synthwave that I like. Never played it. You've never played Mass Effect. How much is the Mass Effect Remastered series on Steam? It's probably on sale. You could probably get it for free off Epic Games Store at some point. Let's see here. Don't buy Andromeda. Andromeda sucks. There's 2007. Nah, don't buy there's like a remastered bundle. There's the original Mass Effects. Ugh, that's an old Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 3. Really? There's no remastered? I thought there would be a Mass Effect Remastered. Did they take the remaster down? No way in hell did they. Legendary Edition. Did they take the Legendary Edition down? No, it's still on Steam. Please enter a valid date. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Steam. I'll enter my, like, 19010. There you go. I'm over 100 years old. So Legendary Edition still exists at $60. Fuck you. I mean, like, okay, don't get me wrong. Mass Effect is a good RPG, but $60? No. Yeah. Like, I typed in Mass Effect, and I'm like, how the fuck is Mass Effect not taking me to the Legendary Edition on my Steam profile? There it is. Digital Deluxe Edition, that's 2012. The Mass Effect 3. Did I like tell Mass Effect Legendary Edition that I didn't want to like see its shits anymore? Did I ignore it? Oh, it's already in my library, so that's why. Yeah, it's $50, $60. You think it would be on sale? Yeah, like it's not worth $60. It's an old RPG. If you get it for like $20, I highly recommend it. If you can get the Mass Effect Legendary Edition Knowledge Lambo for like $20, it's like 3 games, and these games are not like short either. They're very character driven, good writing. The plot can get a little silly from time to time, but again, Mass Effect 2 I think is kind of like one of the weakest in the series. But if you like ensemble casts with very good character, very good writing, very good role-playing game, done by BioWare back when BioWare was actually good. But yeah, $60, I don't know. But it's 3 games. The first game is kind of dated. The second game is a little bit better. Third game's pretty good too, gameplay-wise. Well, they didn't really fix it. They kind of like adjusted a few things, in my opinion. It still kind of has some dumb ass pulls at the very end for Mass Effect 3 that I don't particularly appreciate. But like I said, if you haven't played Mass Effect, it's definitely worth going in my opinion, if you can get it for cheap enough. Andromeda had the best gameplay. Andromeda did have okay gameplay, but I didn't think Andromeda was that great. There was some nice moments in Andromeda, but the gameplay wasn't good enough to hold it together for me. Which was the opposite of was it Expedition 33? Expedition 33 had some kind of dumb shit going on too. But the story was so original, the music was so good that I could just forgive all the mistakes that Expedition 33 made. Yep, the green, red, and blue endings. In my opinion, like, the only true ending for Mass Effect 3 was, like, the red ending. But I don't want to spoil everything, because Knowledge Lambo never played it. So we'll not talk about it too much. We're talking about engineering. Engineering gameplay is a typical expression of resource network and management that surrounds it. As a result, several core resources the crew must balance and maintain peak efficiency. These are controlled through MFDs or dedicated engineering console. On larger ships, display more detailed information. These resources are the lifeblood of your vehicle, define your performance. If one of them is mismanaged, you can really only manage power. The impact will ripple across the ship. You can make sure your fuel tank is full. You can make sure you have proper coolers installed. Oh, it is. The story and writing is great for Mass Effect. Even though people like rip on the third one, the ending for the third one mostly, there's still some brilliant moments in the third game. Especially when you get to like back to Tuchanka. Tuchanka especially, like if you with certain paths you take with like the head scientists. Writing's amazing there. It proves through systems throughout the vehicle and exists to bring resource network to life in a hands-on way. Power is the most crucial resource of directly affecting system performance. Is generated by the power plant and distributed to the resource network and fuses, allowing you to direct power to systems that need it most. Power is just one part of the equation. A crew must also manage several other vital resources to keep their ship operational. Power, we already talked about power. Coolant, the counterbalance to heavy system loads, keeping temperature under control and preventing components from overheating. Life support. Maintains breathable air temperature and pressure so the crew can continue to operate throughout the ship. Well, if you just wear a spacesuit, you don't have to worry about life support that much. Hydrogen fuel, lifeblood of the power plant, enabling power generation and forward thrust. And power plants will use the fuel in the future patch. Your ship currently just uses hydrogen fuel while it's powered on, which is designed to simulate. But just irrespective of which power plant you have installed, your ship will just consume fuel just for being turned on. You'll see that if you ever open up the repair menu in your Mobi-Glass while you're at a space station just sitting there, you'll notice that your hydrogen fuel slowly your bill for hydrogen fuel starts ticking up slowly. Quantum fuel required for quantum travel, long distance travel planning. So it kind of shows you how it's supposed to go. Fuel goes to thrusters. Fuel goes to the power plant, power, utility, and then power gets turned in for, all this other stuff. And then you have the coolant, which keeps everything cool. Quantum fuel is a quantum drive. It's very simple. You really can't control coolant. You can only make sure you have the right coolers installed and they're turned on. That's all you can really do with cooling. I guess you can turn stuff off to free up more coolant for other things. Just power distribution. Distributing power throughout the vehicle is one of the most important responsibilities for any engineer. This is handled through the engineering console or a simplified form through MFDs on single-seat ships. On these smaller craft, power is displayed in segments or pips. They can assign to different systems. The console presents power as a universal resource across all ship systems, showing how much is available, how much each system can use. up to its maximum. The more power you assign to a system, the stronger, more responsive it becomes, though many systems also require a minimum amount to operate at all. Power distribution generally follows 3 performance ranges. 0 to 40% low output, 40 to 80% mid-range, and 80 to 100% high performance. You think 100% would be nominal, right? That's just the rated output. If you give it all, you think if you assign more power pips, would be overclocking the component or something? We used to have overclocking, but then CG got rid of it because everybody just overclocked all the components and didn't bother thinking about it. Thinking about the consequences, because the servers didn't last long enough for ships to actually either the server crashed every 15 minutes or you died every 15 minutes for some reason, and the insurance claim timer, this was back in like alpha 3.0, 3.1, 3 through 3.5. So ships didn't last long enough for various reasons for people to notice wear and tear, but it did exist back then. Yes, they did. You would notice it. You would notice a visual degradation on ships if you took them into Arena Commander. You did like Vandal Swarm, and it took you like an hour to clear Vandal Swarm. You'd notice your laser repeaters where laser cannons would fire slower. You would have to keep your ship alive for about an hour, and that was a real trick. Because most of the time the server would crash every like 15-30 minutes back then. So it required like a rare instance of the servers actually being like stable. And then you had to be flying around and not die to any dumb bullshit like quantuming into like an asteroid or something, because that was a thing back then. Like you get interdicted by an asteroid, and if you like CIG maintained your velocity when you went into quantum, so when you came out of quantum from the interdiction, like you just fly into you just eat a face full of asteroid, or getting interdicted by a wreck site. I think I have a clip of me getting interdicted by a wreck site and just biffing it. Immediate respawn. Because in GT I have to drive to a garage as soon as I get a scratch on my car. So yeah, like wear and tear item degradation actually existed in previous patches. I'm pretty sure it may work like in the previous patch, like the 4.4, it may have worked then, but it was the rates were so low, it would take several days of playing before you notice components being like wonky. Before it was like an hour, like it wasn't very much. You go about an hour of gameplay, your components would be down to 50%. And then you'd actually notice that, like, your ship wasn't behaving. Like, you'd have to, like, start turning stuff off. Like, you didn't have your shields would start flickering, and you'd actually lose control. Because I actually had that in, like, 3.1. I noticed that after playing for a long time. Like, my ship wouldn't be able to turn and, like, have its shields on at the same time. I didn't have enough power, so I'd have to, like, turn my shields off in order to actually use my weapons and maneuver, or I had to have my shields up and then I could maneuver, but I couldn't fire my guns at the same time. I had to pick two options. And of course the fix for that was just go to Cryastro, repair the ship, and everything worked fine, or just claim the insurance on the ship, right? And if you had multiple ships, it didn't matter, because you could just leave the ship abandoned somewhere, blow the ship up, insurance scam it, and just fly a different ship for a little while the timer was going. It had almost no impact on gameplay back then, but it existed. I could confirm through personal interactions with the system all those years ago that it was in and it worked, but most people didn't even know it was there, because you had to have the ship up for a very long time. So if you're like into PvP, like you'd be dying every so often, or you just like blow the ship up instead of going to Cryastro, because most of the time Cryastro was the only place to actually repair and refuel your ship, and most of the time Cryastro was being camped. And when you did go to Cryastro to actually repair, your ship was like at its lowest durability, and like maybe you're missing a chunk of the ship, a few thrusters, and you couldn't fly straight. So the odds of you actually successfully landing with a damaged ship at Cryastro and then getting away after your repair was close to zero. Yeah, like I said, it was one of those, you had to pay attention to it. Because after about 30 minutes, you'd start noticing things were maybe a little wrong on some ships. Usually on ships that were really power hungry, like the Super Hornet, you definitely notice. Because you only had one, I believe you had 1 or 2 power plants? I think you had 2 power plants. No, you only had 1 power plant in the Hornet, I believe, at the time. But eventually, like, your power systems will wear out. You start noticing, like, your weapons weren't firing as fast, was, like, the first sign. And then after a while, you couldn't use, like, your weapons, your shields, and your thrusters at the same time. You have to start picking which system was powered up. And the glitchy thing with the MFDs was like EMP distortion effects. Like, if people are hitting you with, like, distortion weapons, like, your MFDs would start getting kind of fuzzy. But yeah, that was a thing. I don't know if, like, wear and tear affected the MFDs or not. I don't remember it affecting the MFDs back in, like, the 3.0, 3.1 era. But I think distortion effects were added around time Hurston was added to the MFDs. These above percentages ranges are not absolute, and some items may have slightly different ranges. Where these levels fall off, levels fall effects of system output, system resources consumption, heat generation, wear over time, and even lead to malfunctions. Your job is to balance the boost in performance against the long-term cost to keep your ship running as long as possible. Subsystems are managed as groups known as pools. Most commonly, weapons, shields, and thrusters. A pool allows you to assign power to an entire group rather than managing each system individually. The size of each pool is determined on a per-ship basis to match expected needs. One thing to pay close attention to is the weapon pool. Certain loadouts can exceed the pool capacity, meaning some weapons will never receive enough power to function and will appear grayed out. You'll need to monitor and adapt to this when planning your build. What determines the pool capacity? Is it just arbitrary? This is the first time I've heard about this. So I'm assuming that's why certain ships I fly like have like 2 grayed out pips on them. I always assumed that was like the turret pips, right? Since I didn't have anybody in the turrets, I just wouldn't fill those pips. For new pilots, vehicle operator modes can automatically adjust broad power distribution based on what you're doing. The 2 most common modes are SCM and nav mode. SCM stands for standard combat maneuvering. The default combat flight pre-mode with power distribution across all primary systems along with normal flight, shields, and weapons. Nav mode stands for navigation mode. Focuses on traversal with power prioritization towards engines, thrusters, limiting most other systems. There's really only 2 modes, SCM and nav. Oh, there's also mining and salvage modes. Engineering console. The engineering console is the center hub for monitoring and controlling system performance across the ship. It's available on vehicles with interiors usually near the engineering section. Should also be the co-pilot seat. The co-pilot should also be able to have this information on an MFD, but they don't. The console is divided into 3 primary views: vehicle, holo, room view, 3D view, engineering view, config view, and preset view. The room view presents a 3D hologram of the ship's interior layout, showing the status and location of systems and components. It offers a live readout of each room, including door states and health and functionality of individual parts with the ability to toggle them on and off. Key ship status details such as life support, cooling, overall health, and fuel are highlighted along with components that are offline or disabled so you never miss critical warnings. The engineering view focuses on power management and resource use throughout the ship. Toggle systems, assign power values, and see real-time resource production and consumption. This view also tracks temperature and provides warnings when components are overheated. Coolant acts as a passive resource produced automatically to regulate temperature once powered, with its performance affected by component size, grade, and power allocation. Finally, this webpage is not designed to be read by people who zoom in. I mean, like, Star Citizen has a bunch of people, like, the medium age for Star Citizen, I'm assuming, is somewhere north of 35. So you think people would, like, have, like, screen readers or something to help them read text on the screen. Finally, the preset view allows you to create and save custom power distribution profiles. You can build configurations from scratch, name them, and store them for use during key moments. Once saved, they're available for you and the crew to swap on demand. Master engineering consoles. Master the engineering console. Give your engineers ability to support their team effectively while other focuses on flying and combat and navigation. Component details. All components are linked through relays, allowing resources to move through your ship. Relays use fuses. Fuse slots to regulate performance and come in 3 formats, with 1, 2, or 3 slots. A relay will still function with a single working fuse, but missing or damaged fuses will reduce its efficiency, affecting the available power in the vehicle. The more slots that are filled with working fuses, the better a relay will perform, so replace damaged fuses should always be a priority. I think fuse gameplay is a mistake. Your engineering console displays the overall health of each component, so you can monitor their condition and react as needed. If a component becomes too damaged, you may need to repair it or replace it entirely if the damage is beyond recovery. Only components up to size 2 can be replaced manually in flight, with size 3 and 4 required to go to hangar and perform replacement through your mobiGlas. So ships with an interior with a cargo bay can replace components on the fly, like the Avenger Titan. But eventually the Avenger Titan's gonna get, or the Cutter. The Cutter, for example, can carry spare parts. The Nomad too. The Nomad as well can carry spare parts, so you have to put them inside the ship. Don't know how useful spare parts just lying around the ship are gonna be, though. Engineers must ensure that life support is always active through the ship to maintain breathing. No, you don't. You can just wear a fucking suit. This system is responsible for balancing temperature, atmosphere, and pressure across the ship. It must always receive enough power to support the crew. Life support can be managed through the engineering console using the room's view, which highlights critical information, allows you to control which rooms receive support. It displays flow rate, temperature, atmospheric levels, and any warnings, so you have everything you need to make an informed decision. You can also control life support power through MFDs with the ability to turn the system on and off with limited detail compared to console view. Filters. Filters are an upcoming feature currently in development and are planned to arrive in Alpha 4.5. Engineers will also need to replace life support filters to keep system functioning. These filters are unique to the life support system and operate similar to fuses, controlling resource output. Once a filter is full, it must be replaced or the system will shut down. Life support can also become a strategic tool in emergencies, such as cooling rooms when components overheat or venting spaces to eliminate large fires before repressurization. Venting a compartment removes it from use temporarily, but it's swift and effective way to handle dangerous situations. You could even cut air to deal with hostile boarders who are foolish enough to enter without helmets. I'm sure that could work for somebody, but I'm sure anybody boarding your ship is going to be wearing a flight suit with a helmet and their own oxygen supply. So I don't think cutting life support to stop boarders is going to be effective. Unless CIG nerfs... well, there's a plan. I would make a prediction. Next year, CIG is going to nerf how much oxygen your suit carries. It's going to go from hours to minutes of air. If that. Damage penetration. Different weapons types perform better or worse against armor, creating opportunities to target internal systems more effectively. From an engineering perspective, one of the most efficient ways to disable or destroy a ship is to breach its armor and damage components directly. In earlier updates, ships use single health pools that covers the entire body. In this update, ships use a single health pool that covers the entire body. They literally added another HP pool on top of the HP pool. It's so stupid. Where is it? Where is it? For components you repair, remove or internally eject them before destruction, and when your ship's hull is brought to 0 health, there's still time to repair the vehicle itself before worst occurs. But should damage continue being delivered beyond 0 health and without necessary action, a hard death may be triggered that ultimately causes the ship to explode. They added another hard death trigger to the ships because it's difficult for people to realize that when a ship stops moving and starts drifting listlessly through space, it's dead. So instead of getting the UI team in on this to create an indication that a ship is dead and you can stop shooting at it, they just make the ship explode because that's the only thing you morons know. Ship explodes, ship dead. Ship didn't explode, it not dead. Keep shooting, ship exploded, dead. Yeah. But we can read through the way this is intended to be read, but it's just another health pool. That's all it is. One of the most efficient ways to disable and destroy a ship is to breach its armor and damage components directly. In earlier updates, ships used single health pool covered the entire body, but this system is now evolved in preparation for Maelstrom, our future physicalized armor system. Ships are broken into individual components, and damage to those parts directly affects performance and survivability. The more damage your component takes, the less ship can operate at full capacity. Severely damaged or destroyed systems increase the likelihood of natural disabled state or a soft death, giving you and your crew a chance to finish the fight with precision fire. A heavily damaged power plant also carries a chance to trigger a critical malfunction that can result in an explosion. However, the ship's hull is brought to 0 health if buffer is activated. If more damage is delivered on top of dead hull buffer will trigger hard death and explode the ship. And a lot of people don't like that, including me. I just think they just need to touch up the UI a bit to let you know that the ship is actually dead, instead of having like it explodes. Hit the power plant and... Because like it doesn't make engineering special. Like this is the whole thing that was supposed to be in Star Citizen, was time to disable instead of time to kill. Like you disable a ship and people just keep shooting the hole until it blows up. Like who the fuck's gonna rely on like armor penetration for ballistic weapons when you can just like take a laser loadout and just like put a bunch of bullets into the hull till the ship blows up entirely. Damage penetration lets you push through the ship's hull, hit internal components directly, maximize the impact of your shots. Weapon sizes and the size of ships involved both play a role in how effective a ship can be. Components can also be interrupted by distortion weapons, which temporarily shut down to reduce their output to 0. Ballistic weapons offer higher penetration, letting you breach a ship more effectively once armor health is reduced, allowing you to accurately damage inner components, even chance to bypass shields. The problem with this, you can't target components directly with ballistic weapons. Also, I'm pretty sure, thanks to Star Citizen's netcode, you probably can't accurately target components either. Because I'm willing to bet desync is going to be a thing. Ships moving. Good luck with that. Because even the enhanced targeting mode, the precision targeting mode, you can't target power plants with that. Wear and tear, full system coming soon. Over time, components will not if components are not properly maintained, they will suffer wear and tear that reduces their effectiveness. This degradation increases resource consumption, raises heat output, and heightens the chance of malfunctions. It is essential to maintain components to keep them operating correctly. As components continue to run, wear will build up, leading to damage that directly affects the performance. The more wear they accumulate, the less they function, the less efficient they become, eventually reaching a point where they fail and take on damage rapidly. If left unchecked, this can threaten the ship's ability to operate. To prevent this, you must monitor component status and repair or replace them when needed, whether during flight or once safely docked. Keeping your ship healthy is an ongoing responsibility and a key part of keeping your crew in the fight. Heat and fire. Heat is now a crucial element for pilots and engineers to monitor. As components operate, they generate heat and raise their temperature, creating a constant balance act between cooling systems and maintaining performance. Coolant must be directed appropriately to keep components with safe operating limits while supporting the needs of the ship, and you can't control coolant. So I don't know why they keep indicating that there's more resources to control besides power. Like, you can't control coolant. Like, you just have to make sure it's there. Maybe you can turn off parts that are like consuming coolant to make sure there's more available for other parts, but there's really not much else you can do there. The longer the component runs at higher temperatures, the faster it will accumulate wear, reducing efficiency and increasing the chance of failure. If a component overheats beyond safe thresholds, it will trigger a thermal shutdown and stop functioning until it cools down. However, letting shield generators get to the point of malfunction or surface getting too hot increases the risk of fire. One of the most dangerous situations ships can face. Fires can start due to malfunctions or direct damage. Engineers must respond quickly using fire extinguishers or venting room to remove oxygen or suppress flames. I feel like this keeps repeating itself. Like, we've already talked about fire extinguishers multiple times and how you use them to put out fires. Did an AI write this? I always have to ask that now these days. I feel like this could have been like an I feel like this could have been like a shorter email, you know. This the feeling of like that this meeting could have been an email or something. I feel like this whole thing could have been like an email or something. Malfunctions. Component that are damaged, worn out, or running too hot can begin to malfunction. Why? I feel like, again, we just read something about this. And the result could range from reduced performance to complete shutdowns. They may be triggered by taking additional damage, failing to activate when needed, or require immediate repair, or the worst case can ignite fires that cause long-lasting harm and threaten the ship. Engineers must stay vigilant, and take care of their systems to avoid overusing or overpowering, keeping heat under control, and maintaining components in good condition. Proactive care is key for preventing malfunctions before they escalate. Critical failure. Critical failures are catastrophic states that may cause your entire vehicle to explode. They can occur when a critical part of your ship takes significant damage after reaching 0 health or your power plant is destroyed. Once you experience critical failure, there remains a window of opportunity to act, allowing you to stabilize the situation. For components, you can repair, remove, or externally eject them before destruction. And when your ship's hull is brought to 0 health, well, only size 1 and 2 components can be removed and ejected. There's still time to repair the vehicle itself before the worst occurs, but this could damage continue. Should this damage continue to be delivered beyond 0 health without necessary to take action, hard death may be triggered and ultimately cause the ship to explode. I know, right? We're almost done. Repair gameplay is essential to extending the life of all your components in your vehicles as a whole. It's recommended you always have a repair tool available for all situations and monitor health of all your components by the engineering screen. It's crucial, especially when you're in active combat in larger ships and push your vessels to maximum output, to have some of your crew focused on investigating battle damage and managing whatever is needed. Repairing or even fighting fires in extreme cases. In single-seat ships, you can perform limited auto repairs via the MFD screens to ensure you can get back to safe harbor to complete full repairs. You'll be able to repair canister with the camber SRT and multiple with camber light SRT attachment. You will need RMC. Again, they already mentioned that much earlier. We're just kind of repeating ourselves. These can either be brought in canisters at port to utilize repair, or you can limit the amount of RMC in each canister. When you run out, you can either buy more or salvage more. It's vital to ensure you can do necessary repairs, but also take some time. The key is catching issues early and deciding whether a component needs repair by monitoring its health. You can restore components that are completely destroyed back to a functional state while in flight, but it won't be able to bring them back to full health. To reach 100%, you need to take service to repair it at a station. If a component is destroyed again after being repaired in flight, it cannot be repaired in the ship a second time. Will stay inoperable until you dock. You can carry spare components aboard if you have the space, but only size 1 and 2 components can be swapped. Again, we're repeating ourselves. Anything larger requires you to be a hangar to replace. Overall, ensure you have capability engineering team to quickly repair effectively, as well as monitoring the components set in crew above your rest. Okay. Engineering is not available. Full engineering is not available in all vehicles. There is a list of all ships that have engineering and some partial engineering. Really? The Cutlass Black has partial engineering? I think it's just fuses. Ships with full engineering. Stage 3, fully enabled. Gold standard, right? All physicalized components are accessible. Full item repair enabled. All physical access engineering screens on our MFDs depending on vehicle size and interior. All relays are accessible. So stuff like the Gladius, the Idris, the Retaliator, the Saber, Vanguard series, Asgard Carrack, Paladin, Terrapin, Argo, CSVM, SM, MPV 1T, Raft, SRV, Apoa, Santokyai, Hover Quad, Nomad, the Ares series, the Mercury, the Intrepid, the Spirit series, the Starlift. Actually, yeah, the Spirit series, the Starlifter series, the Clipper, the Corsair, the Cutter series, the Golem series, the Vulture, the Prowler series, the Talon series, the Sulin, Greycat MDC, Greycat MTC, Greycat STV, the Kruger series, the Kruger Lone Wolf series, the Misk Fortune, Freelancer series, Starlancer series, the Fury series, the Guardian series, the Pulse series, the X1 series. For some reason, the X1? The Apollo series, the Lynx, the Mantis, the Meteor, the Perseus, Polaris, Salvation, Scorpius series, the Ursa, Zeus series, and the Nova, the Storm series. And then, of course, you have partial stuff like the Hammerhead, the Reclaimer, Redeemer, Centurion, Spartan, Valkyrie, Valkyrie Liberator, Mole, Caterpillar, Cutlass, Aspera Stinger, Big Hacket Market. Why did the Grays Market Shiv have partial? The Hull A, the Hull C, the Starfarer Gemini, the 100 series, the 400i, 600 series, 890 Jump, and the Constellation series. And then Stage 1 is basic support, so like the Avenger series, the Hornets, the Mark 1, the Mark 2s. The Hurricane, the Lightning, the Pisces, the Cartowal, the Nox, the Mustang series, Buccaneer, Dragonfly, Herald, the Reliant Razor, 300i series, Aurora, Ursa Cyclone series, and the Scythe. So CIG's got their work cut out for them to get engineering working. So did we stall long enough to get into Star Citizen? Let's find out. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I need to get my joysticks. Does actually hide yet, does. I don't know if I need to have this running, but let's see if we can actually play Star Citizen today, or maybe a waste of time. We may have to do like Helldivers or some shit. Or Mech Warrior Clans. Why the fuck not? So I was like, more clans for to go. All right, so here we go. Optimization shaders. It says, please wait. What if I don't wait? Let's see here. Body type. How do I do this again? There we go. We're definitely gonna skip tutorial. Stand system, Area 18. Well, let's see if we can actually get in. We got to the main menu. That was fast. Okay, so we're actually loading. Good for us. And I hear Amelia Boyd's body is actually in like Pyro somewhere. They got her strapped to like a one of the entrances. You could tell by her face. I saw it on Reddit. It was one of those tiny little set dressing. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, there's engineering, and of course a lot of people aren't taking it well. There's a lot of complaining about engineering on the forums and the Reddit. We'll see how it turns out. Yeah, I don't know. Do I actually care to visit Pyro? Well, here's a bad sign. Okay, so it's slowly fixing itself. Huh. Okay, so the floor is actually here. It's just whatever the fuck this is. So, in order to actually, like, play Star Citizen, I kind of need an ASOP terminal. Is there one over there? There's one over there. Okay, so the thing finally loaded in. So is this terminal? Okay, so the terminal loaded in. Okay. We figured it out, folks. Okay. Inventory. It's kind of like look at it, I guess. We have our stuff here still. We still have our Corbeil armor set. Some of the Corbeil arms are like hanging out by themselves. I have the crush set still, the nice shiny set, so the arms are still there. Vehicles. We have some stuff still. I don't know if we have everything. Probably want to head into the city. Buy like ammo, cruise lux, med pens, FPS ammo, maybe some missiles. Definitely want to get some cruise lux. Get some fuses, I guess. Not fuses are everywhere and ubiquitous. I hear Nyx is fucked. Like the new missions they added are basically broken from Prince. He told me that. Uh, 360 no scope. There we go. Jump, 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 jump. Moving right along. Oh man, if only these tram systems were faster, right? At least it allows you to play while it's optimizing shaders, right? It's just amazing just how much effort goes into optimizing the shaders, how long it takes. All right. New chairman reward. Oh yeah, the backpack. Apparently somebody has a ridiculous amount of like mercenary guild scripts. Think of all the Wicklow favors you can have. I didn't check my script because I didn't really care, but you know, stuff duping in your inventory. I mean, it's like they could put all the stores and whatnot right next to the spaceport, so you don't have to walk or travel all the way here. This is just for like cinematic purposes. I'm sure it's just like an invisible path that the tram follows. That was like manually placed by a developer. Probably at first, and they probably try to find a way to automate it. I know, right? The Mass Effect OST. It's so good. Star map theme. That's what this one is. All right, let's head into the Emperor Plus. Head to the pharmacy. Let's buy some med pens because they're probably not out of stock. Let's buy like 100 of them. Like these are so like ubiquitous; they're everywhere on the verse. They're basically free.
Very sorry, just outside my area of expertise.
But it never helps to have a few when you go to leave. Yep, the galactic map theme. Ah, got an eyelash. What was this theme? This one sounds familiar too, but I can't remember. It's like one of the conversation themes, I think. 50 something. Ilos. Yeah. It's been a while since I've played Mass Effect. So we need Karna rifle battery cap. Let's buy, I don't know, 200. 201, sure. And then we need P4 magazines. We'll just buy like 201 as well. I'm surprised they're not sold out. How about cruise? Like 50. 60 should be more than enough. I think that's gonna be it. I have med pens, I have ammo. We need to get our very festive equipment out. Take a look at our utilities. No, others. Actually, how many fuses do I have? You think fuses would be in utility, right? Because fuses are a utility item. But they're actually other. I do need to turn all this crap in, these protas and whatnot. So I have not a lot of MG scripts. I have some comp boards, alignment blades. Why do these look like they're trash? What if they like degrade over time? Carinites, channelites, comp board, Solidium. Got the engineering comp boards. Valcar pools. Jessalum. Part of the Woods. Ramonti Tongue. Femling, and then I have a bunch of Wicklow favors. Pristine metal. Supervisor key card. Dermatography metal, pristine. Vandal metals. Golden melons. What happened to the Vandal thingies? Oh, I have a Hello Sunshine Lumina plant. They're probably under containers, I would imagine. No. Not sustenance. Paints. Yeah. So I don't think the Vandal stuff is persistent. So I had to turn that stuff in. I figured that stuff would persist between patches, but apparently it doesn't. I actually do have some pants in here. Ooh. So what are we gonna do? I guess we're gonna get our Christmas shit out. Get some undersuits started. Oh my god, I have a whole bunch of white undersuits all over the place. Let's see, red or green? Probably green. We'll take a look at how that works. Helmets. The hell is this? Sterling Exploration Helmet. I don't understand how, like, stuff keeps getting broken, but it does. It's a red helmet, yeah. And then... not dark green. Just normal green. There we go. And then backpack. Oh my god, why is it taking so long to load everything? Oh my god, the backpacks. There we go. All right, so we got our red and green armor on. Oh, cool. We start with an SRT Cambrio. Attachment, full one. You know, we do have a Karna, right? Oh my god, watch out for that custom. I wish there was a search function. I could just type in like Karna and just get all the Karnas that I have. Do I not have a red one? I thought I did. Oh, there it is. I need to go find another red one. I have two of them. Never mind. I'm good to go. I don't really have... Well, hold on a second. Vertigo, you actually have a very festive Karna. Look at that. Yeah. And then we need sidearms. We need the med tool. And then we need utility. I don't think we have any very festive utility items. We'll split this guy into like 4. Oh, the split command doesn't work. Oh my lord, okay. I guess we'll just go with a red one. And then a normie one. The red one can have like the tractor beam. The normie one can have the Cambrio shit. Do I have one in here? I should. Drill tractor beam, there's Cambrio. I'll take the ArcCorp one. And then to prevent this from getting swapped out, toss that on there. Too bad you just can't just equip. Well, you can to this thing. Hold on, can we actually reload that? My Little Refuge! Thanks for that resub!
My Little Refuge just resubscribed for 8 months.
Oh, thank you so much. So that's season's greetings. As you can see, we are getting into the festives. I should have worn my red flannel shirt today. I used to have a Christmas scarf as well, but I lost it at my parents' house, so someone else got it now. One of my other family members has it. It was just me being bad. I totally forgot it like one of the last year or something. I'll probably bug my mom for it when I see her next time. But yeah, that's actually big. The fact that you can just reload the SRT by pressing the reload button instead of having to open up, because I thought I was going to have to like do the item inspector and then like click on this and then scroll through this. No, you can just reload the canister. So that's nice. That's actually really nice. That's a step in the right direction. Okay, so we have our salvage tool, we have our tractor beam. What else do we need? We need gun. We have gun. We need ammo for gun. Since we're using the Karna, we need Karna ammo. And weirdly enough, can we just split? 50? There we go. Yeah, it still works, but doesn't have any display. So it's impossible to read. So now we need the weapon stuff, custom. We need attachments. Let's see here. We need the Scorcher scope that I like so much. Also, I can't read what the hell I'm clicking on. Purple flashlights. I mean, honestly, just a red laser pointer would work. Or a green flashlight. I don't think we have a green flashlight, but let's put a red one on there. Supposedly there's new attachments this patch. Need a red and green flannel shirt. There probably exist ones. They probably exist out there. I had suspenders that lit up too, but the batteries ran out. I also need a flash hider. Yeah, flash hider is the only one that actually gives you like a reduction in recoil. There we go. Navtech, 2 times forward magnification. All right, then we need sustenance. Just 2 of these. Some grenades would be nice, but I don't think I have any. I didn't notice like a hilarious amount of fuses this time, which is good. So it looks like disposing of my ridiculous number of fuses was good for me. Otherwise, I would have had like another million billion fuses. Speaking of which, we should probably grab some. I don't know if Wild Blast has any. They have oatmeal nutritious bars. You think Dumper's Depot would have them. So let's head over to Dumper's Depot, which is this way.
Yeah, sure.
7 days of gluttony kicking off today. Cheers. I should get more water. Did they fix the stupid door being locked on live? They did. So second day of live. Now it looks like they fixed this door. God knows it'll break again. So let's type in the word fuse. Oh, look. So I guess we'll buy like, I don't know, 10 of these. Should probably get like some stuffed into like inventory, I guess. Just in case. All right, so that's basically our shopping. A few fuses, just in case. We have a Cambria SRT repair tool. We can now head back and start our adventures. Ah, yes. Don't know what the hell we're gonna do. Kind of fuck around, deliver some. Let's deliver some presents to start with. Get our if the Wicklow C1 exists, we can get that fucker out of storage. Assume I didn't lose it, but honestly, that thing was easy to get. Also, they're so easy to get that if I wanted to get like the whatchamacallit, the components that it has, because it has like size 2, good size 2 civilian components. You can buy them, but you can also rip them out of the C1 just and shove it into other stuff. What's this? Oh, that's right. Helmets are an actual thing. What is it? R? It's one of the. There's a hotkey for like removing your helmet. I can't remember what it is. But your helmet actually goes on your head. Well, hold on. Actions. Item actions. Left Alt H. There you go. Hey, you got your helmet right back here. Character walk around without their helmet on. I really do want them to get rid of this map. I know why it's there, but I want to be able to disable this. Well, it disables inside the transit. The loser cruiser. Ugh. So what else was worth talking about? So apparently the Squadron 42 launches in 2026, according to the website. Do they have they updated the Squadron 42 bullshit? Or is that like from Yep, 2026. Launches 2026. So that's a thing. Like, man, we were making jokes years ago about Star Citizen like launching in 2025, and here we are. Or Squadron 42 launching in 2025. Alright, so what a C1, right? We can also like slap some shit together, I guess, if we want to get like the Hornets. The Hornet going. That's an option. I like the Iron Skill library, is actually pretty good. System. I do have some A-rated coolers on here. You know what I don't have? My A-rated stealth shit. Do I have like stealth coolers? I have a couple snow blinds. Hey, Jakuluv! Thanks for that follow. I don't know how to pronounce that. Shit. I forgot to unequip the jump drive. Even though I really don't plan to go through a wormhole anytime soon. I'm almost of the opinion that like small ships like the Hornet shouldn't have a jump drive. Almost. I'm brave enough to say that into a microphone. Alright, did I get that? Yeah, it's off. Why not just a Spectre? And I have like 5 Mirages. Not exactly the best, but the idea your SIG stays low enough. I'm not quite sure how stealth is going to work out this patch. It may be just complete ass. Yeah, Omniskies, Revenants. I don't know, let's keep the mixed ballistic loadout. And then what else? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, C2, C1 Spirit Wicklow Special. Oh, he's delightful. And for some reason, I have a Mercury Star Runner. I don't know why. I still have a Clipper. I gave this away. I think it was, I can't remember, Rollflicker won this? trying to remember. I have 2 Corsairs. I have a Cutter Scout, Golem Ox. Probably still have a... Oh, I did do a giveaway for probably utility. We have Alpha Wolf, Starlands for Max. Why do I have Starlands for Max Tack? Is there a free fly going on right now? Apollo Triage, Constellation Andromeda, Perseus, Polaris, Scorpius and Teres. Why the hell do I have a Scorpius and a Scorpius and Teres? CIG just giving me stuff. Alright, let's get the C1 out. I can check to see if I have an MSR. I doubt CIG would give you a ship that big out of the blue to give away. No, I don't have a giveaway for the MSR. I think I may have a long time ago. Usually they try to keep everything giveaways like under 20 or under $200 on the web store. I have a Golem giveaway. Also have the Polaris Best in Show skin and the F8 Nightweaver paint. Like I said, let's do some deliveries. To all the good boys and girls. This is the season. Just to be thematic today. Right? And then don't forget, you have to put your fucking helmet on before you leave, or you're gonna be really sad. The people, nah, like, I don't think it's just so, because I solo capital ships, right, from time to time, my Polaris and whatnot. I'd be fine with having more stuff to bring more people around with. But yeah, you're gonna have, like, I think a lot of people that are, I don't know, it's hard to say. Also, I definitely need to change the guns on this thing. I totally forgot. You need Panthers. It's hard to say if it's just people being salty about a change in Star Citizen, and they're trying to grasp at straws. Any argument to like get CIG to like remove it, it's not going away. Same like Master Mode. Master Mode's not being deleted from Star Citizen. It'll change, right? But the core, like the bones, the skeleton that is engineering is going to stay in Star Citizen, whether you like it or not. And there's always going to be people who are pissy. Right, there's always going to be people who are pissy about any change in Star Citizen. And the question that came up earlier was, does this add meat and potatoes to Star Citizen, or is this just dig the hole deeper? Is this more complexity for the sake of complexity? And I'm gonna give it a chance. I'm gonna see how it works out. Like, in my opinion, engineering should really kind of be like this kind of thing that happens occasionally while you're flying around. Maybe if you engage in combat and your combat goes really bad, like it kind of convinces you to like disengage and maybe head out before things get really bad. Kind of like that was how it was in Wing Commander. Like you could get like stuff like radar damaged so badly that you just couldn't fly, and you were forced to abandon the mission. Let's see here. We're gonna keep all the components here. We just need to change the weapons from arresters. Arresters kind of suck ass. Thunderbolts are really good. These laser cannons, we could replace with Panther laser, which we don't have enough. Yeah, we can replace with Omnis, guys. Sure, why the fuck not? I have enough Omnis. I never thought I would have to, like, insurance scam, like, Badger laser repeaters, but here we are. I'm not quite sure how good Omni Skies are versus, like, anything else. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Asimir. I would love to have like a loadout, a preset loadout saves, as long as you have all the stuff in the loadout available in your inventory. You could just walk up to an alcove and just your character will change into that loadout, right? Because you saw how long it took me to prep, right? Once I got to the store, like I had to buy meds, I had to buy ammo, I had to buy cruise lux. Then I had to equip the armor set. It's like, what armor set am I going to equip today? I'm going to find my red and green armor because it's the season for red and green, right? And then you have to prep your ships. And every patch that comes out, you have to do this stuff. I wouldn't mind switching between my civilian clothing and my armor set if it was convenient to do. Like, just walk up to an alcove, choose what clothing you want to wear, choose an outfit. Yet, if the outfit's there, like your character immediately puts the armor into storage and you put on your clothing. And then you're ready to go into the town. Have a night out at the club, because they're not going to let you into the club wearing a full combat loadout, like your ice or something. Looking to grab the bartender. Yeah, I mean, well, it's the fact that you have to fuck with your loadout so much. Like, I agree with you on the prep work stuff. Star Citizen really wants you to like plan, but in reality, you just take all the stuff you need, throw it into your backpack, and go. But you have to do that every time. Same with when you die. Like when your character passes away. Back when we had like T0 item recovery. I know, right? Meanwhile, I'm wearing yellow black plaid. Back when you dropped everything on the ground, had to do like a corpse run. Right? Death in Star Citizen is a little bit more unpredictable than like World of Warcraft. Because World of Warcraft has PvE servers and PvP servers and hardcore servers. Alright, where is the... I think this is the bathroom, right? Yeah, it's the bathroom. I think it's in here. I've been told. There it is. Okay. I've been told there is a new trick. So we can go to... There's presets. We want to go towards... Doors. Okay. So you can lock doors. There is a way to lock the door open. Yeah, there we go. I wanted to show everybody this, because this is a thing that we've been asking for a while in Star Citizen. You can lock the goddamn doors open. Look at that. So you no longer have to... You no longer have to wait for the fucking doors to open. You can just leave them open. It's so fucking amazing. If the door is open, you can just lock it, and it stays locked. You have to go to the engineering console to unlock it. There you go. I know, right? Mercury Star Runner, Hercules series, the C1 series. Caterpillar is probably... I don't know if the Caterpillar has this functionality, but the Caterpillar has too many doors. So, yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be some security risks to this, but I mean, like, it's going to be up to you to figure out, do you want to close the doors before you get off your ship? But let's see, let's familiar ourselves with where the fuses are. So there's 2 fuses here. Avionics has nothing really going on there. I'm assuming there's only like 2 fuses in this entire ship. Feel kind of weird that this ship even has fuses in a relay. Fire spread risk, but honestly, I'm probably just gonna like decompress the entire ship. Oh my god, my frame rate. What the fuck? Holy shit. Yeah, it looks like there's only 2 fuses in the entire ship. 1 fuse holder, and then 2 fuses. And we could doubly confirm that by going to the engineering console. Go to connections. So we have a relay here, and it says we have a relay back here as well. Somewhere. Oh, there we go. So we have 4 fuses. Gotcha. Alright. You love that, Wild Bolus? I know. I figured I'd get it out of storage for the season. You know, let's get the festive. I also have the tree up too with the lights and whatnot, and tinsel and ornaments. Actually, I forgot to check to see if did CIG put Cambria SRT containers and fuse containers in storage? Yeah, did you see the tree on the Discord? Yes, they did. So you have a few, oh, more than a few canisters. And fuses. More than just a few. So each compartment has a few fuses. That's mighty Christian of them. To give you some prep work, some spare shit, some parts. Oh my god, my legs. Oh. Fucking went to the store yesterday. Ugh. All right, have a good night, Jonelle. Merry Christmas if I don't see you. Oh, man. I just went to the store yesterday, and that's all I did. Walked to the bus stop, rode the bus to the Walmarts. Also, I have like my my thing here. Oh! I don't understand why my legs are so sore. I guess I'm just getting old. Oh my god. Let's stretch out a little bit. Maybe it's just me like sitting down for too much. What are we gonna do? Yeah, we need a delivery mission. Deliver cruiser or collect package from Starfarer. You are a Daymar. You have Lumo present delivery, black box recovery, Akro agency, chlorine. Deliver gift to Antonio, 2 dots. Oh, for 5. I guess we could do this. But there's no delivery location up here. That could be a problem. Alright, so we're good to go. Let us get the landing gear up. Let's call ATC. Mad Boy! Thanks for the follow! Alright, oh that's right. I have like my volume turned down because things were getting obnoxious in Star Citizen with like ship sounds for some reason. There we go. I just had to remember what those buttons did. I'm still getting used to the double joysticks. Alright, nav mode, here we come. And I do realize I need to like get my MFD set up a little bit better. Alright, so we're in there. Definitely can afford to reduce the amount of power there. We could turn off, like, life support. More power to coolers! Army skies. They really need to have a heat indicator for your ship. Like, you think temperature would be more than, like, repair. Like, you think wear would be, like, a low priority. Would be, like, a low priority item on your ship's heads-up display. Like, you'd have to go back and, like, actually look at the components to determine the amount of wear they have. As opposed to, like, using the how does the MFD know how much wear the component has?
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
The guy's name is Marker. Macker, I guess.
Quantum travel engaged.
Leaving restricted area.
Quantum travel complete.
Warp there.
Quantum travel engaged.
Oh, man. Tim the Toolman. There's a fucking thing I haven't heard of in a long time. Tim the Toolman Terror. Tim Allen. Plays Tim Allen. Right? Oh no, he made something crazy and he hurt himself again. It was like a TV sitcom, similar to, like, you know, Happy Days, All in the Family. My parents liked it because it was very inoffensive to their Christian sensibilities.
Quantum travel complete.
So it's something I got to watch. Same with, like, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We're probably coming a little too fast. Maybe. No, not really. We had this. Alright. Landing. Beagle.
Alert. Front crash close.
I had a little bit of a hiccup there because I forgot which direction of my joystick goes where for a few seconds.
Front crash close.
The wonderful Wicklow skin. I think I have a Christmas luminal skin for this thing. Could probably move it a little closer, Vertigo, you think? Or just turn it around. There we go.
Engines off. Landing complete.
Yeah, my ankles, my feet, my hips, my knees are hurting me. Maybe I just need to get out more. Maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe I'm dying. Yeah. That could be it. That could be it, Virgo. My god, this is so cool. The gun matches my armor. I think they do have luminal skins for. I think I've seen it for like the scalpel. I don't think I've seen one specifically because they have the icebreaker skin is basically the luminal skin, which is blue and white. Yeah, because I don't. Well, it just the paints don't work very well on the Wicklow ships because they're set up slightly different. The Wicklow ships are set up a little differently. I have coffee. Coffee milk, I'll take that. Resurgent pen, sure, why not? That did open pretty nicely. I like to point out the frame rate's actually being kind of nice to me right now. Oh, there also is a Lumina Flare that I have too I could equip for extra special credit. What ship is that? That is the Crusader Industries C1. The, what is it? The Spirit. The Spirit C1. The Spirit series. There's 3 in the series, there's only 2 in the game. There's a 3rd one planned to be released at some point in the future. This is the cargo variant, the C1. It's basically just got a big empty hallway out the back. The other one... Oh, I went to the wrong one. Okay, so I was just like, sorry, I was just sleepwalking. The other one is the A1, which is a bomber, which replaces the big hallway with a whole bunch of bombs that you can throw at people. So if I wanted to use the luminal paints on the Wicklow variants, I'd probably... I don't think it would look very good. Because I tried applying the other C1 paints that I have from, like, the supply or die event. What was the Race for Stanton? And it didn't work very well on the Wicklow skin. I know, wrong place. I just went to one of the markers. So it's my bad. It was my bad. But hey, at least we don't have to wait for these goddamn doors to open. They just stay open now. I'm actually happy about that. I mean, as much as everyone bitches about engineering being, like, bad for your ship, it's like, hey, at least you get to pin the doors open. And of course, I turned off, like, the, air supply, so my ship is slowly losing pressure as I go in and out.
Alert. Overhead crash close. Launch complete.
So I'm basically off the air supply in my suit.
Landing gear.
So that's one of those things I'm gonna have to keep track of. Because it can go wrong really quickly. I probably should have paid more attention. So we have to go to Arcport Processing Area, Arcport Processing Center 123.
Quantum travel engage.
Bum, 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 bum.
Quantum travel complete.
This allows us to get to Lyra. This is also the Wicklow version of the ship. Has a slightly different skin that's available only from the in-game Wicklow shop. Kind of looks like shit in this lighting, but it does look kind of nice when you get it like in proper lighting conditions. Kind of a coppery color, or bronze or brass. A very light copper.
Quantum travel engage.
There you go. That's a slightly better view of the color scheme this thing has. I think it looks pretty good. Hey, Brian Fury, Merry Christmas to you. I see you on YouTube. Merry Christmas to everybody. If yeah, you know, I grew up celebrating Christmas, so I don't know about everyone else. I am not offended if you say Happy Holidays to me, but I will say Merry Christmas back to you. Like I said, I grew up with Christmas. I don't know if we're going to be seeing everybody for Christmas, because we're getting to that point where everyone's taking time off or getting ready to take time off. Maybe travel with the family, or maybe actively avoid with the family. There we go. Always for the noobs in the chat that are new to Star Citizen. There's a pro tip. Always aim to arrive above your target. That way, if there's an oopsie, you don't end up burying yourself into the side of a mountain. This... We're gonna have to park a little ways away. That's the one problem I have with this ship.
Alert.
It does not have a small landing footprint. Happy Luminal. That is a Star Citizen specific holiday we are celebrating right now. It's Star Citizen's version of Christmas, because apparently they can't afford to have Christmas 900 years in the future. Let's see here. Could we have landed closer? Maybe. You know, I'm reminded of that episode now of like Star Trek the original series. There was that episode about those sun worshippers. And they were talking about Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Spanish version of like Merry Christmas. I don't think this is gonna work, Vertigo. Maybe. There's one way to find out. Where's open exterior? Does that button just not work anymore? But I remember the episode of like Star Trek, the original series, when they came across, I can't remember what episode it was, but I vaguely remember the plot line to the episode where they came across this planet of sun worshippers, and I can't remember the plot line. But it ended up like they were like, they can't be worshiping the sun. They're too advanced of a civilization. And it turned out it was the Son of God, Jesus Christ. Was like, they're worshiping Jesus Christ, the Son. It was one of those episodes that was designed to appease the Christian sensibility at the time. But it was very like, oh my God, they have Jesus in the future. What a concept! Maybe Christians were right. I would love to see an episode of Star Trek like Strange New Worlds, where it's like you have an alien race that's worshiping like Allah or like one of the Hindu gods, and like Pike turns to the camera and like, maybe all those years ago the Christians were wrong. Why else would they be worshiping a Hindu god on this planet and they haven't met humans before? Just to fuck with people. Of course, there was that one episode of Star Trek The Next Generation where Q was God after Picard died. Picard, I can't remember what happens. Picard gets shot in the chest and he has to have his artificial heart replaced. And I can't remember how he got power, fucking EPS conduit exploded or some horse shit. Fucking he drank Earl Grey that was way too hot. And the cold open for the episode was before the intro plays. The cold open was Picard wakes up in this room filled with like white lights, and you hear this voice calling out to him, Picard, welcome to the afterlife. And then he turns around, John D. Lancey, like there, Q, his character Q, is like, welcome my son, I'm God, or some shit like that. I can't remember how it goes on, but it's just like, oh my God, Q's God? What the fuck? Welcome to the afterlife, Picard. You're dead. Yeah, I think I'm about to mark this somewhere else. I don't even know if I can get back into this damn thing. It's nice. Is that new Star Citizen out yet? What do you mean, Star Citizen? I mean, the patch? Yeah, the patch is out right now. Drunken Eye. Duncan Eye. So we're playing 4.5 as we talk about Star Trek. Nope, live right now. Okay, so this will work. And it's a low gravity world, so we'll be able to get back in if we have any problems. Yep, not in PTU. Actually live to everybody, whether you like it or not. Yeah, well, Saurus, yeah. I remember Saurus too. Saurus, back when Salty Mike was called Twerk 17. Matachi. Binary Loop. What was it? The Few. Scorpion 066 or something. What was his name? Scorpion 66. Many people have come and gone in Star Citizen over the past decade. But Vertigo persists. I'm here. Oh my god, that is so ugly but cute. What is this? It's like a salamander. Honestly, I would love to own this plushie, but it's just, you know, I'd probably just make it for myself instead of like buying it from like the web store. What is this? No description for it. Well, they don't give you, okay, so there we go. I got Cruise Lux descriptions. Okay, whatever. Oh, you're talking about Gray-Headed Gamer. Gray spelled with a G-R-A-Y. Probably him. There may have been others. There may have been others over the years. Another little Finley the... These are so... What is it? Finley the Stormwall plushie. Finley Stormwall loves sailing through the clouds of Crusader's atmosphere, much like Crusader's ships. Finley's big, graceful, and quite sight to behold. Now this majestic creature can accompany you on his journey through the stars with this soft, squeezable plushie. Did they change the... Did they add a new plushie, or did they change the original Finley plushie? There we go. So we got all three. We got all three of them. Delivering plushies to all the good boys and girls of the verse. Definitely a new one, yeah. Followage! Exclamation point. Follow age. One word. No capitalization. We'll let you know how long you've been following the channel. Yeah, we've been at this for a while. And some people get their follows interrupted because Twitch likes to unfollow people from time to time for some reason. I've noticed that it happens to me from time to time where I follow a streamer, content creator on Twitch, and then I don't check in on them very regularly, and then after a while, I like, why isn't this person live? And then I check my follows, and I'm like, oh, they're not following them anymore? Yes, I have more gray hair than when I started. hell's that? Is that just a star in the night sky, I guess? Alright. Luckily, we didn't have the big presents to carry out. Stuff just fit in the backpack. Alright, so far so good. You know, I don't know what everyone's problem is with, like, engineering. Just, it doesn't seem that big of a deal. Well, of course, we're just flying around, not really doing anything. Delivering some presents. Alright, activating power.
On. Launch complete.
Pulling up our landing gear.
Landing gear up.
And we don't have a destination for our delivery. I know what this tells us. We went there earlier. Marked off a point, Arc Core Processing Area, 151 Walla. We can probably just type in Arc 114? No. There we go. Oh, yeah, sure, go for it. If you want to play Star Citizen, the latest patch is out. They are having some problems with the servers on the back end. Something with, like, ships not being able to be used. So if you have a large fleet, then you definitely need to update it. You just cancel the mission. Why? I can just deliver them, get paid, and then keep the plushies for myself. So apparently they're going to have a hot fix out that fixes, like, people's ship lists. So it looks like CIG's working the weekend. Maybe, possibly. I don't know how they get away with this shit. Somebody wanted some overtime, so they released a patch that was broken. Oh, but boss, we have to work the weekend. If we don't, our customers are going to be really mad. Yeah, that's the ticket. Did you Luminal gifts? Did you? Yeah, I did the advent calendar on the website. I mean, it's free stuff. Why not, right? So, we're doing some Luminal delivery today. Or at least, not all today, but... You know, these are like special event deliveries, so might as well do them. Just to be in the festive spirit. The landing gear down. Okay, now we're actually here when we're supposed to be here. Instead of like...
Alert. Front crash close.
Flying like a maniac, Vertigo. What are you doing? If only we had a landing UI. Boop. I think we rotate it just a little bit.
Engines off.
Make it a diverse, happier place. We're trying to. At the tech planet, that ArcCorp? Because I was able to walk through ArcCorp no problem. like this patch. But last patch, when I spawned at the Habs at ArcCorp, the floor wasn't there. Which was like, oh, that old bug. Remember when the floors didn't spawn at ArcCorp and you fell to your death as soon as you spawned in? Yep, that was last patch. That was literally like last week. Surprised it's still there. Yeah, nothing I really want here. I've already been through this stuff. But luckily, I don't visit my Habs that much at ArcCorp. I'm assuming. There we go. Okay. There we go. Contract complete. Yeah, I feel like the looting stuff is really responsive, like more responsive than it usually is. Yeah, I don't blame you, Dunk. Like, just the whole falling through the planet bullshit was stupid, and it still happens from time to time. Like I said, literally the last patch, I got on the, let's see, last patch. I was talking about like some of the more obscure stuff in like Star Citizen. I mentioned that there was the shanty towns at Lorville on the outskirts that you can go visit. And I was just like, yeah, let's just go show those off. It'll take me like 5 minutes to get there, but we can just kind of wander around and show everybody the stuff that CIG hasn't touched since Lorville was put in. And I was riding the train, and I tapped out to go watch like a Monty Python video for some laughs. And when I tapped back in, my character was falling through the planet. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there. And then shortly after that, I was fucking around in Pyro doing one of the repair missions that I've never managed to complete, and there was a whole thing where I didn't have the resources, so I had to hunt them down. It was pretty cool being resourceful and finding the materials needed to do the repairs in the game world instead of like traveling back to a space station that sells it to you. I was able to steal some fuses. I was able to get some salvage material from my repair tool, and eventually I completed the mission. And I was exploring the headhunter's hideout that I had just fixed up for them, and I found a bunch of drug packets. I was just like, wow, that's a lot of drugs here. That's probably worth a few thousand credits. So let's search around and see what else we can find here. Big mistake, because I went into the basement figuring they were hiding more shit from me, and they have a bunch of boxes stacked up that you have to like either push through or use your tractor beam to push out of the way. They're little boxes that you can carry with your character, pick up and carry with your character. And I just kind of pushed. I came to a crawl space that had like two boxes right next to each other. And I just pushed one out of the way with my tractor beam, and I would try to walk past the second one. But I was a little sloppy on walking past it, where my character tried to walk over it. That clipped me through the roof of the facility, and then caused me to fall through the planet. Yeah, that was that's a thing. And of course, I had the one where I respawned at the Habs at Area 18. I left my Hab and the floor was gone. There was just, I think there was like a screenshot on Reddit of what I saw. I'll go to the Star Citizen. So that stuff is still a thing, Dunk. Still fucking happens. And it blows my fucking mind that it happens. I just can't get over just like you guys just can't get the fucking floor to like spawn in properly. Like 90% of the time, 80% of the time, 60% of the time. No, it just gets all fucked up. That'd be like one of the first things, like if I ever made an FPS game, that'd be one of the first things I would make sure would happen. Like the floor is there. Kind of need that. I swear to God, I saw a picture of exactly what I saw. Otherwise, I have to go look up the old broadcast, which I don't want to do. Yeah. Also, they added VR support. Right. So VR support is a thing now. Just shoot it until it dies, because it's just. But it's just more health bars, right? So capes are kind of fucked. So I think we're close, because I remember that being in there. New volt attachment. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is a bright fucking light. It's rest up and ready for 4.5. Jesus Christ, that's hideous. Oh yeah, the graphics have been getting fucked up too for some people. AMD! If you have AMD drivers, you have to use like the you have to use like some old drivers or something because there's a bug. There's a bug with like the AMD drivers. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck this thing is. I mean, it's just the floors we're missing. You go out of your hab and you just see through the ground. You get stepped, you fall to your death. But luckily, like, luckily when you fall to your death, you wake up in the hospital, so you don't have to deal with that shit anymore. Oh well, I can't find it. I can't find it. But we'll be the Grinch and steal the plushie. Here, that one's mine. And away we go. Dun. You just found a turtle? Awesome. Where'd you find it? Find it out in the wild. I found a floating rock. I just realized those rocks aren't supposed to be like that. Hidden cargo spot? Okay. Oh, it's just a low poly rock. Okay. Nope. I think they had this shit in Starfield. Right? Don't worry, the next Planetary Tech version 5, which is Genesis, they'll fix that. They'll fix that in the next release. Seriously, like Dunk, they're developing new planetary tech. Again. I can't remember what version of planetary tech they're on, but they're pretty far out there. Alright, so we need to get...
Engines on.
I mean, it looks pretty. It really does. And part of making successful AAA games these days is convincing everybody that your game is pretty. Right, having the best graphics is like a requirement. We used to joke about ships once being marked. No, they have. They have done the Mark 1, Mark 2. The Hornet. They've already announced that the Aurora is going to get a Mark 1 and a Mark 2 next year, 2026. I mean, it's not a joke anymore. What are we going to do? Oh, that's actually worth even more. What the fuck? Ghostiness crystals. OLP, deliver message. Okay, let's go do this one, I guess. Do a little bit of combat. I don't think I could do much with like this guy. This thing isn't exactly built for combat.
What up, Stones? You got the location, so go out there and keep...
Stones has a hell of a tan this patch. I don't trust that I could travel to OM5. Let's see here. It's telling me the atmosphere is danger. But my O2 is my oxygen in my suit is 100%. Pressure is 53 HPA hectopascals. I think 1,000 is considered normal. Exterior temperature is 0 C. We have no radiation. I have no idea what that does. Let's send it to my movie glass somewhere. Well, they already have that Asgard with like with Wicklow. Like they could easily do like a random Wicklow drop paint schemes that are like better than the normal schemes. MMOs usually don't get a sequel, Isomir. Usually, like, they just keep improving the MMO. Unless your first MMO did really poorly. Like EverQuest. Oh, this is an escort mission? Fuck you, game. I don't want to do an escort.
Shield on. Attack on shields. Alert. Deck crash close. Contact.
Do you mind? I am trying to work here.
Failure.
Alright, now that we're actually
Alert.
shields are down.
Front crash close. Shield failure. Target destroyed.
That sound of stuff hitting the hull is not a good thing.
Attack on shield. Shield failure.
Damn it!
Target
It's one of ours.
Alert. Deck crash close. Alert. Front crash close.
Probably should have let the shields recharge a little bit more before I closed in on these guys.
I need help! Now!
No, I think you need to, die, Mr. Bond. Pew, pew, pew.
Attack on
The next thing we have to do...
Ah, shit! They're all over me!
Yeah, I know. The next thing we have to do is, like, get out the Polaris. To see how that works out for us.
Alert.
Shit!
Crash close.
I think he's dead. No, he's still maneuvering.
Alert. Front crash close. Target destroyed.
We'll leave soon. Just wait on one more thing.
Oh my god, so this is... They're just gonna keep slapping me with shit to, like, fight here?
Attack on shield. Alert.
Shit!
Front crash close. Alert. Front crash close.
Mayday!
Why are you shouting Mayday?
Target
Shit, we lost one.
destroyed.
Why are you shouting Mayday? Hey, ship pasta, hey, ship pasta!
Contact.
Ah, shit, they're
Attack
dead!
on shield. Target destroyed.
Shit. That hurt.
Damn straight. I mean, I was expecting, like, more bad stuff to happen to me here.
Let's get started.
Target destroyed.
But, yeah, like... So far, nothing bad has happened? Even though we're definitely taking some hits. Let's go through this shit. Our components. Yeah, health of everything is fine except for my Omni Skies. They're down to like 92, 96%. But 90, anything above like 75, I think you're perfectly okay. Oh. How many players per server, says Dunk? It's around 600. They stopped advertising how many players recently. What ship is this? Freelancer. Around 600, 700 people now per server. They have multiple servers per region now. Stanton has like 6 or 7 servers. Pyro has like 3. Nyx has 3. Nyx is back in the game, by the way, Dunk. So if you remember Nyx from back in the day. Yeah, I was looking at my components to see if they got hurt real bad. But apparently this thing's got pretty strong hull. They weren't able to, like, do much to me. I have a little bit of red on me.
There's more of those bastards coming our way.
Alert. Front crash close. Contact.
Is he gonna run into the damn ship? Jesus Christ. That approach.
Alert. Front crash close. Target destroyed.
I don't like how they blow up like that. Like I said.
Mayday, mayday! Outlaws are attacking my ship!
Wait, why is there another escort ship in here?
Look out! More ships incoming. More ships arriving. Get ready.
Missile locked.
Yeah, why do I have to, like, defend two ships at once? This doesn't seem very fair.
Where the hell are you going?
Or this mission's bugged. It's putting two, like,
fight's over here, genius.
See, this is why I turned off the AI, because, you know, there's two of you I have to protect.
Contact.
There's more of those bastards coming our way.
Attack on shield.
I'm heading out. Take care. Where the hell are you going?
I'm trying to actually, like, fight the guy. That.
Fight's over here, genius. Holy shit, that was one of our ships.
More ships arriving. Get ready.
My God, for like a simple escort quest, this is a little too complicated. I suppose you're supposed to, I guess you're supposed to come in with like a Hornet or something.
Attack on shield.
Where the hell are you going? Shit.
Damn it, we lost one of ours.
Fight's over here, genius.
Ah, yes. Weapon.
Failure.
Oh, I love the, no.
Bastard!
Alert. Overhead crash close.
Why are cutters so just tanky?
Target destroyed. Contact.
Fight's over here, genius.
Missile
Need help.
Send one missile at this guy.
Friendly ship down.
There we go. Where is this guy? This guy's on the other side. So it looks like an escort was successful.
Anytime you'd like to help.
target destroyed.
Guy sounds like me. Alright. Mission complete.
Thank you. I thought we were done for.
Only two. Yeah, it was a two council script mission. Jesus Christ. Alright. Let's get out of his seat. Let's go check our components.
What's up? Stove. Gonna send your pay.
So it looks like sugar tractor beam, hydrogen fuel cooling system, hull armor is at 0%. So our hull's at like something, some odd percent. Our cooling system's at 226. So does this single cooler not have like enough? Where's the cooler? That's the radar. Power plants. APHIS cooler. Fuel generator. The temperature is going up on the fuel generator slowly. Yeah, but I mean, like, where is life support? Where's the radar? There it is. Oh, we don't have enough energy for life support. I like how this hydrogen fuel is at 98%, yet it looks like it's at 75. This thing does not have enough cooling, like, to run everything, I guess. Even though it has A-rated everything. I think that's the battery. Unknown part, that's probably the radar. Life support goes in there, I guess. They really should have like a display of like, here is your temperature for all your components. Oh, they do. Like when you mouse over it. It's at 110. 100. Turn on life support. Oh, because the cooler lost a pip. That's why. And so that probably drops it really fast. 97. 96. 95. 91, yeah. So for some reason my cooler got fucked up. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I don't need this tractor being powered up at all times. I just realized. $85, $24, gun. How long do we get S tier parts? I mean, we're gonna get exotic alien parts, I guarantee you. At some point in the future. What are we gonna do? Home. So we're at 53 hectopascals, which is too low. We should really be. I think Earth is like 100 or 1,000 hectopascals at sea level. Yeah, there we go. 1013. So that is safe atmospheric pressure. And got temperature, radiation. We're all good there. And as long as you don't open the door on the ship, like, it'll be fine. So we'll go ahead and disable the power plant, or disable that. Give everything a boopsie. By 1. We'd love to be able to save that power for a while. So if we go into here, and then look at doors, unlock that door. Unlock that door, close the door. There we go. Nope. Oh, you fuckface. I literally have a fuse in my hand, dipshit. I thought I did. Well, there's one good reason to have that component panel closed at all times. You may accidentally grab that fuse. There we go. Jesus Christ, that takes a while to get out. Alright, so we've reactivated and disabled. I didn't want to open that. Huh. There we go. So that opens. What about this guy? He will not open. Why? All right. So we have breathable air, according to our Moby glass in here, and if we open the rear component access, you know, the rear ramp, safe, we should decompress the entire ship, or decompress this the back end. Danger, atmosphere, it's showing 1013 still in terms of atmospheric pressure. I think that's because I'm not quite sure why that is. Yeah, like, well, the temperature is negative 273 degrees centigrade, which is like absolute zero. Oh, and by the way, you can repair ramps now. Repair your doors. And then we open up the door here, and temperature starts to equalize between the two segments. As temperature starts to like flow into each other and pressure and like air. So now it's at 692 hectopascals, which is like not, it's about half, right? What we need. And my armor is starting to ice up. I'd like to point that out because of how low the temperature is. So we're starting to see interesting interactions inside the spaceship with turning off the life support system and venting the ship. Yeah, we're at 9C. We're at negative 9C right now. So it's fairly cold in here. So if we open this door up, we start moving forward. It's only negative 6C up here. It's at 790 hectopascal, which is a little bit better, but it's pretty cold. Right? Yeah, 7 atmospheres. And if we go to cooling, damaged. Turn on life support. Temperature is starting to come up. 6 degrees C, 7 degrees C. Atmosphere pressure is starting to come back up. Now it's 12 C. So around 20, 28, 30 C is about room temperature, if I remember correctly. There it was 20.9 C room temperature. And if we go back to presets, turn that off. Yeah, I wonder how long you can, like, I wonder if does your character consume oxygen? 'Cause I don't know. Just your character kind of just wandering around. That's cool. Let's see here. I think it was right alt H, right? Or was it like left alt H? Can't remember which the one which is put on your hip. There we go. Left alt. Because life support's off. Really, your atmospheric composition, your pressure, atmospheric pressure is not going to change at all. It's going to be your atmospheric composition. I mean, just increase the consumption of player characters. So I don't know if we can go out and repair the armor. We can try that. Put our helmet back on. It's really, it's kind of slow for like the one-handed tractor beam. Looks like the bigger the part, the more of a pain in the ass it's going to be to repair. I'm just trying to repair, like, armor, I guess. I have no idea what's going on here. I guess we go back to, like, we'll get this up to, like, 90-something%. %, like... This is really slow, or I'm not doing it right. Okay, so that's the thruster. There you go, 96%. What is this? It says repairs not needed, but I'm repairing whatever the hell this is. Is that the armor? It's up to 50%. It's repairing pretty quickly, whatever it is. Surprised you don't have to turn the shields off to actually do this. It would make sense. I guess that's like the missile rack or something. Main component hull, main hull, I guess. Gas vehicle hull. The front's at 82%. This part's at like 0. It's ticking up. I can definitely see the desire to have the two-handed Cambrio, STR, SRT. This part integrity's all fucked. Yeah, some of these parts, I guess you were healing individual parts of the ship with their hit point pools. I guess that's what we're doing here. Some of the hit point pools on the ship could be quite massive, considering just how slow this repair tool could be. Probably better off just going to a space station, hitting the repair button, than doing it manually. I did absolutely no armor repair. Yeah. That's nice. So, it's gonna be one of those things where I don't think you can put armor back onto the ship, maybe? You can repair the hull, but armor can't be repaired. So that means after every fight, right? After every fight, you're going to have to go back and repair armor, or you're going to be at a disadvantage. Thanks, CIG. Let me head down and get my goddamn banana. Because armor is a bar you can't repair in the field. Like if you want to actually have armor, you need to have it replaced at some point. And the only way to replace armor is to go back and looks like to Baijini Point or Space Station or something. I mean, if you could like put armor back onto this ship after a fight, okay, cool. It'll just be a maintenance concern, right? Patch up the armor. Well, we'll see, Thrasher. We'll see how it works out. I'm not holding my breath. Well, actually, yeah, I'm not holding my breath because I have, even though I have life support turned off. Even though I have life support turned off, I still have oxygen inside my suit. Yeah, I did. I literally just repaired my stuff. With my tool, right? And I still have to go back to the space station to repair stuff. The hull takes a long time to repair. Maybe we should get like a two-handed one. Hello? Is that a thing now? Where air traffic controllers don't respond to hails. God damn it, I thought we fixed that. Nice. Also, there's nobody here. Where is everybody? Like Nyx or something?
Alert. Front crash close. Alert. Deck crash close. Landing.
Or maybe they can't get in. Let's see here. Landing. Restock is going to be 14K. It's only 2,000 to fully repair. There we go. I do like the invisible fire. Nice touch. You just have invisible smoldering fire. And our hull, everything's back to 100%. Life support. Radar fixed, missile rack 2 fixed, cooler fixed. What the hell this is? Door fix, I guess. Life support fixed. So yeah, like you just... Like you can't just slap new armor back on your ship. Hey, hangar quest completed. It only took me like 30 minutes. So yeah, the I'm not entirely sure if I appreciate the armor system.
Alert. Rear crash close.
And how it's implemented. Because you're just basically forcing people to come back to get everything repaired.
Alert. Front crash close.
They'll probably set my spawn point here.
Alert.
Oh, wrong way. Good enough.
Engines off. Landing complete.
That weird ass fire effect just being kind of there. Another weird fire effect. Just invisible fire stuff. inside your ship. Grunge 193. Thank you for the follow. Do appreciate it.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Store that. And let's go set our spawn point up here. Let's head back to the lobby. I know, Azimir, like, it would be nice if you could just kind of do all that stuff in the field, kind of patch up your armor and whatnot. But considering how armor is so useful in defending your ship against penetration, like defending your components, you want to have armor if you're going to go into combat. In reality, what you want is you don't want your shields to go down.
You know, dealing with assholes. Forget that.
Like ever in Star Citizen. That's when everything like goes to shit. As soon as your shields go down, your armor starts taking damage. I don't know. That's my thought process. That meant my mentality. Anyways, we're gonna take a break. For those who enjoyed the broadcast, don't forget that follow button on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube because we are streaming on both YouTube and Twitch right now. But we're gonna take a break. We're heading to the bathroom, stretch our legs, get a snack from the pantry. We'll be back in about a minute or two, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Star Citizen.
So what's up? So come on, talk to me. How are you doing? How it goes, I guess. getting by. Some things just boggle the mind. So come on, talk to me.
That's right. The mute shit doesn't work on this fucker anymore. Ever since it updated this morning. Oh boy. So y'all can just go fuck yourself. You get to hear me doing push-ups in the background, grunting. This is why you shouldn't do updates live. Or before you go live. There we go. Hi, Firefly! I see you over there. Yeah, I have to actually reach over and manually push the button to mute if I want to blow my nose now. All right, so we have a banana, everybody's favorite. Got a banana sticker, got to take off every time. All right, we also need to get something to eat, drink, and my character's getting thirsty and hungry. Firefly, have you seen the new Stormwall plushies in game? They look so goofy. There it is. It looks like a salamander.
How are you doing?
Look at this thing.
So what's up?
What if they change the Stormwalls? I mean, you can defrost your fridge overnight, I guess. Right? Unplug it, open the doors, put everything in an ice box. Just let it naturally drip dry. Put like a couple towels in it, I guess. I remember having to do that for my dad because we'd actually run out of room in the freezer because there'd be so much ice buildup over the years at his old mobile home. Probably drop it a few frames. I don't know how bad it is. What's this new? It's good on there. How about YouTube? Yeah, YouTube says it's fine. Stream is healthy on YouTube. Oh. Are you using like Steam to like defrost? How come I don't have a bottle in my hand? Oh my god. Okay, so how the hell does this work again? Oh, did I already drink? I'll just drop it. Oh, you know what? Now let's take your helmet off. Can't, there's no emergency induction port on your helmets in this game. I was like, why the fuck can't I drink anything? All right, I think we're ready to go. Start some trouble, I guess. Pull out the Polaris. The Polaris. We can use fire extinguishers and armistice zones. That's good to hear.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Imagine if you couldn't use fire extinguishers and armistice zones. Oh, I do have a normal spirit. Okay. I do have a normal spirit. So that's good. So this means we can, like, put the luminal colors on it. Fly it around, do stuff.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I want to see how, like, we could, like, solo a Polaris.
Your vehicle, please visit us.
Oh, so, no way! Look at that. It just popped right into existence. The biggest problem is gonna be armor and like soft death health, right? For the Polaris. Because it's just like they got a bunch of health bars now. I don't even know if like the... I don't know. Like I said, we could do some more difficult missions, what I usually would do. See how that shit works out for us. Not expecting much.
Alert. Front crash close. Alert. Front crash close. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
So what we need to do... I don't need to be zoomed in on my ship when I'm in the pilot seat. Star Citizen, thank you very much. It's fine. When I hit F2, I want to go look at the entire solar system.
Quantum travel complete.
Missiles are disabled in atmosphere. Yeah, it's just like there's not many people here in area. I guess everybody's in Nix doing I don't know what. I guess we could try the Vandal smuggler shit.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Alert. Alert. Alert.
Alert.
Front crash close. Alert. Deck crash close.
Hey, get wrecked, nerds. Nice to see you again.
Alert.
Merry Christmas. Always nice to see nerds. It's been a while since we've seen them.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
New updates.
Complete.
Got a new update. New update for Star Citizen's out.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been Goodbye.
So we got engineering's finally in the game. And so we've been messing around with that. We're gonna try our Polaris.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle
Here in a little
Retrieval
bit.
System.
Yeah, Polaris, deliver request, and we'll try the new Best in Show skin.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
I've been told by CIG don't pull out too many vehicles, but then CIG gives me more fucking vehicles. Like I have a huge list of stuff to pull out and play with if I wanted to. Libraries. first and only library for the Polaris. So we have a Erebos. I'm trying to remember which one's the best. Or size 3s. Let's see here. Are they still have a problem with this? Yeah, they are. All right, the Polaris. All right, hopefully your work is done quickly. Well, maybe we'll see you later, nerd. Thanks for stopping by. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year if I don't see you. Okay, so we got... What am I looking here? I want to look at quantum drives. Our plans, can't change that out. Quantum drive, here we go. Erebos. Let's see here. Max speed. So you have a mirror, Agni, industrial B. Max distance is not that great. Erebos is actually a trade-off between max speed and fuel efficiency. It's fine. Civilian A grade. The Agni's a little better because it's a bit faster, but not enough faster to really warrant changing it out. So yeah, it's fine. Just leave the Erebos in there.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
There we go. Cool stuff. Alright. Let's get some lights in here so we can actually appreciate the skin. Yeah, it's orange. I'll give it that. We got everything we need. And then some. And away we go. Orange cat energy. For those who don't know, orange cats are considered the dumb ones. It's a very insulting stereotype, but I owned an orange cat a long time ago. He was pretty fucking stupid. In fact, I'm a... Where is it? I'm a connoisseur of like the orange brain cell subreddit. Where is it? It's basically a subreddit for like orange cats being stupid. Running scritches will cause glitches. Which adopted orange. Brain cell that works only at night and only for screaming. All fluff, no brains. The derp and his brother. So that's the joke. Orange cats are dumb. But it's nice. It's very, very shiny. Polaris skin. I really do think the Polaris needs some like nice little flat spots where it has like no greebles. It was way too greebly for my taste. But anyways. Alright, what does our power profile look like? That is fucking atrocious. You immediately fire this thing up and it has absolutely no power for weapons. Okay.
You are clear to launch.
If you insist, CIG. Chris Roberts. I think you're supposed to, like, make sacrifices, I suppose. Turn stuff off and, like... Well, there's not much to turn off. Like, besides your life support. Like, you gonna turn your fucking scanners off for extra power? I guess you can turn your thrusters down. Like, nothing. There you go. Alright, let's try one of our usual contracts that we would solo in this thing. If we die, I'd be impressed. Right. Stand our ground. Okay, so I think it's stand your ground. That's a mission cloud, so I think it's this one. Headhunters operating stand again? Wouldn't the headhunters be in pyro? I think I know why it is. It's because there wasn't enough people interested in pyro to, like, keep people there. CIG did, like, 2 events over there, and, like, nobody went to those events. They could see that number. Why else would they put Hathor and stand? Or, like, headhunters? What the hell am I looking at here? There should be so much more here. Interesting. Why did my tractor beam come on? There we go.
Sit tight. Sending out a scan. Looks like you're about to make some new friends.
There we go. Peloton, thanks for resub.
Peloton's just resubscribed for 49 months. Surprised the things before Christmas are working as well as they are. Normally USC release at December means you get to enjoy holidays with family well into the new year.
Did I change something about my sound settings? No. Yes, I shouldn't have. I did increase the volume. Like, are you talking about the game sound settings or my mic settings? Asmir. Game sounds. I did lower the volume on my broadcasting software because the video we were watching this morning was a little bit loud, I noticed. Oh. Wait, what? Why am I still going forward? That guy is not going to stop. I was expecting, like, stop moving after I got out of the pilot seat, but apparently... Whee! We hit something finally. The Polaris is loud? Okay. It could be just like the audio's all fucked up. Let's just go down to 31%. I don't know, for some reason, like the ships in Star Citizen are just getting louder these days. Right? Was it my imagination? Okay, so I had decoupled on, that's why everything's all fucked. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on with the audio engine. Yeah, now I just... Auto detect stereo. Oh. Spinny wheel of death. Maybe I should wait for the program to respawn. Yeah. Ever since they hired this new audio guy. I had the audacity to go auto detect on the speaker settings. I wanted like headphones or something, but there you go, folks. I think the game has crashed. Thanks, Star Citizen. No. Cancel that. Well, golly gee. Golly gee whiz. That sucks. What? Apparently, you can take your helmet off and turn the flashlight on and off, which is not that big of a deal, but you can have a butt lamp if you wanted to. So in theory, we should load back into the Polaris. Scientists reveal cutting-edge discovery allowing for real-time intersystem comms. The universe has just grown a bit smaller, said researcher Dr. Alo Bettel, as they demonstrate the first public test of the faster-than-light communications to stunned crowds, speaking in real time from the press conference in New York's Sol system to a colony located in Prime Terra. Dr. Patel made history with the transmission. Can you hear me? While the current system of jump turret tunnels... Okay, and we're back in. So I don't know about all these people on the forums that are like, capital ships, they cannot be soloed anymore. Like, I'm doing it right now. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. What crack they're smoking.
Enjoy the ride. System check. Shields damaged.
Oh look, there's a 600i. Filthy rammer. Get off me. Yeah, the AI is just getting... Where is this guy? I lost track of him. Also, they still have that really awful Gladio sounds. Pretty much data running. As far as I'm aware. Okay? What the hell is this all about? Did I, like, disable the ship or something? What the fuck's going on here? Like, there's no vital components in the front of the 600i that I know of. All the vital components were, like, in this area. Like, right about here. Yeah, fuck your stupid shit. He just stopped there to use the turrets at me. No, the pilot's still... I guess he's just a moron. Now he's coming back for another ramming attack, I guess. Maybe I'm the dumb one. What do I know?
Shields damaged.
Yeah, like they still have like this mission. Yeah, this mission is still totally soloable. Capital ship Idris, Polaris, Perseus. I don't know if the Perseus would work. Probably not, because the Perseus really doesn't have pilot-controlled weapons.
Welcome to Roberts Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Shields damaged.
I don't know why they gave the gunship AI to these guys. Seems like one of the dumbest things you can do. Where's my turret stuff? But they should be. The turrets are so weak, like it doesn't matter really.
That's gonna leave a mark. Man, you're kicking a lot of ass.
He just flew into the Polaris and destroyed it. Destroyed himself. All right, let's go back to the flight mode. Because we have to kill that other guy. I said bridge. Is this the bridge? That was quick. I think. Oh, that's not the... You motherfucker. And of course it goes out without me. Fuck you. It just opened the fucking door. I'm like, oh, that was quick. We're at the bridge. No, we weren't. It just opened back up in the cargo bay area. Let's see here. Hangar 1. I think this is the bridgeway. So I'm definitely saying the AI is not that good, at least the spaceship AI. They're gonna keep running into stationary targets.
Welcome to Roberts Space Industries. System check.
This guy we could just run the fuck over. I don't think we really need to, like... Yeah, everything's fine. There's a few weapon systems that have, like, low, like, 1 or 2% reduction of hit points, but that's about it. I beg your pardon? What the fuck? Did that kill me, the pilot? What was that? I know, right? I think the debris may have clipped in and killed me directly. Certainly does discourage ramming. Chris Roberts special. First time I've seen that. All right. Yep, all our shit's gone. So anybody got a big thing to get our thing.
Track lift to emergency front desk. RN Ashcroft, contact the front desk.
I don't know where my corpse marker's over there somewhere. Every time I look at the marker, like, it disappears. That's not very useful. What is very useful if you could, like, disable it? Oh yeah, the butt light. I'm gonna try this out. Yep. You're an asses. One of the least egregious bugs in the Star Citizen. Oh no, you can use your flashlight when you take your helmet off. It's a remote or something. So the Polaris is labeled as unknown. So we can just take something else out, I guess. We have the wolf or something.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been police visited.
Yeah, it's just sitting there nice and pretty. Why is this thing so dirty? Like, this is like a new ship. And, like, the guns have, like, a bunch of, like, dirt on them. What? This thing just comes out of the hangar all messed up. Definitely afford to turn off, like, the, that and give us a little bit more power to that.
Landing gear raised. Warning, front collision near.
Well, Polaris is still marked. I don't know what's going on there. I'm assuming the Polaris is still alive, so therefore I died.
Quantum drive disengaged.
I think I might have to, like...
Quantum drive engaged. Quantum drive disengaged.
Now, can I... No. Cancel that. Is it this mining base? No. Nope. Alright, so we're gonna have to like travel 300 kilometers, which is not that bad. All things considered. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I could route to my Polaris. Okay.
Quantum drive engaged. Quantum drive disengaged.
Oh, Polaris is still here. And it's still functioning. Alright, scan mode, I guess. Parts. Ruler offline, Exodus offline. Raider offline. Huh. The shields are up. Cargo Medigel, passenger AC deceased. Alright, so at least I'm still in the ship. My body.
Warning. Front collision near.
Where's my lights? Let's just get out here so I don't run over the ship. I think I'm upside down. Nope, I was right side up. Hey, Slippery Pixels! How's flying today? Well, we managed to kill myself by ramming another ship, which I've never seen before. I ran over a Vanguard that was just sitting there. I didn't want to get into the... I didn't want to get into a turret to kill the damn thing, so I just like, I'll just run it over like I almost always do, right? That'll be fine. No, it wasn't fine. It was not fine. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, I have to go to the, I guess we can go to the engineering terminal. Hey, Captain No Pants, welcome. Nice to see you. So what I suspect was happened is a part of the Vanguard clipped through the ship and killed my character. Just guillotined my character. There are bits and bobs from the Vanguard out there. Alright, let's get the wolf in there. So the whole idea of this, me taking my Polaris out, was to see if it was still possible to solo capital ships. It is. I don't know how effective it's going to be, but it is possible. Alright, so how the hell do I get into this thing? N0G. I've never done this. Usually, like on the Vanguard and the Arrow, or not the Vanguard, the Gladius and the Arrow is like on top of the canopy. Same with the Hornet. Oh shit. Well. I did it again. Oh man. I need to like reduce the amount of thrust for landing. I was just like, oh, I'll just tap it in, right? Tap, 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 tap. And I hit, and then boom. Motherfucker, did they reduce the hit points or something? Of like make fucking light fighters more fragile or something? Another corpse we have to go retrieve. Because I feel like in other patches, like that would have been just like an oops, your hull's red now. Now it's like, nope, fuck you, you're dead. I guess I should have just set it down on the landing gear. I don't feel like that was enough to like destroy the entire ship though. That's my thing. I don't think I was going that fast in the hangar. Fast enough to probably like hurt my character. Yeah. Give my character like a neck injury or something, but fast enough to blow the entire fucking ship up? I don't know.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Well, let's get just the fucking air on, I guess.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the base physical.
Well, at least now I know that I can set destination to the Polaris, so I can just warp to the damn thing. Nah, it wasn't PDCs, it was like the collision. Dear CIG, put your goddamn hangar at the top of the list. This is way too much stuff to scroll to get to your hangar. Way too much stuff. I mean, it's fine if you have to scroll through a freight elevator to, like, get to it, but hangars should be at the top of the list, in my opinion. The one thing I like, precision flight.
Forward proximity alert.
There you go.
Shields offline.
You don't have to deal with like your pesky HUD. You get so much more view. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna head over this way. We're just gonna set destination to our Polaris. There we go. The new deal? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about trading cargo. Did CIG release like a statement or something recently?
Quantum drive is now off.
As far as I'm aware, like, I haven't heard anything recently on like any overhaul to chart cargo trading besides like physicalized cargo. Right? I figured we would just keep going on with what we have, and prices were going to change. I know they nerfed or they changed prices recently with this patch, which I think some people aren't gonna like appreciate. Okay, so here's the problem, like,
Docking denied. Landing gear deployed.
a lot of these small fighters have a lot of power.
Alert.
There we go.
Complete. Engines offline.
Let's see if oh, look. Live feedback, Star Citizen gameplay survey. What is this? I've seen these. Star Citizen. Take 15 to complete. You're free to skip the questions. You to put out the answer. It's just a survey like I've seen before. Yeah, they've changed refinery yields, which was basically an overall nerf to salvage and mining, from my understanding. They're not going to do a wipe anytime soon, even with all the exploits, which is fucking fine. Let's see here. Let's see if the dev tracker has anything on this. Highlander CIG. We also have Nico giving things. There's been no specific between the passive troops in the way. It's been created as a grid. The actual game function has some ships would come boxes they should be able to move, and how much of them we're moving in a way to try and make sure that new gold standards for ships, especially freight ships, isn't supposed to let that happen anymore. The Caterpillar is a fairly odd one for sure. You know, I would really like to see the context of this fucking statement. This is a problem with, like, Spectrum. It's okay. Like, a dev posts something, and I want to read what the dev posted. But what's the context behind the dev post, right? What is the dev responding to? What are the questions? What's the, you know, devil's in the details kind of shit. All right, so let me, yeah, sure, hold on. Steve, let me do some shit here. Oh, cool. It doesn't give me the ability to permit from, like, my thing. I hate it when it does that. It does sometimes. There you go. Link permission. I'll probably find it. I'll probably find it before you guys do. No idea. I'm looking for this stupid thing. Highlander CIG. Econ team, a more detailed reason why we felt changes were possible. Oh boy, this is going to be an interesting one. I think I was eventually getting there. Oh, howdy, Econ team here. We wanted to go into a bit more detail regarding the reason why we felt changes made possible to healthy, beneficial for the game. I'll answer some expected questions, though, throughout. If you aren't a fan of the details, of lots of details, sorry. Disclaimer, sandbox, so almost every rule has at least one exception. Our system refers or bans to hard boundaries. Why refining cargo? Why refining changes for mining? Well, starter mining vehicles could carry 32 SU of ore, or starter freight ships do not carry 32 SU of cargo. Like... no shit. But it's been that way for how many fucking years? Ever since refining was put in, when, like, fucking Levski was in the game. Right, when refining was added. Oh my god. Okay, finally they decided to get around to this question. But you always lost cargo SU value when you refined. So you'd have less. I don't know what the fuck what these guys are talking about. Like, Cutlass Black was like the smallest ship to haul shit with. The Cutlass Black was the starter freight ship. Like, none of the other starter freight ships, like the 100 or 135C or Mustang Alpha or Aurora CL, were even considered for freight. Anything, cargo capacity-wise. We want to make it easier for small freight ships to transport refined ores while still getting the full value of what you mined. It works better to have smaller volume of refined ore for some upcoming features. I'm assuming crafting and, like, base building. Because I'm assuming base building is going to take a lot of ore. So, yeah. So that's what I'm assuming. Like, so instead of having to dump a hilarious amount of ore into a crafting station or a base building station, it's not going to be a ludicrous amount. It's going to be a laughable amount or a chuckling amount of materials. They're like, wow, that's kind of a lot. Could have been more. What are brackets? Brackets are back-end groupings of commodity which help us reinforce the rarity, volume, and supply of resources throughout the verse. They don't have official names for now, but so we're still calling each bracket by its crate. If something is easy to mine in large volume like copper, then locations that need copper should reflect that, since gold is rare and hard to find than copper, and it's in a smaller bracket. For now, the simplest way to differentiate brackets for traders is by maximizing crate size purchases. To help, here's some insights on the brackets. Max purchasable crate size, example of good ship for trade those, example of competitive goods, example of casual goods. 3224 Caterpillar, 500 SU or larger, steel, tungsten, pressurized, helium, mercury, silicon. 16 stones for max. 200 SU, gold, bioplastic, scrap, acetine. 8 Cutlass, so 8 SU boxes. So about 46. I don't think the Cutlass Black is 46. I think it's like 42. I may be wrong. Diamond, fresh foods, organic mass, iodine. 2 Clipper, 12 SU. Diamond, laminate, partilium, EV equipment, slam. So the idea with smaller cargo ships, you're running more valuable goods with higher margins to make your money. But what ends up happening is someone with a larger ship is just going to figure out how to stuff more of those high value goods into their cargo hold. Keep in mind that the commodities within each bracket still have a good deal of variance in how competitive the casual they are. Competitive goods have low supply, higher demand, pirate baits. Casual goods have higher supply, lower demand. All goods can still make a profit when traded. So I understand what they're trying to do here, and I don't disagree with it. It's a way to make all ships kind of useful. Like smaller, low quality, or smaller cargo size ships want to haul more valuable, higher margin goods. Which makes them pirate bait, right? What value I will likely see affected differently between resources at different brackets. Brackets up represents scarcity, value, stock, and more. Outside of just prices, smaller brackets will be stocked more solely, have lower limits on their stocks. Many locations simply won't be keeping an Olympic swimming pool worth of atlasum. It's a rare material. What do brackets mean for mining, salvage, and other resource gathering loops? Honestly, this isn't new for y'all. Miners have been using the bracket system for years. We just took a while to apply the same rules everywhere. Quantanium is more rare than tantalite, which is rarer than hephaestonite, which is rarer than tin. That's brackets. There you go. They explain to you how it all works. And yes, quantanium is really hard to find. Unfortunately, terranite was actually a lot more common than hephaestonite when I was mining. That was a long time ago. Exactly. That's what happened years ago. But the idea is we're not going to have armistice zones, right? Like if you go to, for example, Pyro already has this. You go to Pyro to buy Atlasum or something. There's some really high-end trade goods in Pyro that pay a lot, but there's no armistice zone at the terminal. So yeah, sure, you can camp the terminal all you want, but your ship's not going to be there when you come back an hour later. So you're probably going in with a stealthier, smaller cargo hold ship like a 135C. I'm not even gonna say Clipper because Clipper is just too fucking big of a footprint. Or a Prowler utility that's a stealth ship. Or an Avenger Titan. That thing's really fucking fast. Something small, nimble, that can equip a lot of stealth stuff. Go in there quietly, load up quickly, get the fuck out just as quick, if not quicker. Basically blockade running. But that's not how it works in real life. Like, you'll probably get spotted at the terminal. They'll probably have like an alt account standing next to the terminal to watch it. If they see you come in, they'll just come in and they'll just bomb the place, flatten the entire fucking place. But the idea of like what stops you from camping the terminal. Loading is a couple minutes. Well, it depends on what you're loading and how big the boxes are. Because if you can only have two SU boxes, the 1x2 box for Quantanium, if that's all you could buy, it's not going to take you a couple of minutes. It's going to take you several minutes, dozens of minutes, to load an entire C2 Herc with two SU boxes of Quantanium. Or Atlasum or whatever. And it takes like several... It's going to take a while to get all... Plus, it's going to take a while for like the stock to regenerate. It may take hours for the stock to regenerate on the back end before it lets you buy any more. So the idea of this bracket system is to de-emphasize large ships from camping trade terminals for like high-value goods, right? You go there, you see some high-value goods on there, you buy it, you slap it into your grid, but you take like 10 or something in 32 SU crates. That's your bread and butter if you have a really big ship. Or whatever the hell else he said was like valuable. Steel, tungsten, pressurized, helium, mercury, silicone. Right? Because you're not going to have, for example, partilium. You're not going to have 32 SU crates of partilium. It's only going to come in 2 SU crates. And they're only going to sell you 10, they're only going to sell you 10 SU at a time every hour, right? So you're going to be there for a while if you're trying to load up a Starlancer Max or a Caterpillar or a C2 Herc. And that time sitting... Take it for somebody who's played Star Citizen for several years. You do not want to be sitting still for very long on the ground. You are a huge target. You come in pieces, buy all you need. Yeah, you could just drop yourself off. Hey, William. What you can do is you can go down, buy stuff, camp the terminal, keep buying more stuff every hour with no ship there because it just goes into the local grid. And then you can bring the ship in and, bring it up the elevator. The problem is the elevators... The elevators only bring up so much cargo, too. So, again, you're vulnerable to piracy, or you're vulnerable to competition. Who wants your cargo, or who wants you to be gone. And I actually have a very good anecdote about Dunlow. Last couple of patches, Dunlow was all fucked up. Life support's offline, hydrogen's good, armor's good, hull's good, cooling system's good. Health 99%. I think that's the tractor when he has turned off. Yeah, I barely damaged the ship. Barely damaged the ship, ramming, but it killed me inside the cockpit, so the ship's still in good condition. I mean, it's not super different. We're obviously having some problems with like people connecting to the server. Like there's some, instability. I mean, I've been playing for a little bit, and I haven't really noticed engineering really changing anything the way I play that much. Armor system's pretty interesting. Your shields go down, you can tank more hit point, more damage before components start getting hurt. Well, not the usual. It's a crapshoot, William, whether or not you keep your stuff. Sure, Skycure, what do you got? Greeting from Seattle, Washington, United States.
Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
All right. I mean, we're gonna be playing this for a while. I'm gonna try to give engineering this update a chance. I'm not. Like I said, I feel like I need to play it for a little bit before I really have an opinion. So far, like, not much is happening really. People on the forums are like, "This is gonna be the death of solo capital ship gameplay," and here I am in my Polaris by myself, flying around by myself, doing missions by myself, kind of unconcerned about my personal safety. I have a reclaimer and a trawler. I scrapped big ships priority, of course, but what's the better trawler or braid heads and why? So, I haven't looked at the stats for a while, right? Skycure. But when I was running the reclaimer, I would usually run the braid. There's the cinch, there's the braid, and there's the trawler. And from my understanding, the difference between all three of them, the cinch is a very highly efficient, maximum value scraper head. It's designed to extract as much value from the ship you're salvaging as possible when you're doing hull scraping. It's also slow, and it has a very small pinpoint area that it affects. So it's like a half meter or something. I don't like the cinch. It's too slow in my opinion. I have ADHD. I need stimulation. Watching like scraping hull is like watching paint dry to me. I don't like it. And then there's the trawler. The trawler has a very big area that it works on, and it's not efficient. Like you don't get as much material for using the trawler. And supposedly the trawler is faster, but in reality, I've used the trawler on stuff like the Vulture, and honestly, the trawler feels slower because it extracts slower. It has a very large area, and it takes a while to extract the stuff off of it, and just the abrade is where I go, because the abrade it actually feels like it works, right? The abrade feels like it does something in a time frame that I enjoy. So I recommend the abrade. And we can go like check out our ship stats here, SC ship stats here on SP Viewer to E Performance. We can go look at the Reclaimer. And let's see here. Do we have like the ship scrapers, the hull scrapers here? So you can also, even for big ships, yeah. You can also change out the modules on the, yeah, it comes with a trawler by default. It tells you like the diameter of the beam. So it's 13 meters, which is hilarious, but its efficiency is 33%, it's half speed. And yeah. So you have the braid, the cinch. I don't know what these other ones, I think they're for like the other salvage ships, which is the one that was added recently, the Salvation. The Salvation, I think, has baked-in upgrades. Like, it can't change. I want to say this is the one you can get. So it's 3 meters, half efficiency, 55 times efficiency. So it's a little bit better. And then you have the Abrade, which is half efficiency, but it's a 7 meter diameter. And it's 1.5 speed. Yeah. So like, if you kind of line them up all here, you know, like supposedly the cinch is really fast, and that's what kind of kills the trawler. It's like it's half speed, but the abrade is like 1.5 times faster than whatever normal is. There is no baseline scraper module. But the diameter is not nearly as big as the trawler, and this half speed modifier on the trawler really kills me. Like it's just too slow. Even though the diameter is huge, 13 meters. So it depends on what you want to do, and if how much you can tolerate watching the hull scraping, right? We can also go to DPS calculator here. These are two websites you can look at. SP Viewer. There's also Urkel DPS calculator. They present the same information different ways. The UI. I prefer SP Viewer because I like the UI. Urkel's just a different alternative. What we got? Aegis Reclaimer. Okay, so what does he got? Swarm. Trawler, here we go. Yeah, trawler. Yeah, 13 meter, half efficiency. I really want to look up the, what is it? RSI Salvation. I want to know what the module cinch. Okay, so it has cinch. Its default is to cinch. Doesn't have any stats. So 8 meters, 0.8 meters, 0.85 efficiency, speed is 8. So that's a custom cinch scraper for that salvage head, it looks like. You could probably identify it from here. Diameter is 0.8. That doesn't seem right. Because it's not listed here. There's like 3 different cinch, unless they've added more cinch modules. Efficiency is 8.5. So yeah, so I don't think this is in here. So I have to look at the salvation directly here. Hold on a second. What do they have? Cinch scraper, 8 speed, diameter. Okay, so it's a custom cinch scraper. Yeah, that's not available. This one's at 6, a braid, and trawler. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure while SP Viewer is showing me there's other ones, but yeah, you can't use these. It'd be nice if you just bought them, could put them on your reclaimer, but you can't. So yeah. So that's basically what it comes down to. Is I like how this is called the Mighty Claw. You can have both. You can have a mixture of like beams you want. You can get rid of the tractor beams. If you don't use the tractor beams on the reclaimer, you could just replace those tractor beam modules with scraper modules if you wanted to. So you can have the trawler with like the cinch or the abrade, depending on like, you know, how you feel. I really recommend just going with the abrade and just keep the abrade on there. I don't like the trawler heads. I think the abrades is... I really do think CIG should just like increase the speed of salvaging just overall, but it's really up to you. I recommend the abrade because I just don't have any patience for salvaging. There really isn't much else you can do to make like hull scraping like better or faster. You can mix modules. You can have a cinch and a trawler, or an abrade and a trawler on at the same time, because there's plenty of ships that have 2 scrapers on them, like the Vulture and the Salvation. Well, the Salvation you can't change out. But if you have 2 people in the reclaimer, you can have a cinch and a trawler going at the same time, or a braid and trawler, or a braid and a cinch. Yes, percentage-wise. I'm not entirely sure how much SCU you can get from a Polaris. But you do end up with more material at the end of the day with the cinch, I believe, because it's more efficient. So if you want to get more value and you don't really care how much time it takes, a braid is the way to go. But the braid has a very small area that it affects on the ship you're trying to salvage. So you're going to be there a lot longer. Although you can divert the beams a little bit. So you can increase the area of effect a little bit if you're using like a vulture or something. Yeah, so many people say reclaimer equal time is money. Yeah, the developers have come out and said that the reclaimer's primarily uses for hull munching, creating construction materials. Not really for hull scraping. The smaller ships are supposed to be for hull scraping. For some reason, that's what they said. But yeah, the reclaimer could like munch ships up pretty quickly. Very large ships up too. Simply because of how much the buffer has in capacity, like 204 SEU or something, 240 SEU or something. But there is a point where there is a discussion to have, like which is more important, like maximum value or time per value. I'm of the opinion that time is money, right? And so you want to take part in like
Welcome to Public Space Industries. Enjoy the ride.
You want to take part in activities that maximize your income per hour. So if you're spending a lot of time scraping hull,
I should have been recording this.
oh, this guy's running into me. If you spend a lot of time scraping hull, you may not be making the best amount of money you can make per hour for time invested. These guys are so stupid. He's gonna run into me, isn't he?
Crap. We can't afford to lose it.
It just blows my mind. How bad like these ships are, so how bad the AI is.
Shields damaged.
Like that guy just ran right into me. Like, what are you doing, bro? Okay, he's dead. Well, this guy's getting hit by some of the guns on the ship. Alright, by the way, on the Reclaimer, I'm not sure if Polaris have the same problem. For example, if I get attacked and my components get damaged, my power plant is on the engineering room, but the other components like shield or cooler, I can't find them. So if I order a repair with the bolt tool, it's not possible, correct? This is the same on the Polaris? No, it's a little bit different on the Polaris. So, Skycure. I don't know how well since you're Greek, I don't know how well your mastery of the English language is, but I'll try to walk you through this. We need to have a new... We're not going to do the Expedition 33 soundtrack because Azimir hates that one. So they talked about engineering. They had the developers of Star Citizen, Cloud Imperium Games, on their website released a big document that talks about engineering. This patch in 4.5. That was released yesterday. And if you scroll down, you can read all about the developers and their ideas of what they think engineering is going to be and how they think you should be using it, and it explains some concepts to people. And it also has a very useful chart at the very bottom that I think is very important for the player base to know exists. If you come down here, engineering availability in all vehicles. With the release of Alpha 4.5, every single vehicle in Star Citizen is engineering enabled and capable of baseline experience. Baseline being the key word here. While many have the full loop available to them, others remain in ongoing stages of development. Below is a list of all currently flyable ships and vehicles and their engineering status for Alpha 4.5. Please remember this list will change with subsequent patches. We're tremendously excited for the potential of this system as for the future of Star Citizen gameplay, and as each ship continues, blah, 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 blah. So they have Stage 3, which is fully enabled. Stage 2, partially functionality. Stage 1, basic support. So I think the Reclaimer is partially? Yeah. So stage 2, partial functionality. Some physical components are accessible, but not all, potentially not all. But not potentially not all. But not, that's really awkward. But potentially not all. Some items repair enabled via physical access. Engineering screens or MFDs depend on the vehicle size and interior. Some relays are accessible depending on the vehicle. So the Reclaimer has only partial engineering enabled for it. There are some components in the Reclaimer which do not have any access at all. I don't know. I do have access to Reclaimer. I haven't really dug through it. I bought one with credits. But from my understanding, the Reclaimer has, the Polaris has full access to all engineering components. And if we go back here, we can actually just point our salvage tool. There's the shield generator. Right? Another shield generator. That's not a component. That's the cooler. Actually calls it out as a cooler. And I believe this is the power plant. Yeah, RSI power plant. So, because the Polaris is a capital class ship, its components are basically built into the ship. It doesn't really have component access, where you have to like open doors and you can pull stuff out. And if you want to have a good idea of where your stuff is, Skycurve, you can always go to your main engineering terminal. Like, this is the Polaris's engineering terminal. And this shows you, we're going to turn off. There we go. We're going to turn systems on. So here we go. Here is a map of the entire Polaris interior. And this shows you exactly where everything is inside the ship. So here's the power plant. Here's the cooler. Here's the shield generator. Here is the quantum drive. Now, the quantum drive is a size 2, so it actually has a slot it goes into. And here's the life support generator over here. Just so you know. And I'm also seeing, like, the UI for the arrow in here as well. And it shows you where all the fuses are. If you want to click on, like, connectors. So there's a fuse here. There's a fuse up here. So if you're trying to figure out where all the damn fuses are in your ship, this is really good. Apparently there's a fuse up here in a relay that's damaged. That's like right by the turret I was just at. So if you look at the Polaris, like the components really... That's a PDC. All the components are mostly located back here. Oh, here's the radar. Right here. I think a lot of people are confused about this thing. They thought it was like the gravity generator. It's actually the radar. I thought it was a gravity generator too. This is radar. Point our thing at it. It says unknown parts. But it says radar on the thing. And then this is probably the gravity generator. At least I assume it would be. But it doesn't light up probably because it's not fully enabled. And this is where the quantum drive is located. So, the only way you can repair, like, the Reclaimer is by going to a space station or city that can land the Reclaimer and repair it that way. And that's unfortunate, just how this update works. Certain ships are going to get screwed over pretty hard by, like, not having accessible components. Cutlass Black, I can definitely think of that one off the top of my head. Avenger Titan. Like, if the Avenger Titan gets damaged, if any of its components get damaged, it cannot be repaired in flight. Well, I take that back, it can. It's a single, well... We'll have to figure that one out. Because some of the smaller ships will have the ability to repair stuff through the MFDs. Like, you can click on a little button and it'll repair components. Yeah, relays all over the place. Supposedly there's a relay up here that needs some repairs. So supposedly this guy... What? What? Oh. It says the fuses are fine. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Why is there 2 open buttons? There's one that's slightly above this other button. Right about here somewhere. No idea what that's all about. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the Reclaimer won't have access to certain components and if they get damaged in combat. But the Reclaimer really shouldn't be in combat for the most part. I mean, obviously you get interdicted by pirates. That's terrible, right? I don't know what else to tell you. Like, see, it decides to open the door up instead of send me upstairs. Yeah, so far there's really nothing other than my own just being bad at the game. There's nothing really stopping me from, like, soloing a Polaris. Just don't ram anything, Vertigo, and you'll be fine. NPCs love running into me.
Collision alert. Rear. Collision alert. Front. Shields are off.
God, this thing maneuvers like a pregnant cow. Maybe some of the thrusters were damaged, that's why. Let's find out. Everything's 100%. Panthers, Omniskies. Oh, see, look, I get 1 repair for free for this Omnisky cannon. I thought that was only for single-seater ships. Missile rack, I don't really care. It's a missile rack. Yeah, but you're supposed to win, Vertigo. You're the hero of Star Citizen. Aw. Chris Roberts was thinking about me. I was under the impression that only small ships got that one-time repair. But I think it's perfectly fine. In fact, I think we should have repair bots that, like, change, like, how fast they repair. Maybe you get more repairs, but they're slower. I'm not quite sure what else to add there, but I think it's a good idea. I know some people are like, but Vertigo!
Under attack! Please, you can hear this, help me!
Capital ships, solo! Yeah, but eventually capital ships are gonna get NPC crews, so who cares?
Shields damaged. Radar contact.
This guy's getting ripped.
Taking heavy fire!
I can see that.
No! 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 No!
What the hell was that? Like, I'm sorry, man. What the fuck killed him? Oh, maybe it was a gladiator? I don't know. Like, threw some torpedoes out. I just saw him blow the fuck up.
I'll get you.
Shields damaged.
Yeah, I think we should probably, like, I don't know. Chill it the fuck out, CIG. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, he just died.
Got something for you. Collision alert. Rear. Shields down. Shields
There we go. Now, yeah, I'm not quite sure what the fuck's going on here. Like, I can't see any other quantum markers to warp away.
Let's see how you like this.
In theory, if that's a torpedo, I should, in theory, be able to, like, outrun it at this speed. Because torpedoes are just really bad.
Quantum drive is now on.
I can't remember how fast size 5s go, if it's a Gladiator.
Quantum drive.
We gotta look it up. Let's see here. The one thing I don't like about, hardpoint weapons. There we go. Let's see here. Tracking signals, manufacturer. Any size 5s. So 500 meters per second. I go 900 meters per second. So no way in fuck is a size 5 torpedo catching up to me if I'm at full speed. 560. But I'm good. I'm at 900, so it's like, eh. You know, I don't really think capital ships should be able to run away. What is the temperature in here? Like, my character's starting to ice over 36 degrees centigrade. No fucking way. Exterior temperature is 0 degrees centigrade, so that's why I'm frosting over. Yeah, I find that just that's probably the one thing that you're gonna notice, like turning off life support and suddenly like there's no heat in the ship. From size 5 turtles that won't even scratch them. I don't know. There's a lot of damage. The problem is that it's no longer about pure damage anymore. And now it's about like penetration, because all shields will let physical damage through in a certain amount, and size 5 torpedoes have high enough damage. Enough damage can pass through the shields to actually be, and deep enough, right? And penetrate deep enough into the ship's hull. They may actually be able to penetrate like armor and whatnot at like very high percentages. Let's see here. I'm looking. Time, fuel tank, ratio, min, angle, range, acquisition, delay, explosion, approximate radius. So you don't. It doesn't look like, at least not on SP Ship Viewer. Do they have a? Does Urkel have that? Yeah, damage, clusters, damage stun, damage thermal, speed, damage tortured, speed, arm time, lock angle, lock time, lock range, lock max, ignite time, explosion radius max. So it's like 5 meters. So they rely on like an area of effect for the explosion. So 5 meter, 3.5 to 5 meter explosion radius. That may not be enough to reach a component inside the Polaris. I just think all missiles and torpedoes should be faster than whatever they're trying to hunt. That's my opinion. To make them to make those munitions an actual threat. I mean, you can have anti-tank missiles on the ground that are man-portable that are really slow, like wire-guided or beam riding. That do a lot of damage, but you know, they trade acceleration and top speed for like warhead capacity and man portableness. All right, let's just keep doing those. Hunt some heads. So yeah, here's the really difficult one. Blast whenever you start in location mark in your HUD, hostile encounters. This is a half a mil. Right? I should not be able to solo this mission. This mission should require like a crew. If anything, if I could solo this, I will be disappointed. Quantum dampener would be make him a threat. Okay, cool. Like you need to bring a third ship. You just need to bring another ship, Vertigo, for the ship you already bought to be of any use. Thanks, Chris Roberts. That's how they get you, baby. Yeah, so I think torpedoes are meant to be fired at ships in SCM mode, not nav mode. Again, like I think munitions should be a little. I think munitions should be a little different in my mind. Guns should be for like close range in knife fights. Torpedoes and missiles and whatnot should be terrible really close because of like their minimum safe distances and like their tracking angles and their tracking maneuvering speeds and whatnot. Same with torpedoes. Torpedoes have like an arm time and they have to like ignite their engines and they have to burn and they have to slowly build speed up. But running away from a torpedo boat is not a good idea. Not something that would be considered healthy.
Mayday, mayday! Outlaws are attacking my ship!
That's just my opinion.
Choke on that! Got a surprise for ya!
What is this ship that I'm protecting? Is that an 890 jumper or something?
You've got to keep them off us so we can work.
Remember,
you're here to keep them off.
That Carrack is already fucked up. Obviously, CIG has a different idea of what anti-ship, anti-capital ship. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. He's at 39%
We're
health.
taking too much damage. We can't work like this.
I know you can't work like this.
Remember what you did.
7%. There we go. Yeah, he's dead.
No! No! No!
So you cannot do the protect missions with a solo capital ship. It's just not.
Next time, protect the ship.
It's just not something. I don't even think. I don't know if you can. Like, oh, yeah, maybe you could with like a fully crewed Polaris.
Collision alert. Front.
Yeah, if you just had DPS coming out the front of the ship, like, it would probably work.
Shields are off.
Later, nerds. So as long as you don't get the defend mission on this really expensive one, defend Carrick or something, you're not going to be that bad off. So what do we get? What else do we get here? Missile rack. Yeah, you're gonna need like support to peel the attackers off. You're right.
Take a break, correct. Looks like you're about to make some new friends.
Ooh, a hammerhead. 890 jump. Yeah. Okay. So this should be the death of me. Right. In theory, this should kill me. There's just gonna be too much here for me to like fight back against. Too many big things. Specifically the hammerhead. I mean, if I could fire torpedoes at the hammerhead, that would work. We'll see how this works.
Radar contact.
All right, so the hammerhead's just gonna sit there.
Shield is down.
Yeah, there goes the shield. Now they're just hitting my armor. Yeah, the audio is all fucked for some reason. The other problem is I can't kill the hammerhead from, well, I can't kill components in the hammerhead from the front. There's no vital components in the front of the hammerhead. They're all in the back. I'm not quite sure how CIG is going to get that to work.
Shit, this is turning into a hell of a scrap.
There we go.
This is turning into a hell of a scrap. I dig.
It's not like the 890 jump was that big of a deal.
Was one of our own this fight.
Let's see here. Do I have turret mode? There we go. Change it over to fire mode. Yeah. I'm not particularly threatened. Well, one of the problems is going to be like hitting the actual components, because you're not going to have enough penetration on some ships to actually reach like anything vital, even with the armor down. Like, you're gonna have to catch I guess you're gonna have to like catch the ship on fire and start using fire. But like I said, you can just turn the life support system off and vent the ship, and suddenly, like, okay, now what?
Can't lose anyone else. A lot of ass.
Shields damaged.
You can also use like distortion generators, like the Hawk, the Talon, the Sentinel. Yeah, he just runs into me.
Can't lose anyone else. Kicking a lot of ass.
Why not a Freelancer Misk? Why a Freelancer Dur?
Nice one. This is turning into a hell of a scrap. I dig it.
So now we're starting to get affected by distortion. That could be.
I should have been recording this fight.
That's actually really interesting.
Shields down.
Which one of our own?
We have the. That guy. Unfortunately, the distortion effect wore off. So it's a kilometer away. I know, right? Just I mean, I don't know if my shields are down. It could be. I'm sure this next guy will die to the PDCs. Yeah, I just... No fires, no nothing. That should have been it. That engagement right there with all those... With that hammerhead and the 890 jump, that should have been something that... Like, damn near ended me. I started fires, destroyed components. Nothing. What do we got here? Power plant took some damage. And some of the remote turrets took some damage. There's a PDC out there that's 95%. Yeah, the power plant's down to 96%. Armor is down to nothing. Hull health is down 93%. Yeah, the Omni Sky, these things are taking damage. I might want to go out there and start repairing stuff. Yeah, the PDCs are starting to take damage. I want to go out and do some, like, repairs. What is this guy? Another swarm PDC. Yeah, but that hammerhead just sat there and just stared at me while I was in the anti-cap ship turret. Which was, like, the dumbest thing it could ever do. I mean... The best way to approach a fight against another capital ship with a hammerhead is like broadside, because you've got more turrets you can bring to bear. We want to get into a turret here. Well, it's 12 kilometers out. 1.2 kilometers out. I mean, I guess we can go to the pilot seat. But yeah, I could definitely see solo capital ships in like PvP.
All I see are dead. Nice.
Being a problem. But then again, like solo capital ships in PvP before this update were really not that amazing if you were prepared. I mean, now they're a little bit more vulnerable to stuff like ions and infernos. Let's go outside and actually like start doing some... I definitely think I'm not repairing the hull with this. Yeah, capital ship repairs, like you're just doing components and thrusters. I do like how fast the manual repair is. You're probably not doing this under fire. Probably not. But man, does it consume a lot of RMC. I don't think I have. Well, we could go check the captain's quarters. I'm trying to remember where the storage are. Booyah. There we go. Yep, I think you're right, Wild Volus. Just having another person, it would be very helpful right about now. Just to go around and touch things up. Go look at the engineering screen and be like, hey, you know, this gun over here needs a little bit of a repair. It says turret base does not need repair. There we go. That's what I wanted to repair. There's the PDCs. They're good to go. What about the big boy gun? Give him a couple little squirts. Let's keep him in good shape. Thruster's fine. So there's definitely going to be like a specialty of like people that know how to like know specific ship parts and whatnot. Because just knowing where all the turrets are, you know, where all the thrusters, it's going to help you be a good repairman, person, thing. Now here we go. Here's a hole. I don't know why this takes so long to actually patch this stuff up. There we go. Yes, it will definitely be faster to travel to a garage. I agree. You know, and CIG can help, like, you know, encourage people to do this stuff themselves if they had less repair garages everywhere. If it was more inconvenient to travel all the way back to Stanton. I'm not quite sure what we're repairing. Polaris turret. Obviously, there's some, like, glitches here. Bugs and whatnot. Man, I agree, but it's... The problem is, like, in order to repair the Polaris, I have to take it back to, like, Area 18, land it in the big hangar. Same with, like, Levski. You have to go to Levski. The next system, Levski is going to be the only one that can repair the Polaris. I don't think Levski has big enough hangars. Because it's only docky ports. You have to go to Pyro. Pyro has the big hangars in the stations. I mean, right now it's basically useless. I mean, it's there as an option to fuck with. Ah, cool. You can repair the missile launcher too. I think the most people are probably just gonna go repair their damn ships at like a station or something. If you especially have a really big ship, you're just gonna. I don't want to patch this thing up. You know, that's what a lot of people I think are gonna say. Or you're gonna use this as a temporary. They're gonna use this to patch your ship up temporarily so you can link them back to port to get a full repair on. Generally speaking, I would consider this like maintenance, me going around and like touching up components and whatnot on the exterior of the ship. Yeah, I kind of like this skin. I think I'm gonna leave it like this forever until CIG comes out with a better one. I mean, if CIG got rid of that hard death state, and I think the reason why CIG left that in is because they realized that players were getting confused about when a ship was dead, and they kept shooting the ship expecting to blow up, and the ship wouldn't blow up. I shoot ship, why no blow up? Santa Verdes chat on the naughty or nice list. It's nice list, Shampasa. Nice for you. Nice to see you. I shoot ship, it no blow up. Why? Let's turn on our live supports. There we go. And we'll repressurize the entire ship. Get the temperature back up and running. 2 degrees, 3 degrees. You see my character's like frosted over because of how cold the cockpit is. So that's cool. That does go into like survivability, like if you can get like snipe out like very... The problem is you can't like target specific components on ships. Like the precision targeting mode doesn't like target components. So that needs... I think the problem is just UI. Like CIG just does not have the UI pipeline available because Squadron. So that's what's kind of holding everything back right now. Squadron's like they're designing UI for Squadron, getting that shit ready to go. Because I didn't mind it. I kind of like realized what was happening in the PTU when it was early on in the PTU. I'm just like I'm shooting ships, they're not blowing up, and I'm just like, okay, so the power plant's been destroyed, and the ship's just kind of drifting. So I guess it's done. So I'll just like shoot it until I realize it's drifting, and then move on to another target. I didn't mind that. I thought that was kind of cool. And of course, you know, the ship would blow up eventually because the power plant would self-destruct. Which was fine as well. Asian Zoomer Gamer, welcome. Let me guess, you're gay from your username. That'd be like me calling myself HC White Seattle Man. Go. Right? I guess it's better. Like, you just put it on your sleeve so everybody just kind of knows. Alright, so I don't think there's going to be anything here. This will be like the end of the mission, and then we'll get like 500,000 credits for our trouble. And it's like, oh look, we soloed a Polaris.
Not seeing anything.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either, other than rocks and space and more rocks and space. There's a sun over there. Hey. So yeah, if you want to make a bit of money and you have an interest for a Polaris. I think they gave me less rewards because I let that guy die, but I don't know how to save him. Not with this ship. Collect package from Constellation, drop package staff in yellow. Let's clean up. Mercenary. Ooh. So yeah, you could just keep doing that mission over and over again. Eventually it'll come back up. So how much is it gonna cost to repair?
What's up? Stoves. Gonna send your pay.
Thanks, Stoves. And the closest place to repair is going to be Area 18.
Collision alert. Front.
Frame rate seems pretty nice.
Shields are off.
It's like 60 almost here. Above 30. Well above 30. Yeah, it's hitting 60s almost.
Auto drive is now on. Auto drive is now off.
Now we're down to 30 FPS. Alright, I'll probably get lower as we get closer to Area 18. It's gonna suck, but it'll be there. I didn't completely finish reading that trading bracket ones. Because what's his name linked it, and we're like, I forgot to read it. Spectrum has updated. Click through. No. So where did we leave off? All goods can be make a proper traded. What values will likely see affected differently between resources and different brackets? Brackets help represent scarcity, values, stock, and more. Outside of just prices, smaller brackets will restock more slowly and have lower limits on their stocks. Many locations simply won't be kept to an Olympic swimming pool worth of atlasum, as it's a rare material. What do brackets mean for mining, salvage, and other resource gathering loops? Honestly, this isn't new for y'all. Miners have been using the bracket system for years. We just took the while to apply those rules everywhere. Quantanium 2 is more rare than Ternite 8, which is rarer than Hephaestonite 16, which is rarer than Tin 32. That's brackets. Trading in brackets. Let's rip the band-aid off. If you are a solo trader, it's intended to have more challenging while trading smaller bracket goods and larger ships. Mostly, it's just not about optimal use of your space and time. It's extra work, especially in dangerous areas, to move large quantities of smaller crates into your ship than it would be if fewer larger crates. That's not even considering that you're fighting for a much smaller stock with other traders. In short, it's more efficient for ships like the Starlings or Max to load up 16 SU crates than attempting to fill its grid with 8s or 2s. Considering prices in-game are constantly dynamically changing based on demand, this makes a difference between commodities on the end of difference brackets cleaner. This means that players who know what bracket they want to focus on will have more actionable information. Is there still a point to getting bigger hauling ships? Absolutely there is. Caterpillar full of pressure ice has the ability to make around 20% more trade than a Starling Max full of bioplastics. And this, in turn, is about 20% more than a Atlas Black full of fresh food, and so on. No matter how efficiently you trade, there's a cap on how much you can make trading 8s in the appropriate size ship. If you jump from 8s to 16s, you'll make more profit running 16s and ships appropriate to that size. Okay. What about multi-crew? We restrict brackets by making it more dangerous and slower to trade the smaller brackets the bigger a ship is. Those restrictions can be mitigated by simply having bigger crew. If you have enough people to load a Star Launcher max with bracket 2 goods sufficiently, go for it. Of course, you might need a variety of bracket 2 goods depending on how much location supplies. Your ship will also end up having a lot of value concentrated at one point. What do you mean about closer values and brackets being better for dynamic pricing? Prices most shops are currently semi-dynamic. You should definitely read the trade tutorial in the journal in the game. For instance, if location offers or requests gold at a discount of 10 or premium of 10%, those premiums and discounts trend towards 0 the more players buy and sell there. Server hopping will not change that. That's in the game, and that's already affecting your profits if you're a trader. So if the best bracket 8 commodity to sell is valued at 20% premium, let's say 1,000 UC, and the second best one offered 25% with a base of 975, then as soon as enough players have reduced the premium by 10%, then it's actually no longer the best option. This means whatever the most players are buying and selling will usually not be the best thing to trade and sell. This creates a meta in the trading loop of trying to outplay the other traders, or just pirate them. There have been large exploits. Why are we getting even more ways of making more money? Isn't that timing here a bit bad? It's an alpha, who cares? Yes, the exploits for the last 2 patches have been rough for the game and the economy. There is no economy. There's like 3-star systems. There is no economy. As a result, a full wipe is likely at some point down the line. Let's speak about abundance of earnings and you're getting currently. If you feel like you're getting more UEC than you can spend, that's intentional. When we look at adding the badly needed sinks and cost decisions later next year, those new costs will be balanced against current AUC earnings. That said, we want feedback and analytics on those numbers as they are now, so that we can correctly implement those sinks. For now, you might find your AUC earnings are much higher than your expenses necessitate, but rest assured that value will start to make some sense down the line. So that's the problem I'm seeing in the future. Like the cargo stuff, not that bad. The problem comes with like money sinks. Because it's gonna cost money to maintain your ship, a lot of money. And I'm not quite sure like how much it's gonna cost. Let's refresh Spectrum, I guess. Like the whole brackets for ships, like you want to high margin, low margin, high volume goods and whatnot. That's been kind of a thing that we've kind of expected for a long time. You go out and you buy a bunch of bullshit and I don't know. You buy a bunch of small, high-valued bullshit that sells for a lot of money, but buys for a lot of money. So you can make a lot of money off it. But how long it takes you to load kind of eats into your profitability, right? Income per hour, that's what I'm trying to say. You can do it, but if you have more crew with you, you're going to have to divide the spoils among your crew, right? So that even reduces the amount of profit you get even more. Plus, you're going to have money sinks in the future. Cargo running with a crew is going to be a difficult proposition with the current way the current prices are. If you're going to have like someone, you know, escort you, what are we going to pay them with?
Please proceed to assigned landing.
Right. That's kind of like the thought process I have is like, okay, if we're going to be just squeaking by with the stuff we're supposed to be trading, what is it going to take to offer? What are we going to offer like player characters? to come crew my Hercules, right? To help me load and unload or protect my ship. What are we gonna? What kind of value can I offer them?
Warning. Leaving safe zone.
You know, United Earth credits.
Warning. Leaving safe zone. Collision alert. Front.
Yeah, exactly. Will the crew pay for your ship and cargo if you lose it?
Collision alert. Low.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
How much? Oh, okay. So the repair is 140,000. I think that mission paid 500 something. Almost half a mil. The restock is only 16K. I think it's because I'm missing a chunk of the ship. Right back here. Or it could just be the armor is that expensive. That's probably what's going to kill multi-crew ships, like having to replace the armor. I don't even know what's causing all this value loss. I don't think I lost any guns that are that expensive. All the PDCs were on there last I checked. They're not that expensive. I would have to lose like one of the really big guns to have to like pay that much. So I think it's the armor. Replacing the armor on the Polaris is that expensive. That's brutal. There you go. Yep, this game is still in early access, Asian Zoomer. It's been in early access for 13 years. So you're trading favors, Azimir? Oh, there you go. Good for you. I don't think everybody would do that, but people prefer to get paid in money, right? I'm trying to decide what I want to do with this. Like, does armor actually make a difference in this damn ship? Oh, this sucks. This sucks ass. Because none of my components are really damaged. While I look at the Polaris missile racks. Stelight's at 89%. There's really no way to repair, like, individual components. Using the, it's all or nothing. I could probably go repair the power plant with this thing. I mean, just depleting the armor on a ship is going to make the guy require, like, either do the insurance claim on it, or just dispose of it, just throw it away. I find it weird, like, my hands keeps disappearing every so often. The tool. That's a lot of repair. There we go. All right, can I do the repairs here, or do I have to be in the seat? How much do I have to be in the seat? So here's the thing. Like, if I'm a crew member on your ship and I have to pay you to replace lost goods, I'm disincentivized to actually be a crew member on your ship anymore. Unless we're making more money than we're losing. Like, vastly more money than we're losing. But I don't think splitting profit is a good idea either. Like, paying people like a flat rate, I think, is probably better. I don't know how that shit's gonna work. Like, what does CIG expect haulers to do? Like, how are they gonna hire escorts? Unless those escorts are NPCs. I can see NPC escorts working. Alright, let's see how this works. Landing did okay, it's 140k. So it's not. It wasn't that. I do not want to press this button. So let's just go out and do another mission and see how bad it gets. Now here's a 50,000 one.
You are clear to launch. Take off.
All right, let's just let's just do this.
Landing gear raised. Collision alert.
I can see that happening to Star Citizen, where inflation just gets out of control. I mean, it's already technically happened as far as trading, player trading goes. Because there's like exploits that have been dumping like tens of millions of credits into the economy, hundreds of millions of credits into the economy. What little economy there is. And just participation is just impossible. For the average person. Alright, let's get out of here. A billion credits, you can probably, like, fuck, let's just go on eBay. Video game exclusive sales for Star Citizen. 20 billion UEC for $34. That'll buy you a ton of stuff. How about 500 million for $40? Starting AC, 15-minute delivery, safe and secure. 5 to 100 million. That's a billion. 100% positive Facebook rating, brand new. $500 if you want 1 billion credits. Guaranteed cheapest on eBay, price check daily, cheapest 10 billion UEC for $9.99. 1 billion UEC for $5. This has to be trolled. So, okay, 373 sold for this one. 100 million for $4. One referral point for $31. CCU LTIF 7A Hornet Mark II upgrade, standalone lifetime insurance. More than 3,800 done. There you go. 660 million UEC, AUEC for $3. And some people are like, but Vertigo, they'll just reset, they'll lose it all. But still, it's, you know how long it would take you to earn 60 billion UEC in Star Citizen right now if you didn't know like the exploits or any glitches? For $3, that's actually a good deal, believe it or not. 3 billion UEC for $10. Some of these I think are just like scams, right? some of these have to be scams. Like I can't believe. Look at this. Star Citizen Downburst Patch Bundle, limited item, $100. Star Citizen Armor Weapons, exclusive Hangar Raid, Executive Hangar Raid, self-play. So this is an org selling they're selling a bunch of stuff here. I think they're selling like in-game like grouping as well. Located in China. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Region free, released Star Citizen. Blah, blah, blah. I don't. It says Hangar Raid, right? So I was wondering, like, is it in-game boosting as well? Like, they actually play with you? But there are 40. I don't know if it's $40 for all this or just $40 for like some of that stuff. I don't know. I'm not gonna use it. Yeah, but why reset now, of all things? Well, I guess you could get people to, like, get used to the idea of resets if you're doing frequent resets. I guess that's the point, just get people used to the ideas. We're in alpha, we're not released, we're not gonna, you know, you may not gonna keep a hold of your stuff. Hey, Jason, nice to see you.
Quantum drive is now on.
Oh, hey, cool, server error. It sounds like Chris Roberts heard me talking about eBay and how good of a deal it was, and they pulled the plug on my internet. What can you buy with comp wars for 5 billion? Yeah, I know. I mean, like, you can still buy... Okay, so here's the thing, right? In-game prices, the NPC vendor prices haven't changed. Player trade prices have changed as a result. So if you go to, like, UEX... like, comp words are ridiculous. Like the 05, I guess. Those are really, yeah, they're 2 billion. 200 million, 5 million, 220 million. Negotiable, waiting to buy. 20 million, 5 billion. It's 1 billion, 9 million. They're all over the fucking board, right? 5.1 billion, DCHS, 5 orbital precision comp board. 2.5 million, waiting to sell. Right there. So it's sometimes it's 20 million, sometimes it's 4 million, sometimes it's 5 million, sometimes it's 30 million, sometimes it's 100 million, sometimes it's 1.5 billion. Waiting to buy. This guy wants 1.5 billion. Sure, why not? So the numbers are all over the fucking place. And I feel like since all these screenshots are the same, since all these screens are the same fucking one, it's probably all the same person uploading. It's probably a bot. BR004LI. BR440LI. Waiting to buy, waiting to buy. So he's just got a bunch of waiting to buy offers all over the fucking place. Oh, he wants a minimum of 5 to 10 DCHS 5 rolls. So he wants up to 200 or up to 2,000. Minimum 5, 1 billion preferably. Please can buy less. Please note this is a pack. Please no demands for me to sell you items. So this guy wants to buy, it's just as many comp boards as he can buy. And he's offering... I went to buy 10 DCHO for all precision comp boards times 2,000. So this is just like buy max. This guy set this thing up here and like, I just want to buy maximum amount. It's bullshit. A lot of these, like I said, a lot of these, since they use the same icon, they're probably all the same person. It's probably all bots. Gmod Goon here. Buying all DCHS Orbital 5 orbital position comp boards at premium rate of 5.2 billion per SCU. Trading hours. So he wants an entire SCU crate, and this is why you have to actually go look at the listings to see what people are asking for, and you have to read the devil's in the details. He wants one SCU crate full of 05 comp boards. One crate. He's offering 1 billion. That's a lot of comp boards. 05 comp boards. Like, I don't even think I could do it with all my comp boards. Like, fill an entire one SCU crate. I don't know how many that would actually be. I have to look up to see what their capacity is. So, I mean, a couple billion UEC would probably be able to get you some stuff. But, I mean, all this stuff either gets you access to the Wicklow hangar or Wicklow stuff, which you don't really need. Wicklow does have, like, good components attached to his ships. That's one of the reasons why I'd actually get stuff from Wicklow, is because every time a patch comes out, it resets all my inventory. So if I go to Wicklow and I get if I get ships from him, they're guaranteed to have good components, right? And then I can scab those components off those ships and then use them in other ships that I bought off the web store. But you can still go out to, like, the merchants in Stan, Nyx, Pyro. You can buy ships from them. You can buy an 890 jump. You can buy a reclaimer. You can buy... You can't buy a Polaris. I'm pretty sure I am not concerned about this fucking ace pilot. But yeah, if 6 billion is... You're right about the 6 billion not being very much
Mayday, outlaws are attacking my ship!
On the UEX, on player trades and whatnot. And as Asmir pointed out, like, the economy gets fucked anyways. So why are we... Why are we complaining about this? Why are we complaining about the economy right now? Like, being ass? Yeah. That's probably one of the reasons why CIG's not resetting right now. Is because I'm gonna tilt it down just a little bit like this and then get into the turret. One of the reasons why I think the CIG is not resetting right now because the exploits are still in there somewhere, and they don't know how to fix it just yet, or they really haven't had a chance to put the fixes in. So if they did a reset, the exploit's still there. So you're just going to get data on... You're just going to piss off a lot of people by removing all their inventory, the Wicklow ships, their comp boards they've ground for, the pristine metals. You're just going to piss off a lot of people for what?
The fighters off me so I can work.
For what reason?
Those bastards are gonna be here. This is turning into a hell of a scrap.
System check. Shields damaged.
You're killing me!
Shields damaged. Check fire.
These guys know how to fly? What the fuck is
Could
this?
definitely use some support about now. Remember what you know, first get these. This is turning into a hell of a scrap.
What the hell is that? A Gladiator? He's at 84%.
pilots sometimes carry sweet gear on.
Well, he's behind me somewhere.
This is turning into a hell of a scrap. I dig it.
82 meters behind me.
Recording this fight.
I could probably just go get that. Yeah. Literally killed these guys so fucking hard so fast. He was able to complete. Oh yeah, I'm 100% sure, Asmer. There's always gonna be people cheating and exploiting no matter what. The best CIG can hope for is to keep the cheaters, like, not reduce their impact as much as possible. Get the tractor beam out. Alright, so what do we got here? We got the Zappy rifle, some grenades. I'll take the grenades. Oh, he doesn't have any medals? Usually they have medals on them. And some script. Usually they have some Mercenary Guild script or what else? Mercenary Guild script or what else? Council script. So maybe some pristine medals. So, like I said, CIG needs to fix the exploit, which is going to be difficult in an alpha. I'm not quite sure if they're able to get that shit to work. Hey, at least the doors stay open. That's nice. Because I remember one exploit, which was just buy a load of cargo, sell the cargo. Well, buy a load of cargo. Stop that. You stop. Buy a load of cargo, store the ship, sell cargo, and then you just get a free load of cargo as soon as you pull the ship out of storage. That bug was so easy to replicate. Like, I don't even consider it an exploit at that rate. That's just the game, right? So you could accidentally discover that thing easily.
Radar contact.
So I think what's happening here is, like, I pissed off the
Collision alert. Halt. Collision alert. Rear.
I pissed off the reclaimer, and as a result, this mission will complete.
Front.
No, maybe this guy's gonna be it.
Thank you. I thought we were done.
Oh, good. Never mind. I was hoping about.
Kinda touch and go there. But I think. I don't see a damn thing.
All right.
Shields are off. Collision alert. Front.
So yeah, I fully expect the auction house in Star Citizen, if there ever is one, to just be just awful. You know, I'm not quite sure what CIG is going to do against, like, economic, like, monopolies and whatnot. Like, people are just going to get a shit ton of money just playing the game. Like, you're going to convince them to, like, give that money up somehow? Or they're going to just camp resources? I mean, the nice thing about, like, the player-run auction house right now in UEX is that a lot of the stuff on the UEX website, you don't need to play Star Citizen. They're very much optional. Like, you could get a perfectly functional set of suit of armor.
Some points to check out.
Perfectly functioning suit of armor from any weapon store.
Look out. That pilot's been taking out headhunters left and right, and I'm not talking close.
Oh, cool. This guy, we're gonna do another ace pilot. I'll take it. Okay, we gotta remember not to run over stuff, because it'll kill me in the pilot seat.
Shields damaged.
Wait, what body? Like, I had a marker for that piece of shit. Where'd he go? Like, I had a marker. It was right in front of me. God damn it, we still have this bug where you have an ace pilot. I mean, whoever decided these ace pilots were a thing is a fucking terrible idea in Star Citizen. I can't come to enjoy this gameplay loop. Just, yes. You kill the motherfucker and he just doesn't show up. He's gone. Alright. Where the fuck are we going? There's a 7-kilometer one over there. I mean, he had a marker for a fraction of a second. Maybe the Carrack, maybe the Polaris needs like a armor plane like the Carrack, or the Cutter, right? Sounds like it's me in the background. That's my body.
Let's keep it rolling.
Alright, what's the next nearest one? 18, 16. $18, 32. So 16. Probably like go down to like 1 pip. Need to like actually like engage. So whatever you do, Vertigo, don't run the probe over. You're just gonna die. Yeah, we need to get rid of this guy. And what are we doing?
Radar contact. Check fire.
Yeah. Definitely would be easier to do this. Wait a minute. I have an arrow in my hangar. I'm just about to say it would be easier to do this with a faster ship, and I do have a faster ship. It's called an arrow. If I get ganked, I can just land in the Polaris's hangar. Cooler failure. What the fuck happened here?
Weapons offline. Weapons offline. Shields online. Weapons online.
We do need the radioactive vertigo. There we go. Okay, so how is the heat doing? They're well, hold on. 22C.
Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised. Shields offline.
There we go. Here's a huge problem.
Okay. Shields online. Check fire. Shields offline.
Do I have a waypoint for the Polaris? I don't think I do.
Shields online.
Nope. What the hell is that? Yeah, it's just, yeah. I have scan. I don't have scan mode set up, do I? It's just, it just
We're all good here.
almost never works. The oh, there it is. Wait, what? Did it teleport my fucking As soon as I left. Mining base. Wait, what? Yeah, what the hell? Like, I left the Polaris and it teleported my ship. But it's not here anymore. I should be able to detect the Polaris. The Polaris was in this area. Now it's someplace else.
Shields offline.
So much for using your Polaris as like a hangar. Oh, there it is. Had to get closer to detect it. What the fuck?
Check fire.
Just an alpha vertigo. Alright. So I thought it was like teleported away. But apparently it didn't.
Shields offline.
So I was expecting to have like a, because it was my ship, I was expecting to have a marker on it in the local area, but it doesn't.
Docking denied.
For some reason.
Landing gear deployed.
Also, what happened to the,
Proximity alert.
what happened to the L-21 Wolf in here?
Alert.
We'll probably find out the hard way. And then, I mean, we just toggle the entire ship's power off. Why not? Yeah, it's gone. The debris disappeared. I wonder why my vision's all blurry. Is that from like the atmospheric smoke effects and whatnot? I'm not scrubbing the air. Huh. I wonder. Or that could just be the asteroid field too. So let's turn on the
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride.
Let's turn on life support, see if that does anything. Supposedly, life support generator helps like reduce the amount of smoke in the air. Maybe, I don't know. But only when there's like a fire or something. Go throw these guys in like the rig or something. Does it look like it's getting less smoky? Hard to tell. Well, with this, with decreased pressure, you'd have like increase the boiling point of any vapor, but it wouldn't cause this much fog. It wouldn't cause like clouds to form inside the ship, right? Where am I going with these guys? There you go. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's getting less foggy. I have any food and drink on me. Well, I do have some water. Some get up coffee. I have a plushie. What else? Nice little trash storage area. Ultimately, it's in a decompression chamber going from 3 atmos to 1 atmosphere into a lot of fog. Because you're going to have... I don't know why. Why is that? I know I've seen, when you go to a vacuum, I've seen water boil. Right? So you have a... So when you compress something against its will, you introduce heat energy into it. When you decompress something against its will, you have a release of energy. Exothermic versus endothermic. No. When you compress, you have an exothermic reaction. When you decompress, you have an endothermic reaction. If I remember correctly. And this is how they're able to get close to absolute zero in science labs. I don't know if they've changed it, but by basically like taking a gas and applying a vacuum to it and just keep applying vacuum to gas, eventually like you'll draw heat energy out of the system, if I remember correctly. That's how you're able to get really cold temperatures in laboratory conditions, almost absolute zero. Anyways, I don't know. We've listened to FTL a bunch of times already. Soundtrack races. Zoom out. I really do hate how... Yeah, I opened up the star map and it's immediately zoomed in on my ship. I don't need that. Yeah. Higher temps have more higher water vapor. So as you go up in temperature, your air can absorb more water vapor, and when you suddenly have a release in pressure, you lose, your temperature decreases, and as a result, you have droplets starting to form in the air, which causes fog. I think that pretty much describes what I'm trying to say here, Vertigo. So as pressure goes down, temperature goes down. Because you're voiding the air, and as a result, you'll see more fog. But like you said, we're going from 1 atmosphere to 0 atmospheres, so there wouldn't be anything for the. There wouldn't be any atmosphere for the water vapor to hang out in. It would be collecting on the sides and windows and of the vessel, of interior. It wouldn't cause more fog in the ship. Like if you went from like 3 atmospheres to 1 atmosphere, yeah, you'd have fog in the ship, right? Or 1.2 atmospheres of pressure to 0.8 atmospheres of pressure, you'd probably have some fog hanging out. Right? Hey, Woo Doggy! Well, they just... So, Woo Doggy, welcome to Stars Back to Star Citizen. Nice to see you again. I think it's been a while since we've seen Woo Doggy. So, Woo Doggy, they just released a new update.
Yeah, don't see shit.
With engineering. And we're testing out some engineering stuff. One of the big complaints was people were like, oh no, you're not going to be able to solo your multi-crew ship anymore. And here I am flying my Polaris by myself, soloing missions that I shouldn't be able to solo according to the forums. It can be done. I made 1 million credits today, about. Yeah, I'm up to like, 14.5 million. I was at like 13 something, 13.5. Hey, Woo Doggy, thanks for that resub. Or My Refuge, thanks for
My
that
Lil
gifted.
Refuge gifted Woo_Doggy a subscription.
Thank you
My
so much.
Lil Refuge gifted a tier 1 sub to Woo_Doggy. They have given 27 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. So I as far as PvE goes, I think CIG needs to rebalance the PvE missions to include the idea that there's going to be solo capital ships and put stuff in like Gladiator torpedo bombers, Retaliator torpedo bombers, Ion Infernos, stuff that's designed to beat up fighter-based anti-cap ships, the Harbinger torpedo fighter bomber, stuff like that. That's how you stop capital ships from being flown solo. Like, you have almost like a rock paper scissors thing show up where, yeah, you can take your cap ship solo, but then like 5 gladiators are going to spawn on top of you, and they're all going to fire torpedoes, and a couple of them are getting through, and they're going to cause a shit ton of damage. So they have a bunch of required reading on the website if you want to dig through it all. Patch notes, they have like engineering stuff. I swear this feels like almost was designed and written by AI. Almost. It would surprise me these days. Some of the spelling mistakes and whatnot may leave me to believe it was probably written by a person. But you can go through, you can read this. It gives you kind of like a top-down. I'm probably going to do a video just on this page here. This chart is fucking useless. But it tells you like how engineering is supposed to work. So you have components in your ship, right? Those components in your ship generate resources. Your ship uses those resources to function. Your power plant generates powers. Your coolers generate coolant. Your thrusters consume fuel to like push your ship around, and quantum drive consumes quantum fuel to get you through space. And everything can be damaged. Well, almost everything can be damaged, because if you scroll down, CIG released it as is their tradition, as being half-assed. There is a fairly sizable list of ships that do not have support for engineering, full support for engineering right now. Most of it's like vehicles and like size 1 ships with size 1 components. You know, ships like the Lightning, the Hurricane, the Hornet series, the Gladiator, Hawk, Ballista, Arrow, Eclipse, smaller ships. And they have partial functionality, stuff like the Hammerhead, Reclaimer, Redeemer. They have some components you get access to shoot your repair gun at. But some of the components, for example, we were talking about the Reclaimer today with someone else who showed up on the channel. And they were asking about the Reclaimer and like, Vertigo, how do I repair stuff on my Reclaimer? And I'm just like, you can't repair some stuff on your Reclaimer. You have to go to a station, or you have to go to a city and press the repair button if that component gets damaged. They do give you a couple free repairs every time you...
Thanks for sorting that out for us.
Yeah.
Transferring your crits now.
Shut up, Stows. You already gave me my goddamn money. For example, if you go to your engineering screen here, which is new, and you go here, you'll see a little wrench. It says repair all right here on the screen. Let's zoom in a little bit so it's easier to read. You see it where it says repair all? You'll see a wrench down here too that you can click on that will repair any damaged subsystem. And you can repair as many subsystems as you have once. And so every subsystem has its own repair bot built into it that gets used up once. And that's true for all ships. But it takes time to repair it up to... I don't think it does a full repair either. But you can go through here and you can see all the components list, you know. Apparently I took some, missile racks still damaged, and you also have the where's not in just yet. But you scroll down to this point and stop scrolling, so you have to go grab the scroll bar to scroll even further. Yeah, see that. But you can also get out of this, I'll show you the engineering screen, that's new. Nyx is in with Levski. Delamar's out. Just Levski's back in. It's just one asteroid that's basically Levski. But there's only 2 stations and Levski in the Nyx system, and an asteroid belt. That's it. There's some other content you can do over there. We may do that tomorrow. But Nyx isn't supposed to be hooked up to the stand system, but it is because it's temporary. But here you go. Here's the Nyx system. So Levski's back. If you have fond memories of Levski, you can go visit Levski. And it's basically just like you remembered, like on the inside. Like you go through the Cafe Muson, there's corduroys, there's conscientious objects, there's Teach's ship shop. You know, there's the lobby area at the top. But when you get outside, it's the asteroid is completely different. It's no longer a little dwarf planet. It's now an actual asteroid with like a hole in the center of it that you can fly through, and there's docking arms in the whole area. You can dock your hull C's up to and unload your cargo. It's kind of cool. Yeah, well, the elevator they decided to get rid of. Now it's like a tram system. I don't think you can look out anymore. I think it's just a box that moves, which is a shame because it was kind of nice to be able to see outside Levski and see all the traffic coming and going. I think the window's gone from inside the elevator, which was yeah. So now it's just a tram that automatically just goes between floors. You have to wait for it to open up, you get inside, then it just starts taking you down one floor at a time. Then when it hits the bottom, it goes back all the way to the top and then starts coming back down again. So that's in there. I mean, people are excited for it. Good for them. You know, it's something the CIG's checking off the list of backlog and just getting more content into the game. So it's something to be happy about. Right? And of course, they have new missions, new content over there that we've done last week, you know, in the previous patch that was out last week. This new patch just came out yesterday, so fresh off the grill, bunch of new problems. A lot of people say they can't get in. They're having errors and crashes and partial degradation and whatnot. Now, to show you the engineering console, I have to actually come all the way back here. Oh, wait a minute. I can actually go down these stairs. I don't have to use the elevator, right? Yeah. So this, like, eventually we're going to have more engineering consoles, but CIG only has the ability to hook up one at a time. So you can come through here and you can look at, like, all your components. We can make it a little bit easier. Like, here's the system. So you have, like, the medical beds. They're kind of, like, highlighted with their terminals. And you have doors. Here's your power plant. Here's your cooler. Here's your shield generator. Here's some of the guns. You have the point defense cannons or the point defense turrets. They're highlighted as well. And you can basically see this kind of at the overview, see like if anything's damaged. Now look, right over here. It's giving me this little warning. This thing's damaged. What is this? This is an M2C Swarm point defense turret. It's at 99.1% health. I don't know why it's telling me I need to worry about this thing. It's fine. Right? And we also have the one down here. This one's at what? 91.8%. I don't care. Anything around 60%, maybe I'll start giving a shit about. That one's not 98.5, 98.4. How about my quantum drive? How are we doing over there? What is this thing? 95 point. That's it's another swarm turret. The Exodus jump drive is at 99.9% health, and it's yellow. Fuck you. I don't care. But then you have the life support system. That's a new component, life support, and you can turn off life support, and you'll be fine for a little while. But if you ever take your helmet off, you know, after you open the ship up, yeah, this right here I think is the life support. Yeah. So there you go. And you'll slowly start seeing like the ship get colder and colder. Also, the air quality will start to decrease when you turn the life support off. And then you can manage the room system too, like FTL. I don't know if you ever played the game FTL. So if you go look at rooms here, this is all the rooms in the ship. It'll tell you like what the temperature is, how many atmospheres of pressure. It doesn't tell you if the air is breathable. It really should. Yeah, but if I really want to fuck things over, I can go to the door system right here, right? And I can open a door. I can open the main hangar remotely. And then we can go back to like the room system and check this out, like the hangar. The hangar should be decompressed right about now, but it's not. It still says 21C. Life support's offline. There we go. What's this guy right back here? This is the room life support. It's at 0 atmospheres and temperatures negative 273. That's below 0. that's absolute 0, by the way. And same with this stuff back here. It's all like 0 atmospheres, so it's being decompressed back here. And you can also turn off life support, like with the, up here if you want to. Let's go back to the door system. You could open up internal doors and lock them open if you wanted to. Then we can go over to here. There we go. So if you're like someone who owns a Mercury Star Runner, or like the MSR owners are like super happy about this. Or if you own a Herc C2 or an A2 or an M2 or a C1. Like, I'm just decompressing the damn ship wherever I go here. Decompressing the entire goddamn ship. Because I can. And you notice, like, the temperature is starting to go up. Yeah. Because air is moving between compartments at this moment. So the rooms actually start to share air as you open the doors. Rooms will, like, rooms will start to flow. Air will start to flow between rooms. I think the hangar has an air shield, so it doesn't count. Don't make me dream. Also, fire's a thing, too. We haven't encountered any fires today. There we go. There we go. The temperature's going down. As I open this door, the room will decompress. And eventually you'll start seeing your pressure go down. This does not update in real time. Sometimes it takes a little bit for it to update. What the fuck was that temperature reading? It was in millions. Yeah, there we go. Absolute 0. Apparently that's the temperature of vacuum in space. But yeah, it's gotten really cold now. When this door closed. Probably because the game is like, oh, vacuum is really cold. Like, negative something rather. But it's at, like, we're at 84... hectopascals. You need about 1,010 hectopascals is atmospheric pressure at sea level on Earth. So 84 hectopascals is a really low pressure. And we're at negative 273 degrees centigrade, which is absolute 0, which is impossible. But it's really fucking cold. And apparently my suit is able to withstand that pressure. So as you can see, as we move through different rooms, you can see our pressure over here in the lower left, like, changes and fluctuates as the rooms start bleeding towards each other. Even like this symbol right here, which indicates how much, how much breathable air there is in the atmosphere. So yeah, if I just stand here and keep this door open, like, eventually the entire ship will get vented. If there's, like, no bugs or anything like that, but... Yeah, see, as we keep going back closer and closer to the back... you know, we get more heat and more atmosphere, because as we open and close doors, it just decompresses the entire ship. Let's see what else we can do. So yeah, you could decompress portions of the ship intentionally to I have no idea what this door is. Oh, I think that's the that's something. Oh, that's a relay. So yeah, you can also like lock the doors open. There you go, lock him in the open state. You can also lock him in the closed state. There we go. We've literally just decompressed half the ship from doing that. There we go. This should decompress. Yeah, see, these doors are locked open now. They even have little lock symbols on them. Let me open this door again. There you go. Did you swap? Did I swap what? Sosa, AFK on YouTube. They're just the stock ones. I didn't get the MDC or the swarm ones, the missile ones. I could if I wanted to. I mean, I don't think the MDC is available in game. It may be. And you only need like to buy one of the MDCs, the point defense ground vehicle, and then you can just like keep scamming it, like just do insurance to pull it off, throw it into the inventory, blow that one up, get a new one, claim the insurance, pull that one up out of the elevator, pull the PDC off that one, throw it into your elevator, and eventually do it often enough, you'll have your entire ship equipped with ballistic PDCs. So this is one way to fight fires in Star Citizen. I don't think there's any ways to like... I don't think there's any way to like open all the doors from the engineering console. It'd be nice if there was like a button. But yeah. So you also have, was it connections? You have fuses in the game as well. I don't really like the fuse system that CIG put in. It feels like a lot of busy work. But you have these relay spots with fuses in them, and this controls power to various parts of the ship. Fuses can get damaged by fire or combat. You can just, you know, I think you can actually just punch these to death. Oh my god. There you go. So if you have a busted relay, it reduces the amount of power available to stuff that relay is connected to. So here's your config. So I lost like 3 power pips already, but I'm already spare for power, so it doesn't matter that much to me. If you want those power pips back, you gotta get your fuses out of your pocket and put them in. As you can see, it's kind of awkward and cumbersome and just right? Because there's no automated, like you click on the slots and then it just works. You have to like pull it from your inventory. I wish it was a little bit easier to do that, but yeah, you get your 3 power pips back as a result, which is it's better than what it was before, because the way it was before was if you lost all the fuses in a container in a relay stack, whatever that relay stack was hooked to all lost power. And certain ships like the Corsair, the one I was actually flying in the PTU, the Corsair had 3 relays in it with like 2 fuses per relay, and because everything was in a straight line, each relay was hooked to each other in a series. If you lost the relay, all the fuses in the relay in the cockpit, the entire ship died. If you lost all the relays in midships, the middle of the ship, the entire ship died. If you lost all the relays in the back, you just lost shields and like a cooler and a power plant. So certain ships, it was really punishing. But we can go outside and we can repair some of this shit too. Like actually manually repair your ship. Either patch your hull up, or you can't manually repair the armor, and you kind of need armor to like resist damage to internal components. But I haven't really noticed like a drawback from that. Like, yeah, you could go pay 140,000 credits to repair all the armor on the Polaris, but these missions really don't need armor, right? I'm finding like the Polaris is so thick, has such a thick hull base that doesn't fucking matter. I don't think anything's really damaged or really badly damaged. Oh, here we go. This is the cover for the oh, well, I can't repair that. You can repair, like, thrusters and whatnot. For example, this guy. That's going to take you a while. It's 46%. 47%. Wow. 48%. So, but this is just the one-handed tractor beam, and, like, there's going to be there's a two-handed tractor beam. There's going to be repair ships that specialize in this stuff. Oh, here you go. Like, this guy was offline. I didn't even realize it. So he's at 3%. And this is one of the point defense turrets on my little ship. Tractor beam. No, I'm using the salvage beam. The tractor beam has a pull function. I have one on me just for this. Yep, you just have to use right click to pull yourself around. Whee! I'm Spider-Man. I'm carrying two multi-tools on me. I'm carrying one that's designed for repair. I'm carrying one that's a tractor beam for, like, yeeting myself around. And you can also repair doors. Manually repair doors. For example, this door is at 91% integrity. It says repairs not needed. But I was able to repair, like, a couple of doors on my previous ships. The C1 got damaged a little bit, and I was able to touch that thing up. It's a little slow to repair these guys. Just a bit. But I like the idea you could repair the doors manually instead of having to go back. Some people are having quite a fit over this. There we go. This was at 44%. I definitely need to get a two-handed one, see how that one works out. See if it's any faster. Again, this one's kind of broken too. You can repair this, the barrel. The fixture takes a while to touch up. But yeah, the actual weapon mounts themselves, the actual guns and turrets and whatnot, they actually touch up really fast. Like this turret is the actual guns on the turrets and whatnot. But the turrets themselves take a while to fix up. But I'm just kind of showing you, Boodoggy, what you're getting into here. I think one of these was damaged. 98%, 100%, 98%, 100%. The turret itself's at 91%. Yeah. Also, this is the Polaris. This is the Best in Show Polaris skin, which is kind of like a metallic orange. I think it looks pretty neat. And of course we have a ship in the hangar because why not? But it gives you kind of an idea. Like, the doors are repairable. There's components you can repair. We're going the wrong way. There's a terminal you can use to look at all your components inside your ship. Not all ships are hooked up this way, but CIG's working on it, just like they're working on everything. Fire is in the game too, although I haven't had one break out today, so I really can't show you. They have propaganda on the YouTubes that shows off fire. I've seen it. I've gotten one to start in like a Corsair. Dawn of Engineering, here you go. That is the kind of the idea what CIG's going for. So fire does look pretty cool. And you have fire extinguishers. And yes, you can have rooms that are amazingly on fire. At that point, you just spent the entire fucking ship.
Warning, fire detected.
If it's that bad. That's a two-handed repair tool. It's a bug, my little refuge. But yeah, that's like the new shit we got going on. Sometimes you'll just have invisible fire. Just a thing. But where's the fire extinguisher? Here's a fire extinguisher. Let me just grab a fire extinguisher and be like, I'm a fireman. Where is it? There it is. It has a little temperature display in the thing, which tells you how hot and cold things are. And no, you cannot use this thing as a thruster in space. That would be just too realistic and too useful and just like a good idea. I remember one time in Starfield, probably the only time in Starfield, where I had to infiltrate a space station that didn't have any gravity, and I fired like a ballistic weapon in, and I got shoved into the wall. I'm just like, holy shit, recoil actually does something in this game. Yeah. Just Star Citizen's not that kind of game, guys. Sorry. But these things do eventually run out of, like, whatever the hell this is. CO2, I guess. So if you like hold it down too much, you see this little yellow bar right here. Yeah, you see the little yellow bar right here? This is how much is left in the container. And you can just go put it back in its receptacle and it'll recharge. Boop. And I'll slowly tick back up over. It should in theory. Maybe I was lied to. I don't know how fast these things recharge. Maybe you have to turn the life support system on? That doesn't look like it's moving at all. Maybe it has to be out? I don't know, let's just wear it out. I know, right? The number of people on one ship. You think everybody would just be using different ships. I really am waiting for, like, NPC crew to show up one day. One of these days. Just so I can have something to slot into turrets, a couple turrets here and there. So let's just see if we can't just run it out. I don't know. Maybe you have to turn on the life support systems. I noticed the sound changed too as soon as I walked into an area that had air. That wasn't decompressed. I know, right? No, it's Lambo. I'm just trying to see if this thing actually, like... Does it only recharge when it's completely out? There it goes. Well, it says empty. I don't know. I said you're supposed to put it back in the receptacle. Here's another one we can run out. Maybe you have to turn, like I said, maybe you have to turn life support on or something in order for the shit to recharge. All right. There we go. Of course, you can open up the entire. There we go. Just open up the entire ship and just vent everything. Turn off life support. All the ship doors are open. So at least the pilot can do that. I don't know why these screens are all messed up, but they are. Sometimes it do be like that. It is filling. It's just really goddamn slow. Jesus Christ. Give you a reason to carry more than one fire extinguisher. Or if I could just start a fire. Probably not in like vacuum, like everything's open. There's no air. And what else? Let's just shut the ship up, turn the air life support back on. It's kind of smoky up here, though. There you go. And then close the ship up. And then that should get everything working properly. And there's also a hotkey for, like, putting your helmet on your hip now. Like, helmets are actually physicalized. That's a new thing. That's just, yeah. Where's the hip one? That's the hip one, I think. There you go. And you can use your flashlight still. You have a butt light. Oh, and VR. Star Citizen VR is now a thing. It's experimental, but there is an official support for VR now in Star Citizen. People have been raging about that. Raving, I should say, not raging. They've been raving about it. It kind of works. Sometimes it doesn't. It's like Star Citizen. It's early access. So if you're really like interested in like VR shit in Star Citizen, that's news. This update. It's experimental, so don't expect a lot from it.
Shields are off.
We're just going to abandon the Polaris next to by Genie Points. I don't really care to spend the 140 some odd or 200,000 credits it takes to repair this thing. Armor's expensive.
Auto drive is now on. Auto drive is now off.
That's the one drawback of doing like solo cap ship shit. The repairs are going to be brutal. So yeah, so we got component replacements. You can actually, some ships you can pull components out of and replace them. Fuses and relays. Fire is in. Armor is kind of crappy in. It's just a health bar, a second health bar that applies to the entire ship that reduces the chance of shots penetrating, mostly just ballistic weapons, penetrating into the hull and damaging components inside. You can still kill somebody with energy weapons. NPC ships die pretty quickly to like laser repeaters, so who cares, right? Didn't really change. A lot of people are really kind of pissy about that, where it's just another health bar that you have to chew through. You have your shields, you have your armor bar, and then you have like your hard death. Yes, you're dead. We meet at this time bar.
Shields are
on. Because apparently people can't understand that, like, you actually got him this time. You can stop shooting. People are like, no, I must the explosion. So that's a thing. Yes. Well, some people, I've been told by a few people, I got trapped by this once recently, where a no-fly zone, like, abducted me while I was, like, in my own hangar or something. I don't know how the hell it happened. It was, like, a couple weeks ago. The no-fly zones aren't as brutal as they used to be, if that's what you're asking. Which was, like, 3.14 or something, patch 3.14 or something, 3.10. A while ago, when they had those no big blue sky boners, you had to leave. Those are gone. They took those out of the game. Nobody really liked those. But there are still some vestigial no-fly zones that CIG put in to kind of like keep people away from certain areas. And sometimes you clip into those and it steals your ship and throws you in the stupid the station. I know a couple people were complaining about ArcCorp recently because they got a little too close to one of those no-fly zones and it just impounded their ship instantly. But it's not as bad as it was. It's yeah, you have to like accidentally get too close to something that you don't even know it's there, right? If you give enough leeway to all the terrain and like buildings around Area 18 when you come to the spaceport, it's not that bad. We're just gonna like claim the insurance on this thing and not worry about it. I'm trying to think of how I'm gonna do that. We could do it tomorrow. Like it's not gonna be that big of a deal. But I can't do it up here because if you spawn a capital ship at a space station with a docking port, you can't like use certain parts of the ship. Like the last time I did this live on like 4.4 live, which was the last patch, I couldn't undock from the station. It wouldn't let me play with the damn ship. Which was another really nice quality of life, doggy. The Fleet Manager terminal. See this little bar up here? If you click on this thing, it shows you only stuff that is like available at that. Here, watch this. I got the Avenger Titan delivered here. Boom! I can only see Avenger Titan. So if you're someone like me and has a massive list of ships, like I don't want to see all the other ships. I just want to use the Avenger Titan. Or searching. How about Apollo? Look at that. I can search for a ship and I can find it immediately. Amazing quality of life features. People have been asking for this shit for years, especially if you're like Legatus or Praetorian or Dominus pack, or if you're like me, a content creator, and CIG just gives you like ship packs to play with to show off on your stream. That's really nice because I could scroll forever to find anything specifically, but if I wanted to, I don't know, find a Titan again, I'd have to like scroll all the way back, or I can just go to search and just type in Titan. And there you go, I have my Titans right there. Or I could just click over to this and just see what I have stored here. It truly is the future, right? So that's another cool feature they added recently, quality of life. So you got the Nix solar system, you have engineering, you have fire, you have the quality of life ASOP terminal stuff. Salvaging, repair is a little bit more useful. They fucked over everybody who wants to do like commodities and what else? They changed it so that it's gonna log out because we're gonna be going. There we go. We're gonna be heading out here in just a little bit. They changed salvage, like the Reclaimer, the Vulture, the Fortune. They added a new little RSI salvage ship. That's like the true starter ship. That's only like $75 on the web store. It's actually affordable as opposed to like the Vulture. So they changed that son of a bitch. They changed salvage so that salvage now has to like interface with the refining process, which sucks ass. So we got that. Also, Squadron 42, apparently they updated the Squadron 42 website to include the release date or release year. Squadron 42 launches 2026. But we've seen this before, right? Remember when Squadron 42 was supposed to come out in 2018? Like, I have a meme of this, right? A very mean meme. Where is it? I have to find the stupid thing. It's probably in the meme folders, right? RTX on. Where the fuck did I put it? It's somewhere in here. They had like the different release dates for Squadron 42 on it. That's probably in here somewhere. Fuck if I know where it is. Yeah, this is fine. I swear to God I had something like that, but I have no idea where it is. Unless it's under, like, the ship posts. Wasn't under Instagram memes. These are really, really old ones. Ah, here it is. I made this one up, right? I added to this one. But yeah, answer the call. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2015, 2014. When will Squadron 42 release? So we have, as fans of Star Citizen, have seen this ship before. This is gonna be one of those things where it's just, well, I'll believe it when I'm fucking playing it, when it's in my hands. Oh, I know, right? Always 1 year away. Anyways, Vertigo's gonna head out. I'm hungry. I'm getting tired. I'm an old man, what can I say? So we're gonna find someone playing Star Citizen to host. Maybe? The Star Zero State's starting just now. So we could raid Zero State. He's a good, great guy. There we go. But anyways, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out, both on Twitch and YouTube. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific. That is the Seattle, Los Angeles time zone, with more Star Citizen, just kind of derping around, doing some engineering. So if you want to tune in, check us out then. I appreciate it. If you like what you saw, don't forget to hit that follow button and on Twitch, and subscribe on YouTube. We'll try to have another YouTube video out here pretty soon. I'm hoping before the end of the year, but on talking about engineering. But anyways, everybody, have a good night, have a good evening, and have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year if I don't see you again.